to mental health awareness.
And the girl she's discussing with here is Gabia, who you will see on centre court a little bit later on today, doing the coin toss before the match to decide who serves and which end they start.
And the thing is, you can't be nervous in that role, because if the thumb is shaking when you go for the flick, you want a solid flick. You want a bit of loft, a bit of curvature on that toss for it to hit the ground. And, I mean, Gabia has a big responsibility here. Although it'd be a job I'd have envied when I was a teenager, that could potentially dictate the course of history in the centenary year in centre court. It's a big job.
Are you a heads man or a tails man?
Tails every single time. What about yourself?
Really? I'm the opposite. No, I'm a heads always.
But is it determined by whether you toss it or somebody else tosses it?
We should do a coin toss. We could
we
have a little battle.
Yeah, we should. Do you remember Darren Brown when he did back-to-back, got 10 heads in a row?
We'll save that for later when we've got nothing to talk about. OK, well, actually, Olivia has had a chance to speak to young Gabia a little bit earlier.
We are on centre court on Women's Finals Day. This is a big deal. I'm just taking a moment anyway for myself personally. But I've also found this remarkable young lady. Now, Gabia, you are 13 years old and you are responsible for the coin toss today. This is huge. How are you feeling?
So excited. I can't believe I got chosen.
So tell us a bit about why and how you did get chosen.
So during the pandemic, when my neighbour's cousin, if they got COVID, I'd go out to the shops, bring them groceries and bring them parcels, just do little bits around my neighbourhood, help out.
That was kind of you. And why did you want to do that? Did someone ask you to, or did you just want to help?
No, I just felt if you stay at home, there's nothing much you can get out of it. You just sit there, do nothing. If you're out, even if you're not going out with friends, you're still out, doing something, so...
You're a clever girl. And you were helping your community, which was such a wonderful thing. So you got nominated to do this very coin toss. Now, what borough do you live in? Because I think it had to be a child from the local borough.
In Merton.
So you're from Merton. And do you know what charity nominated you?
Jigsaw for You.
OK, and do you know what they do?
It's like a children's charity with...
For loss and grief and... OK, amazing. Right, we need to look at the coin. Could you open it up for us? Look at this display case. Now it's got that little ribbon. Does that just bring it out of the its little home?
Yeah.
And then it's got that amazing 100 years of centre court logo. It's got beautiful wording inscribed. It's a heavy silver coin. Oh, it's exciting. Now, the coin toss, obviously a very important part to get the match underway. Have you been practicing your flip?
Yeah, I've done a few times today.
Today?
At home, just doing a little flick over.
Are you walking around your house all day?
Yep.
OK. Are you feeling cool? Are you feeling calm? Are you feeling confident?
I'm feeling perfect.
You are?
Yeah.
You're up for it?
I'm up for it.
OK, amazing. Well, we can't wait to see you do your thing. Thank you and good luck and well done to you. You deserve this.
Thanks.
Well, we're down here on court number 8 on the morning of the ladies' finals, and you can see who is behind me. One of the two finalists, Elena Rybakina, and one of her coaching team here. She's been warming up by the net. I don't think many of the crowd has realised that she's here yet, because usually these outside courts do get a big crowd when our finalists, our champions, are playing out here. But this is obviously just before she takes to centre court, which is behind her at 2 p.m. this afternoon, where she'll face Jabeur in that final. You know how big a deal it is for both of these players, both of them in their first Grand Slam final of their careers. Elena is a 23-year-old from Kazakhstan, of course, and she has never been this far in the tournament before. What can you expect from her out there? Well, you can't see it at the moment, she's just warming up, but expect some big serves. She's a big hitter, she's 6 foot, compares to Jabeur's 5'6", so definitely much taller athlete here, and she returns really well as well. I think that's what the difficulties Simona Halep faced when she went up against her in the semi-finals. And she knocked Simona Halep out in only 2 sets as well, which was possibly not what the crowd expected, the way that the 2019 champion would exit this competition. I expect her to be good at the net as well, because she's played a little bit of doubles in her career. So Jabeur will make her work, as we've seen Ons do so far this tournament to her other opponents. Ons kind of does like to race around the net a bit more than Elena, but it's going to be a great matchup. If it goes to 3 sets, though, Ons does have the advantage so far. Elena's only won 6 out of her 11 three-setters this season, but she's more likely possibly to get it done in 2. That's what she'll be hoping for, like in her semi-final. We can just talk about this, and her coach then has just joined us, Stefano Vukov. Actually had a little bit of an insight into these two yesterday when they were practicing. Elena was sat on the floor then, and Stefano was next to her saying, you have to believe in yourself. I think possibly like any 23-year-old would do. Some doubts start to seep in at this stage of the competition. She's never been here before. She doesn't know what it feels like to walk out on centre court with the pressure on herself, of the nation on her, my coach. And he just said, you know, Ons will be feeling exactly the same. Not many people have been here before. You have to go through the process. Don't change your game. He made a big point in saying that. He said what worked with Simona Halep was that you hit really low and close to the net, so continue to do those sorts of things. She's kind of practicing that right now as well, isn't she? Look at that powerful two-handed backhand as well that she possesses in her game, which is great to see this finalist, Elena Rybakina, up close and personal before her final, which is going to take place on the historic centre court, celebrating 100 years. It's a moment for this lady next to me. She could become champion later on this afternoon. We'll have to wait and find out.
I'm with Edward Roberts now. Now, Edward designed the entire logo for the Platinum Jubilee, and that logo itself is on the coin for the coin toss. Wow. Talk to me about that experience.
Yeah, I know it's been a brilliant experience designing the Platinum Jubilee emblem. I didn't think I'd get to the point where it'd be used on a Wimbledon coin for the coin toss, but I'm very grateful to be in the position and to be sort of involved with the whole experience is lovely.
Okay, so how did it happen? What do you do? Where did you study? Do you work? And then how did your emblem get selected?
Well, I'm a university at Leeds, University of Leeds, and I study graphic design. And I saw, at the end of first year, I saw a competition was being ran that was to design the Platinum Jubilee emblem. So I'm sort of the sort of person to I didn't really mind how far I got into the competition. It was just as long as I produced an emblem which I was happy with, and then if I saw how far that got, and for it to be positioned as the winner, it's incredible.
That is incredible. And do you know how many entries there were?
I think there were thousands of entries. So.
Wow, and yours got selected. So how's it been used other than on the coin?
Well, it's been, I was here for the Jubilee weekend in London, so to see it up and down the country, in London on the buses and on chocolate bars, and different companies sort of using it and taking the emblem and sort of embracing it was a joy to see.
Oh my God, yeah, and hello, good thing for the CV, it's going to do well. Okay, so let's have a look at your design. It's in the box. Oh, don't lose that coin, we need that.
I don't want to drop it.
Yeah, you're all right. So there it is. How would you describe your logo emblem?
Yeah,
what was the...
I wanted it to represent
the
continuity of the Queen's reign, and I thought this was could be done by doing a continuous line drawing. I thought that'd be a fitting way of representing it, and then also including the digits of 70 into the design to make it a bit more relevant to the Jubilee year.
Nice.
So it's just more about really going towards the brief and making it really relevant towards the Platinum Jubilee.
Yeah, well, I think you achieved the agenda. I don't even know what the brief. You hit the nail on the head with the brief there. Wow. So what are you doing today then?
Well, we're here. We got invited to Wimbledon, so it's lovely to be here. Me and my mum and my family are big tennis fans. So to see the sort of emblem being used in the field of tennis, it's really lovely to see.
Yeah, it really is. Well, you deserve a fabulous day out. Well done. Thank you. This is awesome. Yeah, have a great day.
Oh, thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, Olivia's probably been getting out and about on centre court, and not many people get to say they've even put their feet on that grass. What an honour that was. What an honour it is to design the actual coin that will potentially make a contribution towards history. But before that film, we got to see Elena Rybakina looking delightful in her warm-up there. And I was saying to you that one of my favourite things to watch is on the practice courts and seeing players go through the motions, see what they work on, how many serves do they hit, how many volleys do they hit, how are they hitting.
And I thought it was so interesting. I was speaking to Dani Hantakova about this last night, and she was saying that before a match for her, she was always really nervous until she got onto the practice court, because that was where she felt comfortable. That was her element. And all of the thoughts she'd had the night before, struggling to sleep in that morning, do I want to eat breakfast? I don't really feel like it. I've got a huge match later on today. All those worries. Once she's got a racket in her hand and she's practicing and getting used to her craft and the tactics and the technique she's going to take out onto the match court, this was where she started to feel more comfortable. And I think it's the same probably for both of these players, but particularly Rybakina, because she is a power player. She hits the ball big from the baseline, big serve. And so she would just want to get those shots in a nice rhythm. And you do that by having a good practice session beforehand, which is what she's doing here.
They kind of say styles make fights, and one of the styles clashes in this is her size, 6'1", a really powerful presence, a really powerful hitter. When it comes to Jabeur, who's much more of a touch and feel player, how will that potentially influence how she approaches this
Well, I
match?
think what we're watching here is going to dictate the result of this match, the serve. If Rybakina serves well and takes control of her own service games, Ons is going to have a tough job, because Rybakina does hit the ball much more powerfully from the baseline. She can back up the big serves with big forehands and backhands from the back of the court. But if she doesn't serve well and misses too many first serves, so that percentage that we'll see in the stats later is too low, the second serve is a little bit more vulnerable, obviously, and Ons can step in and assert her authority on the points, then it's going to be difficult, because this is, as you said, a battle of two very different styles. You've got a power player, a player who likes to overwhelm their opponent in the Kazakh, and a player who just likes to junk it up, mix it up, put the opponent off their game in Ons Jabeur. It's a fascinating clash of styles, but I think if Rybakina is confident and is able to serve well, she looks like she's serving well here in her practice session, but that doesn't always mean you're going to serve well in the match. Then I think she's going to have a good chance today. It's a similar, she's not quite as much of a power player, but parallels can be drawn between her and Serena Williams. Serena Williams was a player who was dictated by her serve. If she was serving well, she's very, very difficult to beat. She wasn't serving very well. She gave her opponent opportunities.
You know, somebody that she reminds me of almost as a Pliskova in terms of her size, but one thing I think she's better at is balance. And it's interesting that she comes from an ice skating and gymnastics background, presumably being 6'1", maybe makes it a little bit difficult to be a professional gymnast, but her balance is absolutely incredible. Were she to go on to win, or whoever wins, they will hold their trophy aloft, not only on the court, but on the members' balcony, and Olivia got to experience that.
Hello from a very exclusive location here at the All England Club. We are in the members' enclosure, and in fact, we're on the very balcony where the winner of Wimbledon 2022 will be displaying their trophy to their adoring fans. In fact, it will look a little something like this. So it has become a bit of an unofficial custom here at Wimbledon that after the player wins on centre court, they walk through the members' clubhouse holding their giant trophy, and then they come out onto this very balcony. This is what they see behind me, overlooking all the outside courts. Court 12 in the background there, court 2 to the left. They look down, and right here, right now, there's not many people, but in a few hours, this will be swarming with all their adoring fans, giving their thanks, their amazement, their joy, their elation at the winner of Wimbledon 2022. It's really special being up here. I don't think anyone's allowed up here, but here on Wimbledon Uncovered, we get you the good stuff. It feels really special. And in fact, I think we should just take a moment and just take it all in, because let's be honest, I'm never going to be up here in any other capacity than this.
Well, where better to hang out then on ladies' finals day than down here in Orangi on court number 4, because you know who you're going to see, don't you? You're going to see Ons Jabeur. It's the same court she's been practicing on throughout the championship. She's down here with her team once again. I don't know why she likes to come down here. Maybe it's superstition. Elena Rybakina, she's out on the outside courts practicing before her final, and maybe again because she hasn't contested many finals, Elena, she wants to kind of feel that pressure early doors and feel a sense of what it might be like later on at 2 p.m. on centre court, where she walks out to around 15,000 fans there. It's going to be quite the occasion for both of these ladies who have never gone this far in a Grand Slam before. Both finalists at a Grand Slam for the first time in their careers. But possibly Ons maybe had to deal with that pressure a little bit better. She's contested 4 finals this season: Madrid, Berlin, Charleston and Rome. Again, she's had a lot of fans watching her there. So it'll be a case of, can she learn and build from those experiences she has already had? Whereas we know Elena is feeling a little bit nervous. We heard her and her coach speaking yesterday, talking about those nerves. But it's quite the moment, quite the occasion for Ons Jabeur. She talks about this day being even more special because it's Eid, and she said for her Eid is like Christmas, so it could be double celebrations later on if she takes the title and then can celebrate as well. But she's such a normal individual, which we love to see, and I say that in the nicest possible way. The fact that after practice yesterday she wandered off and took the time out to chat to me, which is kind of unheard of on the eve of a Grand Slam final for these players to do that. And I kind of asked her about how she's feeling, already have achieved a bit of history by getting this far in the competition, and she just said she doesn't really like to think about it. And then I said, has she been checking her phone, social media? And she said no, but after the final she'll be on it 24/7, just showing that she's a normal 27-year-old. And I guess that's just heightened by the fact that she's staying in central London for the championship as well, in a hotel, and she's kind of doing the normal things. She's sightseeing. She said she's been spending time in Hyde Park and St James's Park, just seeing the sights of London. And she actually talks about quite a funny encounter with a squirrel. Earlier on in the week, she said she didn't realise that the squirrel would come up to her and try and eat her food, which was quite entertaining. And she said possibly that gave her some good vibes as the tournament progressed. But she's got to go up against the 23-year-old from Kazakhstan, and it's going to be quite the matchup. Elena, we know how good her service game is. She's the leading aces on the WTA this season, 120 odd to her name. Ons will have to deal with that and defend all the shots that Elena will throw at her. But it's going to be an absolutely epic encounter out there. Neither of these ladies have ever gone this far in the competition, and one is going to make history. Who's it going to be? That question will be answered a little bit later on Centre Court.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of Wimbledon 2022 is Olivia Wayne. No, unfortunately it's not me, but I am holding the Venus Rosewater dish and it is magnificent. No, I'm not holding the real one either. They don't let me hold that, but I have just seen it as I walked past. It displayed it in its beautiful cabinet. This is probably one of the most beautiful trophies in all of sport, and this is what the ladies singles champion will be lifting following her win on Centre Court. It's really exciting to be up here, imagining it with thousands of adoring fans cheering the champion. It's just really, really cool. And actually, I feel quite special being up here. Let's not forget the men, though, of course. They too do win a magnificent trophy here at Wimbledon. And this is what the winner of the men's will be winning and displaying to all his adoring fans up here on this now famous balcony. A huge tradition, isn't it, at Wimbledon, when all the fans rush off of Centre Court, come down here and get to see a glimpse of the people's hero. Hey, go on, give me a round of applause. I just won Wimbledon. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. It was for you. And with that, I'm off to have some champagne and get ready for the ball that awaits.
And just in case you're wondering, Olivia's hating every minute of her job today, I think it's safe to say. But little factoid from yourself, sir, about the pineapple on top.
Yes, there is a pineapple, a small pineapple on top of the men's singles trophy here at Wimbledon. A lot of people are like, why do they choose a pineapple? And the reason is because back when that trophy was first made in Victorian times, a long time ago, exotic fruit like a pineapple here in the UK was very difficult to get. It was expensive. It was seen as a sign of opulence and wealth. And so that was why they chose to put a pineapple. And it's not the only trophy that incorporates a pineapple or exotic fruits, because it was, yeah, as I said, seen as a sign of the height, potentially, of sport.
It is amazing, the history that you've got in Wimbledon. It's not just about sport, it's not about just the glory. It really is a history and a tradition, almost like no other.
Well, we saw Ons there at the practice courts. Quite interesting that she chose not to go on the match courts. She was down at Arangi. A similar tactic that has been chosen by other players in the past. Serena Williams, well, and her sister Venus were a great example of this. They didn't really like being out on the match courts before their finals or semi-finals, because there's so many people around watching. They wanted to almost be away from the prying eyes. Clearly, some people could see them. Our cameras are always filming them, but they like to just get their work done before the match, almost away from the crowds.
And especially Ons as well, she interacts with so much of the crowd that I wonder if almost in her brain she's either in crowd mode and being, if you like, professional interaction mode versus being player mode. And right now, she's all about business, she's all about wanting to win.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think if I was playing, I'd probably, although it's nice, I'm sure, to see the buzz and maybe gets you ready for the crowd on the match courts, at Arangi you can focus just that little bit more on what your coach is saying, and there's not too many people around, and you know when you walk back you're not going to have to walk through the masses of crowds to get back to the locker room. So, well, it's whatever works for each player. Just
a little note, just watching her serve there, it's quite interesting how she really doesn't come that far forward off the serve. There's no sort of sense of, especially with some of the big hitters, say a Berrettini moves in maybe 1.5 meters almost off his serve. Not the case with Ons at all.
No, I think she's a bit more of a defensive player, and I think that's why she's had success on all different surfaces. It's more of a trait that you see with players comfortable on clay courts or slow hard courts. Rather than hitting that serve and then stepping inside the baseline, their natural movement is to hit the serve and then step backwards, because on those surfaces you want to play from a little bit further back. Be interesting to see if she continues that on centre court later. Now that is the scene at Arangi, and Rachel caught up with our very own Daniela Hantakova down there a little bit earlier.
Well, I'm down here on the practice courts at Arangi. There's so much going on. Danny's walking off. I'm going to try and grab Danny after she was practicing with Laura Robson out there, because you have the biggest game later on, don't you, Danny?
Yeah, we do. I mean, this is painful these days, but no, honestly, when the weather is like this, just all the memories from wonderful practice sessions before getting ready for big matches come back. So it's a treat to be able to hit some balls.
Laura said that you've been making her work quite hard during this fortnight. Is that true, or has she been exaggerating the truth a little bit?
No, I have to say we've been very professional ever since we found out we were playing together. We had a couple of nice sessions already during Hurlingham exhibition, and then, yeah, whenever we have time to hit, because as you know, with the TV schedules, it's quite tricky. So yeah, once we are here, we go for it. We're just not messing around.
Go on, tell us some secrets. What's she like as a partner out there?
Oh, she's fantastic, especially the lefty serve on grass. I mean, on her service games, I'm just literally picking up the balls, so I don't really have to do much. And it's just nice to hit with Laura, because she just retired, so different pace of the ball. I'm suffering big time, and I've been hurting, and you know, like, especially on set when we have a break, I sit down, then I do struggle to get up.
You're a bit of a superwoman as well. You are doing everything this fortnight. Your schedule is packed.
It is, yeah. Well, sometimes when I see it the first thing in the morning, I'm like, how, you know, and then at the end of the day, somehow it works out. But I think it's nice to be busy. You know, coming from the player side where you have the tension of the matches, it's nice to make up for it with something else, because you know, we don't get that competitive part out of us anymore. So it's nice to be busy with other things.
Totally. And you've got to ask you quickly, yes. Ladies final later on today, 2 p.m. centre court. Yeah. It's going to be a massive occasion for both of them. Who do you think will deal with the situation better and come through in the end?
Yeah, like you said, it's all about that. Who's going to be able to have that first-time experience and not get overwhelmed by it? It's going to be mental, because both girls, tennis-wise, are ready to go. Completely different contrasting style. Obviously, Rybakina has got to try to make the rallies really quick and short, not to get into too many long ones, because that's where Ons is going to have the edge, bringing out all her magic. She has to be careful not to overuse the drop shot now, because I felt like sometimes in the semis when she started to panic, we saw too much of that. But yeah, she's going to try to throw Rybakina off the rhythm, and I'm just loving it because it's so different and so refreshing to see such a different contrast in play.
I love that you use the word magic for Ons. She has been magic. Both players have. Well, Danny, good luck in your match today and your hectic schedule. I'll let you go now. I'll see you later.
See you later. Cheers.
Yeah, great to hear from Danny then. Good luck for her match as well. Let's get some more preview to this ladies singles final. Speak to tennis journalist Reem Aboulail, who joins us now from Cairo. Reem, thanks so much for coming on once again. We were saying, Radzi and I, how much we're looking forward to this final. Who's going to deal with the occasion better? Because both of them are, of course, through to their first Wimbledon final, their first Grand Slam final. Do you have a sense initially at this point which one of them will deal with the weight of expectation and the pressure?
To be honest, the way I see it right now, it's a 50-50 chance between them. I think that Rybakina in general at least from the outside, it looks like she has ice in her veins. She's very calm, collected, composed. She doesn't show how she's feeling on the inside. And that kind of gives her an advantage a little bit, because even if she's nervous, she doesn't show it, so her opponent doesn't know. Ons is a bit more emotional, and you can see her reactions and everything, how she's feeling. I think Ons is maybe at the moment slightly a little bit more experienced on the bigger stage. Yes, they're each playing their first Grand Slam final, but Ons has played 2 quarterfinals before that. She's coming off the title run in Berlin, so maybe Ons can have a little bit of an edge in that. But I feel that the first set is going to be nervy from both.
And Reem, also, Eid Mubarak to all of us from Wimbledon here. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Just in terms of the context of what Ons represents as a Muslim, as somebody from the Arabic world, could you kind of put that into context of just how big a deal this is that she's in the final of Wimbledon?
Honestly, I think it's huge, and I'm not exaggerating. The last 2 weeks in general, the entire fortnight has been crazy. Ever since she started the fortnight as the world number 2, the reaction I'm seeing from Tunisia, from North Africa, the entire African continent, and the Arab world has just been huge. And it's been great seeing that, because she has been already breaking so many barriers for a long time. But now I really feel that it's resonating with everybody across the region. I think it's extra special that today is the first day of Eid al-Adha. It's a very big holiday, a big Muslim holiday, the biggest of the year. So everybody's off. Everybody's with family. And I'm sure there's going to be so many TVs turned on where people are watching Ons today. It's just great.
Reem, you've covered Ons's career for a long time. I think 10 years you've been following her out on tour. I read an interesting article that you wrote about her, describing her as a ball of sunshine. Give us an insight into Ons. What is the Ons that you know?
I think the Ons I know is the Ons everybody sees. The best thing about her is what you see is what you get. She's just so friendly with everybody. She's so unassuming. If you see her like in a supermarket, you would never imagine this is the world number 2 in tennis. She stayed the same, which is something Tatiana Maria said actually after the semifinals, is that she said from day one, Ons has always been the same. And that's really my experience with her. She has time for everybody. She loves talking to people. She's a very sociable person, and tennis can sometimes be lonely. And I think for her, it was the best way to cope with the loneliness of the tour and everything, is to just be nice with everyone and make friends everywhere. So honestly, what I see is what you guys see.
Is she too nice, though? Could that be something that detracts from her ability to win on Wimbledon at centre court?
To be honest, I never believe in that theory. I think some of the biggest champions in tennis have been super nice. I think even just with recent world number 1s in tennis, if you look at Ash Barty, one of the nicest human beings out there. If you look at Iga Świątek, it's the same thing. So I honestly don't think it's a deterrent at all. She's very competitive. She's very ambitious. She was ambitious even when she was 6-7 years old, saying she wants to win the French Open. And now she's in the Wimbledon final. I don't think that matters at all.
Riemann, to that point, she's now just minutes away from walking out on centre court. How would you imagine, given your relationship, how will she be feeling?
I think she'll be excited more than anything. I think what I like in the last couple of years is that she's enjoying the pressure. She says she actually plays better when she's feeling that little bit of pressure. She says she's too loose. If she's not nervous, then she's going to be too loose and she's not going to play her game. I think she's going to be nervous, and I think she's going to be enjoying it too. I think she'll try to soak up the moment. I remember her telling me when she was reflecting on last year's Wimbledon, her run to the quarterfinals, she remembers what centre court was like. She remembers looking up to the Royals, and she remembers all of that. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how she reacts, if she's blocking everything or taking it in, but I think she'll try and take it in.
Rima, I enjoyed listening to Daniela Hantuchova's preview of this final, and she said that what she's noticed when she's watched Ons before, if she plays badly or isn't feeling comfortable, she goes to the slice backhand and the drop shot too much, and almost her biggest strength becomes one of her biggest weaknesses. The variety, the ability to pull a player out of their comfort zone by using the slice, which isn't as common in the women's game, ends up becoming predictable. Is that something you hope that she doesn't do today?
Yes, I think it's always a key thing for her. And you can sense sometimes from the beginning of the match if she's feeling it that day or not. If she's feeling it, then it's brutal. And for someone like Rybakina, who stays in the back of the court and just pummels the ball and can take the match away from you, it's always on her racket. So if she manages to move Rybakina around with that slice and force her to go down, Rybakina is very tall. So if she forces Rybakina to keep bending her knees, going for those low slices, it's gonna cause a lot of damage. But yeah, it is one of those things where you can tell from the beginning of the match if she's feeling it or not.
At the very start of the show, Reem, we were talking about all the stories within this match here, one of which is the clash of styles, one of which is the clash of sizes. How do you see this match potentially unfolding? I
think with Rybakina, she's obviously the ace leader at this tournament. She serves really big, hits a big forehand, but it's kind of a game that Ons knows exactly what to expect. I think what Ons brings to the table is the variety, and she can try and surprise her in a way. They've split their two previous matches that have been completed matches, because there has been one where there was a retirement, and they've both been 3-setters. And I think today will be 3 sets as well. Like I say, I feel it's 50-50, but if Ons is feeling her game, I feel she has more options and solutions compared to Rybakina.
I think another thing that's intriguing, Reem, is where the crowd will be and how they will support or not support these two players. Will they be split 50-50? Because also when you watch them, obviously, as we've been saying, Ons gives the crowd a lot more to go on. She's smiling, she wears her heart on her sleeve, whereas Rybakina is a little bit more ice cool, ice in her veins style player. How do you think the crowd will react to the two players?
I definitely think the crowd could help Ons a little bit, in the sense of we've seen the Tunisian flags these past 2 weeks. We've seen the chants. They're singing all these football chants and all of that. I think that will help Ons. I feel that Rybakina in general is not someone that feeds off the crowd. So maybe it won't affect her either way. I don't know if I'm giving too much credit to the how much she can concentrate, Rybakina, in situations like that. It's a first-time experience for both. But Ons does also have more centre court experience compared to Rybakina. So again, I would give that slight edge to her in that department.
Reem, I'd love to know how you're feeling about the match. We've spoken about Ons when she walks out. Will you be nervous at all?
Well, sometimes, honestly, it takes me by surprise when I get emotionally invested, because I'm working and I will actually be writing the reports of that match. So I do kind of click into this professional mode and just type away. I think it might hit me at the end, because I think that's what happened to me in Madrid. Like in Madrid, I was there for the whole tournament when Ons won, and it was the first basically African woman to win a WTA 1000 title. And I remember I was working, everything's fine. And then when I filed my whistle report and it all sunk in, I was like, oh my God, like there's an Arab woman doing this right now. And it felt huge for me. So I think in the beginning I'll be fine. I think towards the end it might all dawn on me. I try to be neutral, but I do understand the impact it has on where I live and the whole region, and I just love seeing it.
And Reem, you obviously have covered many Grand Slams and tournaments, as you said, there in Madrid on site, seeing these big matches firsthand inside the stadium. This time you're covering it from back there in Egypt. What are the, I suppose, good things and also the challenges from doing it remotely there?
The good things is that I'm able to focus. I'm able to follow the matches very closely. I'm able to basically have this outside perspective, you know, and catch up on what everyone is writing and switch between different TV channels and all of that. But of course, right now, I'm feeling a little bit terrible that I'm not there, because there's nothing like sitting in the media seats and center courts and taking in the atmosphere and all that. So yeah, it's a weird one for me, because I was there for almost everything she's done, and then now I'm have to be here. But it's also nice being in Egypt, because I can see how, like I said, it's Eid, and I can see how all my friends are calling me up, like, we're watching the final together and we're so excited, and it's nice to see that perspective as well.
I remember when Andy Murray won his first Grand Slam. I remember when, obviously, Emma Raducanu won her first Grand Slam last year. In terms of that US Open moment, it was something incredible for the people of Britain. How much will her star rise in the Arab world were she to lift her first ever Grand Slam at Wimbledon, of all places?
No, I think she's gonna explode, especially back in Tunisia. I mean, I'm already seeing a lot of reports coming out of Tunisia where the tennis clubs are full and all the kids are saying, I want to be the next Ons. I read a quote from a 7-year-old saying, Ons is better than Rafa Nadal, and all of that. Like, people, all my friends are calling me up. My friends who are mothers, they're calling me up and they're telling me, hey, like, how can we get our kids in tennis? It seems like it's a very vital no joke, like, it's been crazy. And even just the way all the celebrities and all the Arab actors and singers and all of that, they've been following her all year, not just this tournament. They've been every day. I can see a post where they know, they're even, the knowledge now about tennis is crazy. People know everything about it. It's not just like, oh, there's someone winning. They understand the scoring. They understand everything. And I think it's going to, if Ons wins today, it's only going to get even bigger.
This is exciting.
Yeah, we can't wait. One final one on Ons. It's interesting, over the last maybe year or so, almost 2 years, I mean, COVID had an influence on this, but she is one of those group of players who everyone's been saying, right, she's going to win a Grand Slam, she's going to win a Grand Slam, she's going to win a Grand Slam. We've almost been waiting for this moment when Ons would get through to the point where she could win one. Do you think if she is able to lift the title today, that potentially the floodgates could open and she'll go on to bigger things and become one of those players who can win multiple Grand Slams? Because that's almost what we've been missing in the last maybe decade in women's tennis.
The reason I think it's possible is because she has a game that works on multiple surfaces. Because early on, people thought Ons was just good on clay because she won Roland Garros Juniors. But actually, her favorite surface has always been grass. And she's also really good on hard courts. And she has shown good results on all surfaces. So I do think that it could help her kind of, okay, I have the first one out of the way, now let's get another one. What I like about her as well, she's always setting very big goals for herself. And she said she wants to be world #1. And there is no way she can unseat Biontech without winning more slams.
Well, Reem, thank you so much for your insight. Thank you for your passion, and hopefully we'll be speaking to you potentially tomorrow to find out about the reaction if Ons were to complete the fairy tale and do something absolutely incredible. So have an amazing day, and I hope it goes perfectly swimmingly for you and the Arab world. Now, it'll be music to many people's ears, I think, if Ons were to lift the trophy. And talking about music to one's ears, how about a little link here? Because we're now going to hear from none other than the musical maestro, Elaine Paige, who's been with Rachel.
Oh, look who I found. It's Elaine Paige. How are you today?
I'm terribly well. How are you?
I'm really good, thank you. It's a really exciting day. Women's Finals Day.
I know, always wonderful, always exciting. I was lucky to be here as well for the ladies' semi-finals, so that's made it even more special, really, because now I've got the build-up to it. I've
absolutely
seen how they've got to where they are today.
You're
so,
invested.
Yes, I'm very excited about it.
Who are you rooting for then?
It's difficult to know because I don't know either of these ladies terribly well, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Well,
Ons Jabeur is doing a huge thing for Tunisia generally.
Of course, that's
she's
right.
always a good one.
That's right, and she's a fighter. So I think she will kind of. I don't know. It's difficult to know who's going to win, but may the best man win on the day.
Absolutely. Okay, so you're in the royal box as well. What a gorgeous honour. Have you been there before?
I have. I'm very lucky. Yes, I've been invited on a few occasions.
Really?
So, but it's always a treat.
Yes.
That's
you don't take it for granted.
It really is the best seat in the house, to use a.
Well, I say I know, like I know.
Term. No,
I don't
it is.
know. Yeah,
well, it is.
I've heard.
You're right there, right behind the lady. It's fantastic.
And you have to queue up for your tea.
Exactly. You've got all those strawberries and cream, and then I
Amazing.
come out feeling like, oh, goodness, I shouldn't have eaten all that.
It's 100 years of centre court
I
this
know,
year.
isn't
which
that wonderful?
It really is.
Yes.
Do you have any lovely, fond memories of matches you've seen growing up or when
Oh
you've
my
been
goodness,
here?
I've been watching tennis since I was 10 years old. So,
Really? Is it your sport that you love?
It's my sport. I play myself, not
good.
very well, but I try my best. And as I say, I've been watching tennis for since I was 10. So I can go right back to, well, Christine Truman, Billie Jean King,
Yeah.
Chris Evert, Steffi Graf, you know, all the fantastic ladies that I've watched over the years, and the guys as well, of course. And so I can't think of anything, one particular match, because there's been so many over the years. But
always a good event
it's,
on centre
you know,
court.
Wimbledon, 2 weeks of Wimbledon, everybody knows, don't ring Elaine, don't ask her to come anywhere, do anything.
Really?
Because I
It's your
am
thing?
absolutely obsessed and glued either to the TV or I'm here.
Oh, we love it when there's a proper tennis fan
And
in
you
the
know,
box.
this year is 30 years since the great Dan Maskell passed away. You were far too young to remember Dan Maskell, but he was a wonderful player himself. Then he became a coach, and then, of course, latterly in his career, he was the most wonderful commentator. And he always used to say, "Oh, I say." That was his thing, if it were a fantastic shot. "Oh, I say," or "What a dream of a backhand." And it's 30 years ago, anniversary of his passing. And so I'm president of the Dan Maskell Trust.
Are you?
Yes, and so this year and the Dan Maskell Trust helps disabled players. So yesterday was also a fantastic day because Alfie Hewitt got through on #1 court in the wheelchair tennis.
Yes.
So we're all rooting for Alfie as well.
Oh, you are proper tennis, Elaine.
I'm well into it, honestly.
Yeah, I see that. Well, we won't keep you from it.
No,
Thank you
I've gotta
so
go,
much.
I've gotta go.
You've got to get on there. Go soak up that atmosphere. Big day.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
you're welcome.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the second Friday of Wimbledon. We've had a fantastic Wimbledon. The weather certainly has been on our side from the word go, and it is just the most glorious day. And obviously we don't have the running order that we were anticipating because of Rafael Nadal's withdrawal. Novak Djokovic against Cameron Norrie, our one surviving men's semi-final. So a big moment for these four players. And a chance to put it away in style. And the multiple Grand Slam winners have their eyes on the prize once again.
And here they come, the players. It's a big welcome for both players on centre court.
Oh, that's in. He's getting ready for Kyrgios. It is an eighth Wimbledon final for Novak Djokovic. Crowd not all delighted with the reaction, but he won't worry about that.
It's another final for me here in Wimbledon, the tournament that I love so much. So hopefully the experience can work in my favor.
Nick Kyrgios, what are your thoughts on what's to come?
Well, one thing is for sure, there's going to be a lot of fireworks emotionally from both.
It's wide. The #1 seeds through to the final of the ladies' doubles.
2 sets to 1. 6-2. 3-6.
So that was yesterday, but there's no time like the president. And these are live pictures of centre court. And we can go behind the scenes, a penny for the thoughts of Ons Jabeur Elena Rybakina, moments before they step out onto that most famous arena in tennis to do battle and hopefully win the Wimbledon title and a Grand Slam title for the first time. Delighted to say Anne Keothavong has joined me here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Welcome along, Anne. Well, a penny for their thoughts. How do you think they're feeling?
Nervous, but I must say about just under an hour ago I bumped into Ons just in the ladies' locker room, and she seemed remarkably relaxed. She'd just finished practicing over on the practice courts, was happy to chat and seemed really excited. So now probably a little different.
We can see the beautiful blue skies. It is warm. 27 degrees Celsius, over 80 Fahrenheit. Will the conditions have an effect on this match, do you think? Could it favour one player over the others?
Well, the court naturally will feel a lot quicker than it would have done at this stage last week. Naturally, because the grass is worn out, so that speeds up play, and given how warm it is, the ball will be moving quicker through the air. If it does favour anyone, I would say it favours Elena Rybakina. She is the one with more firepower out there. But look, it's first time for both players through to the final of a Grand Slam. So there are so many nerves at play here. This is a huge moment, and it's going to be a question of who handles the occasion better than the other.
Onzi's got her headphones in there. She's presumably listening to some music. What are some tactics that players can do ahead of a final or a big match just to stay relaxed and calm?
I mean, each of them will have their own little routine. For Ons, we've seen it with each match. When she walks out on court, she's got her earphones in. She's in her own little world there, just listening to her music. She would have done some work with her mental coach, her sports psychologist, to help prepare her for this moment. And her opponent, Rybakina, I mean, the routines do not change. The same warm-up will have happened downstairs. You see the stairs behind the players. The gym is down there. There's a spacious warm-up area that both women use to get ready prior to every match. And now it's just a few minutes away from getting the show started.
Now it's game time, or just before that. One of the things Danny mentioned yesterday, which be interested to get your take on it, was she was saying that she liked to get almost the tactics plan from the coach the day before, the night before the final or the big match, so that she could sleep on it, have time to digest it and think about what she was going to take from that plan. And other players like to know maybe only an hour before, because they don't want to have too long to worry about it.
Yeah.
Could that be an influence on this one?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm not quite sure how each of these two players discuss tactics with their coach, whether it is the night before or whether it's the morning of on the day. But it's each to their own, pros and cons to each of those two routines. Prep, I can't imagine anything too much has changed. Tennis players are creatures of habit.
Yes, and they will have got the nod there, because everything is perfectly stage managed here at Wimbledon, to pick up their bags and make their way down those famous corridors of centre court, past all of the frames with pictures of former champions. They will be hoping to join them, all of the memorabilia. This is a competition, a place steeped in history. You feel like this is where tennis is meant to be played, inside centre court. We can see a shot there from outside, the famous ivy that clambers all over the side of centre court. 100 years of this most famous arena here at its current location in Church Road. 100 years ago, the winner was Suzanne Lenglen, who lifted the title then, and one of these players will write their name onto the Venus Rosewater dish a little later on, alongside Suzanne Lenglen as well. And then they come down these famous stairs and prepare to walk out on court. In terms of the nerves and dealing with this situation, and we will pause for a second when they walk out just to hear and the crowd reception to this one. They are quite different personalities. Ons wears her heart on her sleeve. She gives the crowd something to react to, both positively and negatively sometimes. Rybakina's a bit more level-headed, I suppose, and level-planed when she's playing. How will that influence it?
again, this is the first Grand Slam final for both women. You know, it's a new experience. It's something they've been dreaming about their entire lives. This is the moment they've been waiting for, and for Ons especially, she's the older of the two, at 27 years of age. I don't know whether you've seen it, but the WTA have been running it on social media. She was asked what she wanted to achieve this year, and she said, winning Wimbledon.
OK, well, let's listen in to the reception they get from the crowd, the Royal Box there, here on centre court. Yes, and there is nothing at the reception for a Wimbledon final in front of the famous Royal Box and a packed house in the sunshine ahead in the match-up between these two, because it's very, very different in terms of styles of play. As we've been saying all along here at Wimbledon this year, Ons brings variety to the court. The slice backhand, she likes to mix it up, put their opponents off their stride. Rybakina is the opposite to that. She is very metronomic, big serve, big shots from the baseline, sticks to her guns. How will that influence the way that the first few games play out? Because it's an interesting battle of two very different styles.
Yeah, complete contrast in styles. Ons Jabeur, known as the magician, but I've got a lot of numbers that Hawkeye have put together for me. Okay, where do you want to start? Rybakina. So she is the bigger server, bigger ball striker of the two. On her first serve, she has been so impressive. 51% of her first serves have been unreturned by opponents at this year's championships, and she's won over 3/4 of the points behind her first serve.
OK, let's hold those numbers there, and we can listen in for the coin toss. Jerry Armstrong, the referee, on the right, the umpire, and then Gabia, who's going to be doing the coin toss.
Get the purple one, and Elena get the green one, please. Otherwise, we have Hawkeye, so just, let me know clearly verbally when you want to challenge. Do you have any questions? No? After the toss, we'll do a few pictures on that side, on the other side, but we'll drive you afterwards. We have a special cone for between center court or the crown. Crown? Receive? Stay? Please come in.
No, that's a special photo, isn't it?
Yes, the photos have been taken. Time to do battle. If you heard there, Ons winning the toss and choosing to receive, and that almost is a little window into how she plays. She does back that return. The fact that she'll be hitting quite a lot of slices, mixing it up. That was what I would assume she would go for if she won the toss.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of players choose to receive also because when you're feeling particularly nervous, often it's harder to serve than it is to return. So if you start off returning, it allows you a bit of time to get your eye in, I guess, if you aren't a big server. And yeah, smart choice there from Ons Jabeur.
Well, let's get back to previewing this one in terms of what we're going to see tennis-wise. You were highlighting some of the statistics there, and that really is it, isn't it? When you look at the run through to the final, when you watch the stats from either a set or the match or the course of the tournament so far for both of them, it gives you a brilliant look at how they play.
Yeah, I touched on the fact that for Rybakina, her super strength is her serve, and the way she's gone about holding her serve and winning points, particularly behind that first serve, has been so impressive. Her average first serve speed is about 111 miles per hour. That's over 10 miles per hour faster than Ons Jabeur's average first serve speed. So that is going to be key for her. If she's hitting her spots on serve, she's going to make herself very tough to break. Therefore, for Ons Jabeur going up against a big server, she's going to have to think about her court position. She can't always be standing in the same position to return serve every time. She's got to look to mix it up. She's got to look to block some of these returns to try and neutralise her opponent so she can get into the baseline exchanges where she wants to be.
We see the height there for Rybakina, 6 foot. She is a tall player. And Reem was saying that the slice backhand from Ons could potentially be a big effect, not just to mix it up and put her off her game, but also the fact that she's going to have to bend down on the backhand side.
Get those glutes firing.
Yeah, and as over the course of the match, as we go on with the heat, could that be something that begins to work well for the Tunisian?
Potentially, but look, Elena Rybakina is only 23 years of age. There's no visible strapping on her, so I assume she's feeling fit and ready to go. Of course, physically it's going to be taxing. It's very warm conditions, 27 degrees. It's only going to feel warmer as this match progresses. But yeah, getting down to those short slices, being given no pace to play with is going to be physically and mentally demanding, because you've got to keep urging yourself to get your feet up to the ball, get down and not overhit it, which is what Ons Jabeur wants you to do. She forces you into very awkward positions on the court to tease you into going for the shots that you don't necessarily want to go for.
In terms of ranking, it's Ons Jabeur who is the highest ranked player, the world #2, which is her career high. We'll see her Grand Slam record here, the best results at the Aussie Open, the quarters, 4th round twice at Roland Garros, a quarter-finalist, of course, last year here at Wimbledon, and 3 times reaching the 3rd round at the US Open. So this is by far the furthest she's got in a Grand Slam. But as we can see there, her route through to the final, she has had to get through some adversity, 3 sets in the last 2 matches. So she's shown already here at Wimbledon that when the going gets a little bit tough in a match, she can react to that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, though, she can afford for her level to fluctuate as much as it did in her last match in a semi-final against Tatiana Maria and in the quarters against Maria Boskova, when she got off to a slow start before she kind of got motoring. I'm not sure Rybakina will allow her that kind of breathing space, so she's got to be on it right from the word go. But they have met each other on a number of occasions. They know each other's games inside out. This first meeting on grass. The other thing to look out for, though, with Ons Jabeur, we've mentioned the slice, but the drop shots have been a huge feature of her game throughout this tournament, and a third of the winners that she has hit in her 6 previous matches have actually come off the backhand drop shot. So Rybakina, if she's done her homework, will be looking out for that.
The drop shot and the short slice backhand, though, it's one of those things where when it works really, really well, and it has worked that for Ons so far here at Wimbledon. But there is also a danger you can become predictable and do it too much.
You can, but what Ons is really skillful is that she is able to disguise those drop shots better than most players on tour. So for Rybakina, yeah, eyes have got to be on the ball. She's got to have very good court awareness, and yeah, important, just as important for her to be on it out here as well.
You can feel the buzz, a huge cheer as the players step back to the line, ready to go in this women's singles final. Don't forget, you can continue watching the match, the duration of it, on Wimbledon's major broadcasters all around the world. Due to our rights, we're not able to show you the ladies' singles final. We will, of course, keep you right up to date here on Wimbledon Uncovered. That is the scene around the grounds. It's absolutely packed on the hill. Spectators there watching the match on the big screen on the side of Court 1. Blue skies and sunshine, the order of the day here at SW19. And now we can cross to Olivia to hear a little more from her.
Look who I found. It's our main man, it's Salim. Lovely to see you today.
Thank you.
This is it. We've got to this part in the journey.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
I'm more nervous than
Are you?
I've been sick all night.
Oh, no.
Honestly, I didn't sleep properly.
Really? You're so nervous?
I didn't sleep properly. I don't know. I can't help it. Maybe thinking what I'm going to say in the interviews.
Now, Salim, have you been here since day 1 of this tournament, or when did you come?
I missed just 1 match.
Okay, fine.
I missed just the first one. I kind of knew she's going to make it.
You knew she'd
And
get through.
from the second match on, I've been coming every day, every year, so 7 days.
Wow. Now, Salim,
Yeah.
you're nervous, you're excited. Here's your number 2, Salim, too.
Yeah.
Come on in. Hey, how are you today?
I've got the Wimbledon dress code today,
Look,
all in white.
You look very smart.
We're ready for this.
You're ready.
We're going to lift that trophy today. It's
you
all about
nervous?
on-stop. No.
So different emotions
We
at
got
play.
this. We got this.
She's got this far. Do you think it's written in the stars?
It is written in the stars. I can see it.
Especially that it's Eid day today.
I was just about to say, this is an important day, isn't it?
I think 2 billion Muslim people in the world are celebrating today, and they'll be very happy if she wins.
Well, do you think all of this will be playing on her mind too? Do you think this will galvanise her and give her that edge today?
I have a feeling the mental coach that she's got new, the lady called Melania, I don't know her surname, I think she taught her a lot. And with Billie Jean, the
Billie
book
Jean King,
she's reading, so I have confidence that she will do well.
Oh, I really hope so. You know, you've become part of the journey for us with this, and I really hope for you guys she does it.
You will see us celebrating after.
Oh, we'll hear you before we see
the
you.
Tunisian songs.
We're gonna chant for you again today when we celebrate. We got a different song for later. We'll keep it as a surprise
yes,
for later.
Please. Now listen, I've loved this when you taught it to me, and I'm going to say it now. She's unstoppable.
Unstoppable, that's right.
Yeah. Ons in a billion.
Ons in a billion.
Ons in a billion. Unstoppable.
يوم مش نورمال يوم مش نورمال ورانا وصلنا للفينال علي علي أنسنا علي 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 أنسنا علي.
Thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
go
you
get 'em.
very much. Thank you.
So the IBM Power Index has ONS as a slight favourite, but very, very slight, 53% against 47%. And that really is it. It's so hard to decide who might win this match.
Yeah, I'm struggling to call it. I mean, personally, I'd put it as 50-50.
Yeah.
I do think, I mean, ONS obviously world number 2, ranked a lot higher, but neither of them have the experience of a Grand Slam final. So it's completely new. And I do think a lot of it is going to come down to who can handle the occasion better. Is it Ons Jabeur or is it Elena Rybakina?
Reem was saying as well that the start of the match is crucial, because if one of the players gets out the gates quickly, settles themselves in and starts to feel comfortable, and the opposite is the case for the other player, that could perhaps throw one of them off.
It could. I do think, you know, that if you get off to a good start, that does help settle the nerves. But both women have shown throughout this tournament that they're capable of turning the match around. Against Ajla Tomljanovic, Elena Rybakina dropped the first set, but then came back strong in the second and third. Same for Ons Jabeur against Bouzkova in the quarterfinal, dropped the first set, but then 6-1, 6-1 in the second and third set. So, you know, they are very resilient tennis players. But again, it's a final. It's a Grand Slam final. The eyes of the world are on them, and who's going to handle it?
We have seen in the past, not just in the ladies' final here at Wimbledon, but also on the men's side as well, where one player just can't deal with the occasion, doesn't play particularly well, and it ends up being quite convincing a victory for the other player. From when you've watched those matches, what is something you could perhaps see We'll talk about that in a second. Let's go to Court 1 live and check in on another match today, and we can have a look in on the junior girls final. It is the top seed, Liv Hovdi from the USA, against the number 7 seed, Luka Udvardi of Hungary. You may recognise the Udvardi name. Her sister, Panna Udvardi, her older sister, played in the ladies' singles here at Wimbledon this year. She made it to the second round. And it is the top seed, though, the American Hovdi, who has played beautifully in this match so far. She is a set and 5-3 up with Udvardi serving, and we can join the commentators.
Very well dealt with.
15 low.
She went for the harder shot here, the off-swinging forehand volley.
Let for serve.
Suddenly she's unleashed.
Low.
Oh.
30-15.
Still hope.
$40-15.
She'd scrambled so well in that point with Vardy, hadn't she? And she got the ball that she could do something with, just overhit.
So good. Again, very positive thoughts.
Again, Udvardi.
Immaculately played. And that sends a measure to Hovdi. You better serve well here and play well.
5 games to 4 second set and by 1 set to love.
So now all the attention focuses on Liv Hovdi. A game away from what could be life-changing.
Will certainly give you just a huge amount of confidence to be able to win a Wimbledon title. I don't care what event it is. And did you say she was unbeaten on grass coming into here?
Absolutely.
So that streak has the possibility of continuing. And there's her coach. So now it's just all about belief, staying in the moment, playing each point. All those boring things that people talk about. And not getting too far ahead of yourself, not worrying about what happens if and when, and if she happens to win just one more game.
Can she hold it together?
Time.
Vardy played one of her best games in the game preceding. So she'll be there, ready to pounce if there is unease here. There could well be.
Terrific way to start this game. Real confidence builder, that shot.
Maybe crammed up there.
Let for serve.
Top class. It's backed it up well. 3 championship points.
Game, set, and match, Abdi.
Wimbledon champion.
2 sets to love, 6-3, 6-4.
And you can see she can hardly take it in. It wasn't her greatest performance, but it was her biggest win.
What a wonderful moment in this young lady's career, something that she will always remember. There was no hesitation in that last game, was there? There was just all belief and positivity. It was probably the best game that she had served. There was just no doubt in her mind.
It's getting better and better. She was a semi-finalist in the Australian Open Juniors at the start of the year. Quarter-finalist at Roland Garros, but here she's gone all the way and won it all.
She looks like she can't quite believe court one, isn't she, to say, did I just do that?
Yeah.
Yes, you did. Well done.
And the eyes of the world were on her. And she held up in the last game, served really well.
She did. She did. There was no doubt. And just all aggressive play and all about belief. Executing. This lady here, well, she started slowly, didn't she? She was down early, and then even though she lost the first set, she fought her way back into this match through good variety. She came to the net a little bit. She just didn't have quite the weapons that this lady did.
Waiting for the presentation, which shouldn't be too far away. What a moment it'll be.
Some good names on that trophy. Chanda Rubin, Martina Hingis, Cara Black, Emily Mauresmo,
Annabelle Croft, who works with us. So it took an hour and 13 minutes. That Liv Hovde from Texas is the Wimbledon champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our girls' singles final presentation. The trophies will now be presented on court to the winner and runner-up of the girls' singles final. On court, please give a warm hand to our presentation party of Richard Stokes and Rachel Bayash. They are members of the Committee of Management of the Championships. And firstly, this year's runner-up from Hungary, Luca Udvardy.
She forgot she had to go up and get a trophy.
Yes, you get a trophy.
And now to the 2022 Wimbledon Girls Singles Champion from the US of A, Liv Hovde. Liv, first of all, congratulations. You are now the Wimbledon Girls Singles Champion. What does it mean to you to have that trophy in your hands?
It feels incredible and unbelievable.
That's all? Don't worry. Now, you were the top seed here Did you feel pressure to live up to your seeding?
I just wanted to do my best, and my best got me the champion, so it feels...
Now, you won in Roehampton tournament and you won here. That is 12 grass court matches in a row. That is some achievement indeed. What is it about?
I think it suits my game, and it's just a really cool surface to play on.
And who have you got here from your box? Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
I want to thank my mom for always believing in me. And my coach Alex in my box, and then my coach at home, Phil Dent, who...
And you were playing this final on court number 1, a massive stage for you. Just what was that like, playing here today?
It was super nerve-wracking at the beginning, but I just had to focus on my down below instead of on the people.
And most importantly, Liv, did you enjoy today?
Yeah, and I hope to be back in the pros too soon.
Well, you are just 16 years old. We are very much going to keep looking out for your name and very much looking forward to seeing what you can do in the pros. Ladies and gentlemen, your girls' singles champion for 2022, Liv Hovde.
Yes, an amazing day for Liv Hovde, the top seed, the American, adding her name to a list of so many great American players who've won junior Grand Slams in recent years. I wrote the list out: Coco Gauff, Amanda Anisimova, Sebastian Korda, Taylor Fritz, Riley Opelka and Tommy Paul have all won junior Grand Slams, just like her now, in recent years. So will she go on to great things in the ladies? Will we see her in the ladies singles perhaps next year? A brilliant performance, a straight sets victory for her in the final over Luca Udvardi of Hungary. She celebrates her victory. Let's take you over to some more live action on court number 3, the wheelchair doubles. The gentlemen's match between Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, the top seeds, who, well, particularly Alfie Hewitt has been spending a lot of time on court in the last couple of days. Remember, he had that 3-hour epic against Gustavo Fernandez yesterday in the singles. They're playing against him again today, and his partner Shingo Kuneda in the doubles. And it has been a convincing performance from Fernandez and Kuneda. They took the first set 6-3, and we can join it in the second.
It's fabulous from Shingo Kuneda, just ramming that right at Alfie Hewitt. There was nothing Alfie could do in dealing with it. He was just handcuffed, unable to release the racket tip. Now, 2 points from the title, the second seeds now.
Wow, what a fantastic backhand lob here. Gordon Reid came in and carried on into the net, and Shingo saw him there, picked his spot, and there's no way Hewitt was going to get across the baseline to get to that. Wow.
They did it in the first set point. Now they've got a couple of championship points.
Oh, he shanked it. Oh dear. Don't look at the finish line.
14.
Still got one more. And they know what the British pair are like, so they've really got to be determined to take one of these, or this one. Long, double fault.
Fernandez, Cunha. By 2 sets to love, 6-3, 6-1.
They've been knocking on the door, threatening to beat the top seeds for some time now. And today they smash the door down. Gustavo Fernandez and Shingo Kunieda win their first Wimbledon wheelchair men's doubles title together. The last one came back in Roland Garros on the clay in Paris in 2019, and they are absolutely delighted with that win. It was a lopsided affair. They were relaxed and free-flowing, coming through 6-3, 6-1 after an hour and 17 minutes. What a showing from the second seeds.
Well, I think you can safely say they're quite happy and chuffed about that one. I mean, that is actually a big scalp, isn't it?
Very
big
much.
Scalp.
Only 6 wins to 18 losses against the top seeds today. They burst their bubble, a bubble that was 10 consecutive Grand Slam titles in a row. So they're a little deflated.
But to be fair,
that, obviously.
You know, Gordon Reid's not top of his game. He's had a lot of injuries this year.
Which was specifically a wrist niggle, wasn't it, after the Australian Open, just so to let the viewers know. He was quite bad, and he hadn't played a lot of match tennis coming into the summer grass season.
He wasn't going to play this. After the French, he pulled out, and I was chatting to him the other day, and I didn't expect you to be here. And he said, no, I had a much better recovery, much faster recovery than I expected. Well, I mean, obviously he wanted to be at Wimbledon, you know.
I think we can't take anything away from these two, can we, Peter? It was an amazing match, and they really went out there and won the match. They, you know, they broke serve 5 times.
They played aggressive, which is what they needed to do, and they played aggressive consistently and very few errors.
Ashley Tatum and Sarah Bennington, who are members of the Committee of the Management of the Championships. Firstly, this year's runners-up from the United Kingdom, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. And now, the 2022 Wimbledon champions from Argentina, Gustavo Fernandez, and from Japan, Shingo Kunieda. Well, before we speak to the champions, I'd like to have a quick word with the runners-up, please. Well, gents, firstly, commiserations. You've won 4 out of the 5 previous doubles championships here, but this time wasn't quite right for you.
No, I mean, firstly, congratulations to Shingo and Gustavo. I thought they played a brilliant match today, so you deserve to be the winners today. Yeah, I think under the circumstances, what happened yesterday, the amount of hours Alfie had on court and the lack of hours I've had on court recently, this was just one ask too many. But thanks again, everybody, for coming out and supporting us. Really appreciate it.
And Alfie, as it's just been mentioned there, yesterday was a marathon day for you. 2 games, you was on court for over 6 hours. I mean, we didn't finish the interviews with you until gone 10 o'clock last night. I mean, does that make a difference to your performance today?
I mean, not to take anything away from these guys, because, I mean, they've been doing a lot of speeches where they've been the runners-up, and I think they've been desperate to beat us for some time now. I think the last time that we lost in the Grand Slam was here in 2019. So, you know, obviously yesterday was a massive day for myself and for us. Is obviously in the evening. It was unbelievable and incredible day that I'll always remember. And today was obviously challenging to get up and go again. But you know, we'll be back hopefully stronger than ever next year.
And just quickly, Alfie, anything for the crowds? Anything to say to the champions?
Well done. No, obviously, still for this amount of spectators to come and watch us today, really appreciate it. I hope you continue to follow our sport. We'll obviously be there at the US Open and all the rest of the slams and have a calendar ourselves. So if anyone's from Nottingham next week, we might be there as well. So come and support.
Thank you very much, gents. One more time, please, for Gordon Reid and Alfie Hewitt. And now, love to speak to the champions, if they don't mind. Well, congratulations, gentlemen. It's a long time coming. You work hard for this. There's no doubt that was a very tricky game. You've got a lot of competition. How does it feel being the 2022 champions?
Well, now it feels amazing. For us, together, we've been struggling and trying and working really hard to try to beat this guy, as they say, and they put us a really big challenge. So for us to win a doubles title together again after a while, it's amazing. So we're very happy. And for me personally, yesterday was a very tough day. So to come out again and do it well and get the victory today is very important.
And Shingo, I know that it's been a long time coming for you. You work very hard. Unfortunately, previous years haven't got this far, but now, this time is your time.
Yes, Gordon and Alfie is the best team in wheelchair history. So it was a biggest challenge for us. But finally, we got it, so I'm really happy. Yeah.
Is lots of different arenas around the world. How does Wimbledon feel to be a champion of?
To be a champion of Wimbledon, it's amazing. I think I gotta say that the 2019 that I win here was my biggest feeling on court. So I really appreciate that. I enjoy coming here. I love to play this. I mean, in Argentina we don't have anything with grass except a football court, but to get into tennis here in grass was good in 2015, and I did well, and I enjoy very much playing here, so it's a pleasure.
And last one for you is really just how does it feel? Wimbledon, the crowds, the sun, it's all sunshine and smiles today.
Yes, it was really fun to play in front of you guys, so really happy to be here, and we want to come back next year.
Yeah. Well, we would be very happy to have you back, of course. One more time now for the 2022 Wimbledon champions.
Yep, so a great performance from Fernandez and Cuneda, lifting the Wimbledon title in the gentlemen's wheelchair doubles there on court 3. OK, as they celebrate, let's have a look at the hill. It's absolutely packed, enjoying the sunshine, some Pimm's, strawberries and cream on the blankets as they watch the match on the big screen. It is a day for umbrellas, plenty of sun cream, hats, because it's warm and sunny here at SW19. And that is not the only hill in the world where they're watching tennis. We can cross over to New York as well, where there is a new hill that's been constructed in Brooklyn for spectators to watch the big match there as well. And we can cross to our reporter who's on that hill in New York, Jamie.
It is a beautiful day here in New York City. We are at the Hill in New York, Brooklyn Bridge Park. A little breezy today, a welcome change from yesterday, which was very hot and humid. And I have a couple of fans with me getting ready to watch all of the tennis action here on the big screen. We've got Hannah and Toby, and you guys actually just moved here from the UK a few months ago. How are you liking New York so far?
Yeah, we love it. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, the heat's a little bit much in the summer, but it's better than the cold was in the winter, so yeah, we're loving it.
Absolutely, and you guys are own strawberries, which I think was a good move because you can bring in your own food here in New York, here at the Hill. Maybe you guys could get some cream to pour on the food stand. What do you think?
Yeah, sounds like a good plan.
How quintessential, I guess, are strawberries to the Wimbledon experience?
I think it's really it's so integral to it. We were in Wimbledon last year and we took strawberries there, so it's nice we can replicate it here in New York as well.
So you have been to Wimbledon. How does this experience that we've kind of replicated here in New York City compare to the real deal?
I think you've done such a good job. It feels very authentic. Yeah, when we were walking in with all the wisteria, it's beautiful.
Yeah, even like the colours and just the way everyone is. It's that same kind of like British friendliness is really nice.
And what's the atmosphere like at the Hill, at Wimbledon, and what do you think it's going to be like here today?
I think it's electric in Wimbledon itself, and then I'm sure here as the day goes on, a bit early maybe, so I'm sure once people have their coffees and then get onto the gin cocktails, it'll get a little bit more lively, which will be great.
Will you be grabbing some Sip Smith cocktails as well?
Absolutely.
And who will you be rooting for today?
Well, we're going for Ons because we saw her last year at Wimbledon, so we feel like we're part of her journey. At least we're trying to associate with one. So yeah, Ons, I think.
Same. Yeah.
Well, have the best time. Enjoy America and your British tradition over here in the States.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
She can do it. She's that good.
Now, we are nothing if not impartial here. We now have some Elena Rybakina fans. Hello, ladies. What are your names?
Hello, I'm Aidana.
Gohar. Lovely to meet you. Now, how are you feeling today?
We're very excited.
Yeah?
We're really vouching for Kazakhstan, hopefully.
For sure. What do you think? Have you got a good sense? Have you got a good feeling about it?
Yeah, I think the match should be very interesting just to see how very moderate Rybakina would play with Ons.
Yeah.
So yeah, very excited for that.
It's really exciting. And what does this mean to everyone in Kazakhstan?
It's something very entirely new. There is basically this match is all about new faces. And for Kazakhstan, it's the first time someone is on the Grand Slam.
Really, as well. This is really big.
Yeah.
So for Ons Jabeur, it's that she's representing Tunisia, and it's like the first time ever from Tunisia. This is amazing for Kazakhstan.
It is.
Oh gosh, it's hard to pick them on that front, isn't it? Well, you know what? We don't have to. They will fight it out on the court. Yeah. Will you get to be on court, or will you be watching from the Hill?
Yeah, we have tickets to Santa Claus.
Yeah. So you might be there for the moment.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so excited for you. So just to show we're truly impartial, I have a phrase for Rybakina too, which is, we're backing-a. We're backing-a Rybakina. Yeah, I thought it was really good. All right, fell a bit flat. All right, thanks, ladies. Have a great time.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Oh, what a shock.
I think she surprised herself a little bit there. Another example of how quick De Groot is, but that bounce, the way it just kicked off to the side.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, too good. That is a terrific backhand.
That was Kerber-esque, down on her haunches.
30 love.
Oh, that's in. He's getting ready for Kyrgios.
Well, the first lob was great, really well executed.
He actually meant that shot.
Yeah.
That's not too bad either.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
What a shot. Incredible movement, good hands. Calling it, it's my shot of the day so far.
This is a heck of a way to start the third set.
Oh, that was beautiful.
I thought for a moment there was a bit of a slip from Kravchuk and was worried about that strapping on her leg, but it was just wrong footing.
And has he got one last push in him, trying to break Novak Djokovic and prolong this Wimbledon semi-final?
Well, we have found Ons Jabeur's youngest fan. Hello, how old are you and what is your name?
My name's Narain and I'm 12 years old.
12 years old! All right, what does this mean to you to see someone from your homeland? Are you from Tunisia originally? Yeah. Potentially about to win Wimbledon.
I'm really excited to watch it. I'm really proud of her. It's just like such an amazing thing that's about to happen, and we love her all, and she's made us proud.
Oh, you're making her proud right now. Okay, so are you a big tennis fan anyway? Have you been watching the whole tournament because of Ons, or would you have watched it anyway?
Oh, because of Ons, and it's really fun to watch, and I love supporting her.
Oh, you're such a good supporter. Do you think maybe you want to take up tennis now you've seen her? Has it given you the inspiration?
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, finding good role models. Is she a good role model for you?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so what are you going to be chanting out there or singing out there today?
I'll be like, go on, so you can do this.
Come on.
Yeah.
All right, well done. Thank you so much.
Yes, well, we can update you on the score currently out there on centre court. Ons Jabeur has taken the first set over Elena Rybakina 6-3, and we can take a look at these numbers. Ons Jabeur, very good there, don't you think, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, she's winning in every single statistical category apart from the number of winners, and that was only just 7 versus 5. What's happened in the set and what we watched is borne out in the statistics. A good serving performance from Ons Jabeur. She got ahead early with the break and managed to keep it all the way through.
Yeah, no breakpoint opportunities there for Elena Rybakina. And we mentioned prior to the start of this match where serve was going to be so important for Rybakina. She's been doing that so well throughout the tournament, winning over 3/4 of the points behind her first serve. But in today's final, in that first set, unable to do so, just 53% of points won behind her first serve. So that needs to pick up if she's going to trouble Ons Jabeur, who played a clean set of tennis 5 winners, not many, but only 6 unforced errors, 17 there from Rybakina. That's not good enough.
No, not at all. She's going to have to up that number, 58% first serves in and no aces for Rybakina. But also we were saying when we've been previewing Onzi's matches, if there is a slight weakness in a game, it's the second serve, quite slow. And what she did do well in the first set, as you can see there, because she got 75% of her first serves in, she wasn't giving Rybakina too many second serves to look at.
Yeah, absolutely. Not allowing Rybakina to get on that front foot early in the return games, which is what she looks to jump on. So Ons Jabeur, if she can keep up at this level of tennis, I think she's going to make life very difficult for Rybakina.
Yes, she's taken that first set 6-3. We're in the early stages of the second set, but we can update you and say that Rybakina is fighting back. She's broken at the start of the second set and leads 2-love. We will keep you right up to date here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Ons Jabeur winning the first set. Let's hear from her speaking prior to the tournament to Renee Stubbs.
Well, Ons Jabeur, first of all, I want to welcome you. Second of all, what's it like for you to be back here at Wimbledon?
It feels amazing. Last year was unbelievable. I still carry a lot of great memories, and hopefully coming back this year to create even more better memories. And you know, just being on center court feels amazing. You know, I played I think last year against Muguruza, Sabalenka. It was really amazing, and hopefully you know, this year will be much better. Obviously, I love the nature here. I love how everything is green, and that gives me like great energy.
Yeah, it's been a tough couple of years for everybody, really, with the pandemic. And this year, Wimbledon will be open to everybody. How great is that for you? Particularly, we know that you love to get the crowd involved.
I mean, I love the crowd, and I feel like even last year was like the crowd was really supporting me even when I needed them, and the fact they support me even when I was like 100, and now it's a different ranking, but it's amazing. I love how people are passionate about sport here. Cannot wait to play in front of them for sure.
And your form coming in here, it's been, as you've already mentioned, it's been an incredible 12 months for you. Won a tournament leading up to Wimbledon on grass. So I guess, how do you feel about this particular surface and your chances here?
Yeah, I had great preparation, getting my game ready, you know, slicing and changing the rhythm. The crazy drop shot, you know, that could bother a lot of players, really helped me win a lot of great points. So I'm ready to do that. I feel like I'm even serving much better now, and that helps me, you know, get a lot of great points here. I'm getting ready, enjoying the energy here, enjoying, you know, the great nature, and hopefully this year will be the year for me.
Now, as you can see on this beautiful court, it's 100 years of the centre court here at Wimbledon. I want to ask you, what was your first memory of centre court, whether it be on television or here in person, that you remember?
I have a bad one, but I'm not gonna say it. But there is the first match that I played against Muguruza. It was amazing, and just coming back from a set down, the crowd here, important people watching me. You know, it's really amazing, and the fact that I could feel that great energy kind of helped me. It's the first center court that I win a match here, because I played on the other center courts on the Grand Slam and I always lose, but this is the first center court that I won a match here.
Do you remember watching it as a kid on television?
I think, yeah, I've watched especially the Roger and Andy Roddick when Roger won 15 here. That was, I remember watching that match, yes.
If you could come here one year that you watched a match that you were, oh, I wish I could be in the crowd, which one would that be? Over the last 100 years? Over the last 100 years, I think it will be, that match, Andy Roddick and Roger Federer. I think it was a crazy, crazy match. I remember watching it because I love both, you know, but Andy always had something, and I wanted him to win, but I also was happy for Roger for getting the 15 Grand Slam. This court, so unique. Wimbledon, so unique. But what is it about Wimbledon Centre Court that is so unique, than sort of more than any other Grand Slam? I think to start with, the entrance it's kind of different from other Grand Slams, and it's very classy. You know, you feel like maybe
you have to be like really prepared and get ready to give like the best shot you have. I don't think there is any bad matches on center court because you know the great pressure that you feel to come play on this court. You really have to give your best, and I personally enjoy playing there a lot.
Well, uniquely this year, instead of coming around the outside like you normally do, you're actually coming right through the middle of the court there. They're going to open up the back. How interesting is that going to be if you have an opportunity to play out here on center court?
It's really amazing, and I cannot wait to walk through. I'm going to create the opportunity to play on the center court, hopefully.
This court, so special, so unique, something on everybody's bucket list to come to. But if you could put a tennis court anywhere in the world on a different stadium, where would it be that you would like to play a match?
I'll put it in a historic place called El Jam in Tunisia. I'll show you the picture later. It's from way back. My dream is to play a match there, hopefully.
Wow, I'll show you. Go back to your personal experience on this court. What's so unique about playing tennis on grass that's different to anywhere else in the world?
I think you know, you have to get used to the bounce here. You have to you know, adapt kind of your game from the beginning because you know, coming also from clay, the reaction is kind of slow to comparing to here on grass. But for me, for myself, I think the fact that I can change up the rhythm, the fact that I can make the players play the ball on different height, that kind of helps me, you know, get the balls that I want or get free points for maybe like changing the rhythm as a slice or drop shot.
And playing the matches that you've played on this court, and they were incredible last year. You know, I've spoken to a bunch of players about the inspiration of the moments for them on this court and how they've inspired other people. What about the matches that you played on this court that maybe inspired kids from particularly Tunisia?
Honestly, I hope I did, but I know there is so many people that watch my match here when I played, and I know there's a few Tunisians that came to watch me on this court. My dream goal is to inspire a young generation. If they saw me one day playing here, I hope they can be dreaming about coming to play on this amazing court, and I can tell them that the experience here is so great.
Across the road, Wimbledon are doing great things here. We're trying to expand the grounds. They're building more courts over there, so they're going to have qualifying over there. Wow, they're going to have more practice courts. It's going to be an incredible venue. What do you think that will do for the players going forward?
I think it will be amazing to play the qualification here. It's kind of, you know, different and also a great, let's say, goal for the qualifiers to qualify and come and play here. Yeah. Now, you know, they will have the chance to play right away here, which is amazing. And if they make this happen, I'll be jealous because I always played qualification on the other side. But it's great also at the same time to have more courts as well is amazing for all the players.
Give me one thing that has inspired you throughout your life. We've spoken to a lot of local people here about what has inspired them, whether it be their kids or, you know, something that they've done. But what about you? What's inspired you throughout your career and your life?
I think my mom always inspired me to be the player that I am today. It was actually her dream to become a tennis player, and maybe I'm trying to do that for her. She's the one that introduced me to tennis, and I'm really grateful because I promised her once, I told her, I'll take you, it was Roland Garros, you can have a coffee there. And I took her once and she had a cup of coffee there, and it was very important to me because we always watch that on TV, and hopefully one day she will grab her coffee here at Wimbledon.
What did you tell her about Wimbledon that you would take her for?
And now she will have to come and lift the trophy with me.
Well, we are so happy to have you, and
thank you.
We love you playing on this court and using all your different variety of shots, and we wish you all the best for the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
We are back here at the Hill in New York, Brooklyn Bridge Park, and from far away I could see this giant British flag blanket, so I knew I had to talk to these fans. And then it turns out Emma Wade-Smith is the British Consul General for New York. So is this technically a work day?
It is, and my best work day ever.
I'll say so. It is a beautiful day here in New York City as the fans are up here on the replica hill watching the match. So what are your job responsibilities?
So as the Consul General, I'm here really with a team to progress and promote British national interests right across New York State, New Jersey, Pennsylvania and Fairfield County in Connecticut. it. And, that's things like today, sports diplomacy and the culture and arts that really binds the UK and the US. But a big focus for us around defence and security, and particularly around trade and investment, education, all of that good stuff.
Yeah, and I think today is a perfect example of that. We've been talking about the 25th anniversary of the Hill at Wimbledon. So we have the Hill kind of replicated here in New York City. How do you think they did?
It's great. I mean, look, it's a wonderful crowd here. It's getting fuller by the minute. Really coming out, gorgeous New York summer day. And who doesn't love Wimbledon? And to be able to do that right here in our own backyard in New York is fabulous.
Absolutely, and very much a strong tennis community here in New York City. Of course, the U.S. Open is always such a popular event every single year. But for Wimbledon, for maybe some of these American fans who are kind of experiencing it for the first time, what are some quintessential things that they need to eat or drink or just partake in during the day?
Well, of course, the American players have such a strong history in Wimbledon, whether it's the longest ever recorded match in tennis, the fastest serves ever recorded at Wimbledon, championship players and winners year after year after year. But here, this is a little slice of England right here, and so it has to be strawberries and cream, of course. There has to be some little bubbles along the way, and we've got some fabulous gin here as well, straight from England.
Yes, I was able to partake in both of those things yesterday. I had my first strawberries and cream. What about scones? Is that another thing people should maybe think about purchasing at the food cart?
100%. If you've never had a scone or a scone, there's a big debate in the UK about quite how you say it, but it doesn't matter how you say it as long as you eat it and enjoy it.
And someone was telling me there's also a debate on how you put the cream or something like that. Is that true?
It's a bit like making a cup of tea. Is it the milk in first, is it the jam first or the cream first? Again, enjoy it.
All right. Well, speaking of which, I hope you enjoy your day here, having a little slice of England, a little taste of back home here in the United States. Enjoy, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
I'm with Emma Traherne, the curator of the Wimbledon Lawn Tennis Museum. Hi, Emma. So you are kind of overseeing all the engraving today. Exciting day, amazing trophies. Do you want to talk about kind of the process from your point of view?
Yes, my team and I, this is a very exciting day for us, and tomorrow, of course, lots and lots of finals. So we've got a team back in the office who are checking through all the names, and they double check anything that they've got question marks over with various other bodies, so the ITF, the WTA, the ATP, those sorts of things. Then we get that list through in the morning, and we print that out, so we have a physical form for the engravers and for us. And then, as we're watching the tennis on the screen, you might see behind me, see which finals are ending first. We get out all the trophies, all the ones that get given to the players, the salvers, the runner-up salvers, and then also the real ones. So these are the real ones, ready to be engraved. And then, yes, we have kind of a spell check process as well. So they print out onto a piece of tracing paper the names. We check them on there, and then they sort of trace them onto the trophy kind of very lightly, and we check that tracing as well before anything sharp goes near the trophies. And then we check them again once it's finished engraving, and then we send them off to various areas of the site depending on what the event is, and then our colleagues will make sure that the players receive their trophies. Hopefully a lot of them will get them today and therefore be able to take them home with them and sort of celebrate today with friends and family, with photographs and all that sort of thing.
Amazing. So what did you call the kind of trophy they get presented with on court? A salver?
So, that's the runner-up. They get a salver. So that's, I've probably got one.
Oh, yeah, show us a salver.
Gentlemen's double salver. So this kind of round dish with some feet on it.
So they all get the same, just with a different kind of...
Yes, so all the runners-up get these, yes. Right, okay. But for the two main events, the ladies and the gentlemen, they get a bigger one. But it is the same, it's just bigger. Right. And then all the winners, they get a 3/4 size replica of the real trophies. So
So this is it?
So these are the real ones. These are the real ones, yes, that we've got out there. That, yes, we need
the
to...
Venus Rosewater. I mean, she is a beauty, and this is her.
Yes, yes.
So in terms of engraving the real dish, when will that take place?
That will take place immediately. Yes, so that will have to... Yeah, as soon as we know who the winner is, we'll be watching. We're sort of watching now. And then, yes, we will get that engraved, yes.
How long should that take, and how long will it take to get it from here out onto court?
Well, so luckily, we've run out of space on the actual trophy, so we engrave onto the plinth. So the plinth stays here with our lovely engravers, and they get to work on that while the champion is out on court holding up the trophy. That's the same with the gentlemen's and the ladies. So yes, that's quite handy for us now that we've run out of room. So yes.
All right, well, we won't keep you because it's a very tense and busy atmosphere in here. Good luck to you and your team. I'm sure it'll go very, very well.
Thank you very much.
Well, Olivia's very much been out and about today, going in all the nooks and crannies of Wimbledon. An absolute privilege to do it, and we've absolutely loved it. Have you been inside the engraving room before?
I've done that very
It's a special place, isn't it?
I've done that very chat, Radzi, many a year. I've been here for about 6 years now, so I could always be engraved there.
Didn't you?
Been to what?
You opened the centre court 100 years ago, didn't you?
Yeah, almost. You know,
I remember it well.
Don't get too much of a close-up here, because you might see how aged this face looks.
You look great for 101, though, has to be said. But in terms of... There's something special. I was talking to Adam earlier about the feeling that you get when you walk through those doors, and somebody's name will be engraved on that incredible shield, plate, trophy.
Dish.
Dish. Yes, it is a real dish. Who do you think it's going to be?
Well, we've had a little look inside centre court, and we can give you an update on the scores. It looks like at the moment, Jabeur taking that first set 6-3. It's currently a bit of a ding-dong in that second at the moment. 2-1 to Rybakina, but advantage on Jabeur to make it 2 apiece in that second at the moment. But we were chatting as well a little bit earlier, Radzi, a little bit about, I guess if it went 3 sets, I would favour possibly on Jabeur. She's got a better record this year in terms of winning on 3 sets, and I think Rybakina, younger, new situation, would probably prefer it to go to 2. It's obviously not going to be that way for her, but we'll have to see what happens. But yeah, Ons, I think, understands the situation a little bit better. She's been in 4 finals this year already, won 2 of them in front of big crowds as well. So she's got the advantage in terms of what she's done before, but this is a whole new level, isn't it? A Grand Slam for both of them.
For me, it's a blank slate, and I think you go out there. I think she would swap everything she's achieved to lift the Wimbledon trophy once, which means, in a way, no matter how many finals you've been in, this is the one that really counts. So how is she going to respond? And the answer is very well inside that first set. And you've got a clash of styles, you've got soft touch technical versus powerful, and it's been brilliant so far.
And what was quite interesting as well, I think you saw these pieces earlier when I was out and about, getting a little look at their practice. On stuck to court number 4 in Irangi, which she's been doing the whole time. Elena, interestingly, went down to the outside courts with her coach there to maybe get a feel of the pressure that she's going to experience going into centre court, whereas, again, On's been there and done it. Maybe her coach said, we have to go out, we want people watching you, people up close, personal, taking pictures, talking about you when you can hear them. I think maybe that's a bit of mind games as well.
I wondered if it was, so Ons is very much a people person, and if for her, when she's amongst the crowd, she's a different personality to when she's playing. And so for them, it's about separating those two. Keep her tucked away, don't change anything, it's all worked, because it's all about business. When the match is over, win or lose, then you can be smiley, you can be jovial, be wonderful, be the ambassador that she is. And early on, we spoke to Reem, a fantastic journalist based out in Cairo in Egypt, and she was kind of putting into context just how significant what Jabeur is achieving. And we mentioned it earlier, but I will mention it again. Today is the first day of Eid for many Muslims around the world. And so for her to do that on a national holiday in a part of Africa, which seldom gets any exposure when it comes to a sport like this will be of magnitude I cannot imagine. Her star is just ascending.
She said, didn't she, in her own words, it would be like, well, she celebrates Eid as if it's Christmas, so it would be double celebrations for her if she was to lift that. Shall I give you an update on the score? Well, Rybakina, she took that 3rd game in that second set. So 3-1 as it stands in that second set to Rybakina.
Yeah, so it was a break for Rybakina in the first game, and then it's been plain sailing to a point ever since. We've had a couple of juices. But, I mean, this is going to be really interesting. And also, I'm often very curious with players. If you think the set is beyond you, do you kind of let it go and mentally reset, focusing on the final set, or do you fight back, potentially fatiguing yourself and potentially getting increasingly frustrated?
Well, I guess I can't really talk from experience, but I can talk from listening to other players, and especially this championship. Nick Kyrgios said just that, didn't he, in his matchup earlier on in the championship, where it was the fourth set, and he said, you know what, I'm going to let that one go. I'm going to come back and take the fifth because I don't lose fifth setters here at Wimbledon. And that was his words. So he said, I didn't want to fight in that fourth. I'd wait till the fifth. I think that was with Nakashima, actually, Brown Nakashima, in the quarterfinals.
Could you tell us,
16.
you mentioned Kyrgios, can you mention the dialogue between him and Novak? We've spoken about sort of the Orangi in court 4, very different to Novak and Nick.
Yeah, so if you guys didn't see my little hit at Orangi a little bit earlier on, that's where everyone goes to practice, of course, and again, they stay to their same court locations down there. Novak was there pretty early doors, hitting with his team Nenad and Goran Ivanisevic, and then Nick came a little bit later on, and they were having some exchange on the court. And basically, yesterday in the press conference, Nick Kyrgios had said a little bit about, oh, we've got a bromance going here between himself and Novak. And Novak, when he saw Nick this morning, said, what, bromance, mate? As if to say, we haven't really. And Nick went, oi, mate, remember when I had your back? You know, I've always defended you. So it was a little bit of discussion between the two,
Banter.
both their different camps. I don't know if you can call it banter, but it was nice to see them hitting next to each other. Novak was on one court, and then there was the walkway, and then Nick was on the other one. So literally 20 metres apart, they could see exactly what was going on. Nick actually, as he walked onto court there, kept staring at Novak, as if to say, what's he doing this morning? What's his setup looking like? Both look very relaxed. So Nick had his sister down there with him, not his girlfriend this time, but his sister and his coaching team, and yeah, just having a nice morning.
Yeah, exactly that. My question was going to be to you, did he bring his girlfriend down? But obviously he didn't, because yesterday he was very much, they were kind of spending time together whilst he was practicing. He couldn't have looked any more chilled out. But today, I guess it's all about business, even if your name's Nick Kyrgios. Yeah,
so you can see the courts there. So Novak, I think, is on 2 there. Nick's on 3, because then Jabeur has always been on 4, which would be closest to the screen here. So she's stuck to exactly the same court throughout the championship. And Novak has actually always been down there as well. And his son was down there earlier. Stefan, he was actually hitting with Goran Ivanisevic. No Tara, no his daughter this morning. But again, you know, it's probably a little bit early for all of them to come down in the whole family.
And look at the contrast of styles, by the way, in terms of, in every sense. So you've got Novak in sort of traditional tennis clothing, relatively tight shorts. Nick basically in basketball shorts, cap turned backwards. He looks like a guy who's actually turned up to a tennis club to have some fun. Yet here he is at Wimby, at the biggest day of them all, in the biggest comp of them all, and he couldn't look any more of a picture of style and grace and confidence. And I wonder how much of a factor that will come into play when it comes to the match here. They'll be playing, obviously, on centre court. That will take place tomorrow. But, Rach, the drama continues to unfold on centre court in the women's.
Yeah, it does. I was going to mention no red hat either for Nick Kyrgios. He's gone for a lighter shade of blue-green today. Yes, let's give you an update then on what's happening over on centre court. So, Rybakina then has taken another game in that second set. 4-1 now she leads in the second set. So, remember, Jabeur took the first 6-3, and now she's trailing 4-1 there. OK, well, that's pretty exciting stuff in centre court, Raz.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be quite interesting to see what happens in terms of one of the criticisms on Jabeur in this tournament so far has been possibly sometimes her over-reliance on things like drop shots, backhand slices, making things very tricky and beautiful. And she tends to do that when she's under the cosh. So is she going to revert to that now? Is she going to stick to form? What will her coaching team be shouting at her to do? This is going to be a really interesting transitional point now in the match.
Yeah, it is. And obviously we haven't got our eyes over there in centre court. We can kind of just hear the cheers surrounding the club here, and the hill is packed. You can't actually get onto the hill at the moment. It's at capacity. Everyone wants to watch the screen, which is showing the action in centre court. But there's been other matches still going on throughout the championships. We've got the boys and the girls in action. We've got the wheelchair singles and doubles in action as well. And we have some doubles a little bit later on, as well as some invitational, because I saw Danny and Laura down practicing a little bit earlier as well. But Radzi, what's been going on court 3?
And just a quick reminder, when we say Danny and Laura, we know them as Danny and Laura, but it is...
Handakova and Robson.
Correct. Some very good players. And in terms of Laura Robson...
It's because they're friends of the show.
family.
And I don't think if you've just tuned in on day 13, where have you been, basically? Maybe you've been on a holiday, but still, there we go.
Where have you been? You've missed out on an absolute belter of 13 days. But if you have just joined us, you've reached us at the business end where things are unfolding on centre court. And like you mentioned, on a number of courts throughout. And just a quick one about Laura Robson and Daniela is that Daniela, very much the serious one, Laura basically being dragged along slightly reluctantly, getting back into training.
It was the same actually in practice earlier. Laura left first and Danny was still there kind of stretching on the court. I was like, Laura, are you allowed to leave? She was like, yeah, I've got to go and do something else.
Correct. Well, there wasn't any discipline issues over on court number 3 as one of the greatest wheelchair tennis players, Didi de Groot from Holland, 29 Grand Slams, no less to her name, has been taking on Comigi. We can join the action in the second set, where the comeback is hopefully on.
Not out of this ladies' singles final.
Just peppering the line there. Great manipulation, good setup with her serve.
15 love.
There's definitely a theme with Comigi in this match, isn't there? She seems to love being down.
So many shots there, just clearing the net.
30 love. $30.50.
There have been a couple of those, haven't there, where it looks quite a tame shot, but that's because she's in an awkward position, really, isn't it, Louise?
Yeah, positioning is everything. Again, when you're a wheelchair player, you don't have that ability to sidestep, move quickly in different directions out the way, so the preparation to the ball is crucial, but she's just been getting a little bit close to a few around that part of the court in this match.
Oh, the whip,
there it is.
Top spin on that from Didi de Groot.
30-40.
And that fantastic return takes Didi de Groot to match point.
Game, 7 match.
And it's all over.
2 sets to love, 6-4, 6-2.
It's Wimbledon singles title number 4, Grand Slam singles title number 15 for Didi de Groot. And she is one of the greatest ever.
Standing ovation from the crowd. It's great to see. I think they really enjoyed that match. You could hear them getting behind the players, couldn't you? Great showcase for them to see some wheelchair tennis today. Great win for Dida.
The first set was a battle. The second set, much more straightforward.
I wasn't sure if it was going to rain away with her again, but she managed to capitalise nice and early on. Winning on your first championship's always the way to do it, isn't it?
And Comigi will have a lot to go away and think about, lots of positives, but final, of course, tomorrow. But for today, she can enjoy this. And there's definitely a family similarity there. I think that's one of Didi de Groot's loved ones. And she looks quite emotional.
You can see how much it means, can't you? Dida, she's such a lovely person, and I love at the end of the matches you can really see what it means to her. She, her face speaks 1,000 words, and what an incredible achievement. Another Grand Slam to her list of achievements, another match win on that incredible run.
She's only been beaten on grass once in her career. I mean, that is absolutely crazy.
Queen of grass.
Absolutely, and Dida de Groot makes it 4 Wimbledon titles, 15 Grand Slam singles titles, and the world #1 and top seed. Found it tough in the first set, winning 6-4, but the second set much more straightforward, 6-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the trophies will now be presented on court to the winner and the runner-up of the ladies' wheelchair singles final. On court for this presentation, please welcome Ashley Tatum and Sarah Bennison, who are members of the Committee of Management of the Championships. Firstly, this year's run from Japan, Yui Kamichi. And now, the 2022 Wimbledon champion from the Netherlands, Dida de Groot.
Well, firstly, a huge congratulations to you, Didi. And this is, of course, your 4th Wimbledon singles champions. Congratulations. How does that feel?
Very special, I can say, yeah.
And of course, this actually gives you a calendar Grand Slam championship. So, what a year you've had.
Yeah, and the year hasn't even, we're only halfway, I think. No, I'm super happy with how things are going, and I'm so grateful to be out here and be able to just play in these conditions and get these chances, and I'm just really grateful for that.
And of course, that's over 50 wins in a row you've had now. The last time you did lose was to Yui Kamichi, and that was at the Melbourne Open last year. I mean, compared to everywhere else you play, how do you find the Wimbledon crowds here?
I think as wheelchair tennis players, grass will never be our favorite surface. I don't think anyone really loves it. I do think, and that goes for me, I love the challenge. It's such a physical battle that you need to put up, and I think the way that you have to sort of change your game a little bit in comparison to hardcourt or clay. I love that challenge, so yeah, I like it.
Well, you obviously changed that game pretty well year on year. And lastly, is there anything you'd like to say to the crowd, to Yui?
Yeah, congrats Yui on making the final. I think you played really well today, and I think even though my match streak is pretty long, you make it difficult for me every time, so well done. A special thank you to my team, coaches, everyone who helps me at home. We got a chance to practice, have matches, and have an actual preparation for Wimbledon this year, so that was really nice. So thank you.
Thank you. Well,
and then a special thank you to all of my family who came out to watch today. It's really special to have you here.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for our champion, Dida de Groot.
Well, special moments for Didi de Groot and Yui Kimiji. Kimiji in her first Wimbledon final, but de Groot is the winner and gets the winner's trophy, the winner's cheque of £51,000.
Well, it was emotional scenes there for all it concerned, all attached to the players. Fantastic job, and once again just elevating the sport of wheelchair tennis to another level. A mother clearly absolutely delighted and proud of her daughter there, but so much action to talk about here in Wimbledon, including live tennis happening on the centre court. So let's just remind you of how things kicked off. So in the first set, Jabeur won that 6-3 with relative comfort over Elena Rybakina. Second set, however, it was very much a tale of two sets, and feast your eyes on that there. 6-2 in the second set, and Rach, you were kind of just blown away by Elena serving.
Yeah, I think if you kind of watch that in that second set there, look, first serve for points won, they're 73% for Elena compared to 59 for Ons. Second serve points won again, 54% to Ons' 38%, and I guess total points won as well says a lot there, 38 points to 27. I mean, she's kind of winning, isn't she, on all accounts at the moment, which is exactly how that second set unfolded. We've now gone battling into a third set, and she's broken already, as Elena Radzi.
Yeah, it's not looking great for the lady from Tunisia. I mean, just also looking at the stats that we've got here, that percentage of serve has increased on her average by 10%, which gives you a flavour. They've only played two sets, and the second set at a 10% higher than her average, so she really has raised the game. And when you're playing against someone with such a big weapon like a serve, when she's hitting like that, and it's impossible to return, that means that you have to win your service game, which puts so much pressure on Jabeur. But you mentioned before, she's been to finals before, she's won finals before, she can do it, but she's very much literally and metaphorically on the back foot now.
Yeah, and I was mentioning, wasn't I, a little bit earlier, if you were joining us, Ons has won 13 three-setters this year compared to Elena's 6 three-setters, which again is quite a big margin, which shows Elena in that big serve takes it into a lot of the time. So this is now slightly uncharted territory, looking like it goes in Ons' favour. And we know their head-to-head record as well. It's favouring Ons at the moment 2-1, only ever on hard courts, never on a grass court surface. So yeah, uncharted territory. Like Radzi said, a level playing field really coming into this matchup, and it now is level again. One set each going into this third, and it's pretty exciting one for the neutral, really, isn't it, Radzi?
And just a reminder in terms of dropping a set, how significant that is for both players, but especially for Elena Rybakina. She dropped one set coming into the final. She dropped one against Tomljanovic. That, interestingly, like this one, was the first set, and then it was one-sided traffic, sort of to a point after then. So they have been the two informed players hitting fantastic tennis. So what happens when the unstoppable force and the immovable objects combine? Well, in the third set, it's going to be an absolute battle of mammoth proportions, and it's looking like in the second game, oh, so Jabeur could potentially break Rybakina's serve. So we've been talking about the serve. Ons has clearly been listening, because this is properly game on, Rach.
Yeah, it's properly game on. And a couple more facts, I guess, which we were speaking about coming into this final, was that Elena Rybakina, she's the fourth lowest ranked player to reach a Grand Slam final here at Wimbledon since 1984, which was, you know, quite a few years ago now.
You were sort of 7-8 back then, weren't you, Rach?
Oh, yeah, 7, 8, 10, I don't know. I was 101 earlier on the show, so who knows how old I am now.
What is age? I mean, let's have some more stats in terms of Rybakina to sort of kind of portray just how global tennis is. So in Wimbledon alone, she's played somebody from North America, Asia, Europe and Australasia just in this championship. So it is truly a global sport. One of the countries didn't mention would be Netherlands, and that's one Didi de Groot, who once again, just as a reminder, did win the women's wheelchair tennis. And we heard an interview there, but let's, like buses, have two for the double, the 2 for 1. Should we go 2 for 1? I was trying to find a little caveat. It didn't really work. That's absolutely fine. 2 for 1, because earlier on, Rachel spoke to her.
Well, I'm very pleased to say I'm joined by Didi de Groot, the ladies champion here at the All England Club, and another title. You just keep on winning. I mean, does it keep on feeling the same excitement out there when you keep raising these trophies?
So I think you get used to it a little bit. I think the intense feelings of the first few, they've gone away a little bit, but still I know how hard I have to work for it. I think the people that watch the final will admit that I didn't just get it, like I had to fight for it. So yeah, it's still a good feeling.
And your opponent out there was Yui Kamiji, of course, and you've played each other for many years now. How was she on the court today? You just said the people out there would realise, you know, it was quite a tough battle.
Yeah, I think Yui, she really improved from previous years where she didn't really look comfortable on grass to reach the final now, and actually she played really well, very smart. She reads the game so well that you always have to come up with smarter things. And that's sometimes very difficult, especially yesterday I played really well and I had very high percentages on my serve. And then today that was just less. So I had to sort of accept the fact that I wasn't playing as well. And that's also something that can get into your mind.
Well, that's the sign of a true champion, of course. And you did the Golden Slam last year. You're on course for another calendar slam this year. Just talk to me about what makes you this incredible champion.
I really like the challenge in everything. So I like the challenge on grass. I really try so hard to push for every single ball. And I think that makes me tough for every match that I play. I don't really have a special recipe. I just train really hard. And I think I know that I'm not a robot. There's going to be a morning or an afternoon where I'm going to lose. And I'm okay with that if that happens. Obviously, I'm going to try and fight for every one of those matches, but I mean, it happens.
Yeah, it absolutely does happen. We're obviously human, and I was speaking actually to Jabeur. She's going to go out on centre court about that. I said, do you have a look at your phone? You know, do you kind of look at the good luck messages, the message of support? Do you do that? She says she doesn't. She'll do it after the final, but not before. What are you like in terms of that?
So I do have my phone on me. And I see them coming, so I read them on my screen, but I'll never open them, I'll never really reply to them. So maybe there's like a special few that I do send a message in the morning. For example, my mom, she'll always message me and I'll always reply to her. Like, those are the kind of people that know me very well. And there are some people that I would only reply to after the match, but I know everyone understands my routines.
Yeah, totally. At top level sport, you have to have these routines that work for you. And Dide, I know before this tournament, you kind of spoke of how much you love Wimbledon. When you come here, how does it make you feel, not just winning the titles, but being around this beautiful location that we're blessed to be at today?
I think it's definitely one of the prettiest slams. I won my first ever Grand Slam here on the grass, and I think that's what gives me a very special feeling of coming back here. I think the grass, like, it comes with a very calm feeling. Everyone here, there's so many people here, but no one's very loud, no one's screaming. Everyone's just relaxed, everyone's enjoying the feeling of Wimbledon. I think that makes it very special and is nowhere really on any other Grand Slam. And then combined with the feeling of coming home, it's a nice feeling.
Does that relaxedness, do you think, kind of help your game as well? You're obviously going for your third title in the doubles as well, which will be special to do that double again, won't it?
Yeah, especially because I think singles for me will come first, but doubles is so nice. We're doing so well with Aniek and I. I really enjoy it because it's like a nice combination of very strict and focused singles and then doubles where you can have a little bit of fun and play a little bit with the rallies. I think yesterday the men's semi-finals on court 1 was so intense, and I think everyone got to see how nice and good to watch wheelchair tennis is. So hopefully we can put up another good final.
It was very loud. We were over on court 18 and could hear every single moment inside there. And my final question today, is the calendar slam back on for you in terms of singles this year? Is that the aim?
I mean, I'm almost there. It's not really a goal of mine. I don't think in January I was like, okay, so this year I want to do it again. Now it's so close. I know I can do it, but also we don't really have a preparation for US Open. So we're really, all of us are going to be there cold. We don't really know how each and one of us is playing, so it's going to be an interesting one.
In terms of now and before the doubles match, is there a process that you go through? What's your little kind of superstitions, your journey before that?
So it's actually nice that I got the whole day in front of me, where sometimes you have the singles final and then there's like 1.5 hours for the doubles. But now I can actually really enjoy it, and all of my family's here, so I'm gonna watch and see what they're doing and maybe have lunch or something.
Well, it sounds like a perfect day. Well done on your title and good luck for your next title as well. D-Day, congratulations.
Thank you.
Some welcome shade on a very warm afternoon here in London. Sweltering day.
Fans with fans. And a Federer fan.
With a fan.
Federer fan with a fan. On the left-hand side is the men's changing room. On the right-hand side, on the other side of the flowers, is the women's changing room. And I've never been in there.
15. Oh. Good fielding.
Yeah.
There's a present. That'll go on the mantle at home. Well, I don't know about you at home, I'm dizzy. It's just the ball that matters. How do you score that?
Oh, now we've got challenges in.
Yeah, all guys confused as we all were.
Ready, my boy? I'm ready. Big boy. Hey. Can you do another race like that? Maybe. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, I always love seeing the lighter side of things around here on Wimbledon. There is just so much to see around the grounds during these fortnights. And you blink and you miss some of the things, but everyone is having such a ball, especially in those invitational doubles. I know Greg Rosetsky the other day was having quite the laugh, much to Anne Kyothorong's dismay. Can we just get on with the matches, Greg? I want to win it. She takes things a little bit more seriously than Greg does, but it's fun all the same.
Greg was serving from actually inside the stands.
He was.
Back in his day, he had an incredible serve. It turns out he's also got a very accurate serve, although I don't know if he's still using his Donné racket. I used to have one of those from Soccer Sports back in 1997.
I have no idea, but it is great, the things you see here at the All England Club. Well, the things that everyone's seeing in centre court is that ladies' final. Ons Jabeur taking on Elena Rybakina, and it's been quite the show so far. Ons took that first set, 6-3. Elena bounced back, 6-2 in the second. So it was a piece each going into the third, and it's currently 3-1 to Rybakina in that one. So it's, yeah, quite the tightly contested affair. Get your words out, Rach. Day 13. I'm getting a little bit tired now, guys. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, so that's what's going on over on centre court. But I said there was the boys and girls singles and doubles happening as well. And the doubles went to a bit of an end, didn't it, there, between the guys from France and the guys from the USA, Radzi. I mean, what do you make of the boys and girls getting to play as the tournament progresses when the likes of, we just mentioned, Ons and Elena are on centre court?
Well, if you go and look at the sort of the order of honour, I guess, of people who've won over the years in the juniors, it's almost like the who's who of who then wins about 6, 7, 8 years later. So the talent that arrives here is absolutely off the charts. We get a lot more Brits, obviously, for obvious reasons. They're juniors, but they're managing their education as well. But the standard, as you walk past them, the speed of the ball over the net, how tightly they keep the ball with their topspin, it really is remarkable stuff. And some of them, I give it 2, 3 years before they could potentially be in centre court themselves. It's been fantastic.
Well, the boys' doubles, though, took place on court number 12 a little bit earlier, and we can go and join that now. Well, here we go. So we had the guys from France versus the two youngsters from the USA. Match point, there we have it. The guys from the USA took that, and look at what it means to them. Sebastian Gonzi and Alex Mitchelson there taking that title.
They're tall
in the
lads
boys
as well, by the way.
Doubles.
We say boys, but really it should be called young men, because you'd be forgiven for thinking they're in their early 20s. It was fantastic stuff in the end, but look at the delight for the Americans. And to think they're going to be going into college very shortly, they're going to be dangerous guys in the future.
Yeah, exactly. We said, didn't we, about the depth in American men's tennis at the moment. They haven't had a champion since 2003, but, you know, they've got players coming through. Taylor Fritz, obviously going really far in this year's competition. And, yeah, we've seen quite a number of those guys. Tommy Paul, he was obviously in action here as well. So maybe they'll be following in their footsteps in a couple of years' time. What a moment for those two youngsters out there on court 12. Well, as we were saying, it's not just the boys that have been in action, the girls' doubles were as well, and we can join this one in a tiebreaker in the third. They were at 8 apiece there. Let's go and join that one now.
They know what this is all about, don't they? And you can see it in their tennis right now. With the intervention.
Love the reactions. This is just fabulous. Just times this perfectly. So brave.
So our first championship points. The pressure on Angela Okatoi.
Let's pass service.
Not a great return there from Mboko. Just going straight back to Naykamp for the easy volley. Just needed to go back cross court.
Can I have that? Thank you.
I like the discussion between Naykamp and Okatoi as to where this one should go. And now it's these two who have championship point. And now it's Vicky Mboko with the pressure.
Let's first service.
Well, how about this? How about this for Dutch tennis and for Kenyan tennis? Kenya, for the first time ever, has a Wimbledon champion. And her name is Angela Okatoi. And she and Rosie Naykamp have done something extraordinary. They've just done something they will remember forever and ever.
Thank you.
Well, what a moment for those two juniors then. A bit of history being made there as well for Rosemary Nijkamp and Angela Okutoyo from Kenya, the first ever Kenyan Grand Slam champion, Angela Okutoyo. That was a fabulous matchup, which finished there in a tie-break, which is almost not how you want to end it, but it's dramatic all the same, and you will remember that, won't you?
Absolutely. A win is a win is a win. No one remembers how, but they definitely remember what, and the what is the win, and a history was made. Absolutely awesome. And Africa, we spoke about Tunisia before on Jabeur, also with the Ema brothers, and there's a real question about how deep could they potentially go in the future, and could they possibly lift the Wimbledon title there. But in terms of an update, I've got to say, we've been a little bit distracted, as well as watching all the other courts and the action there. On centre court, drama is unfolding. If I'm going to look at my phone to try and reveal to you, oh, hang on a second here, this could be break point in the 6th game. So Rybakina, 3-2 in the 3rd and final set. On Jabeur, receiving serve. Can she break and make it 3 apiece? Because if that happens, then the unthinkable could potentially take place. We're waiting to hear a cheer from the crowd. If you hear a cheer, I think Ont has basically become the home favourite. That's good news. We are awaiting that cheer, and as soon as it happens, I will let you know. This is Oh! Yes! I think that means we're going to wait for the update. There's been a break in the 6th game, which would mean 3 apiece. And then it's over to On Jabeur to serve. Yes! This is proper tennis.
This is like a bit of a watch-along, isn't it, here with Radzi? And that's what it's like on the hill for everybody watching. Out!
Oh,
you saw that there on Hawkeye. It was class.
A false start from me.
Out.
I've twitched early. Oh, no. I'm not even sure. The crowd are giving nothing away. It's like they're just tantalising our taste buds here with zero body language. Frustration etched across the faces of the Norrie Knoll, as it will be called for one more day, then it will revert back to Henman Hill. What a battle it was, by the way, from Cameron Norrie against Novak Djokovic. My goodness, so it's now 40-30 on Jabeur. 2nd breakpoint opportunity, I think, as things stand. We'll get some information to you sent to us via carrier pigeon, and then we'll communicate it back to you. Oh, hang on a second here. It's gone to juice. Unbelievable stuff. This is bad. Oh, dear. This is...
There's also another feed if you want to continue watching Radzi's emotions throughout this centre court matchup there. No, I'm joking, but it's been entertaining. It's literally all around the grounds. And a little bit earlier on court 1, we had the men's invitational. Take a watch of this. I mean, this is something that you're not going to see on centre court today. The guys out there, Tommy Haas, Mark Philippoussis, Arnold Clement and Michael Lodra. And just... watch what they decide to do out here, Radzi. Not particularly trying for those points, they're just having a little bit of fun.
An old-school game of killer. Now, for the uninitiated, killer works very simply. You hit the ball and then you run around the net. The person who fails to receive the ball first is out of there. And who would it be? Would it be Haas? Would it be Philippoussis? Would it be Clement? Let's find out. We're talking about hips that have seen a lot of lateral action over the past couple of decades. Some serious synovial fluid needs to be injected into them, but as you can see there, they gave absolutely everything in that to a point that didn't even count.
Well, Mark seemed to like it, didn't he? Celebrating hands in the air. He seemed to care.
I liked it.
It's great fun. If you're out there on court 1, it's lovely to see these legends back in action.
No.
That means Radzi's got an update for us. He's walked off camera.
Oh, gutting.
Are you going to tell the audience what that was?
I'm totally bipartisan, but basically, On Jabeur did not manage to break. Rybakina's just held serve. It's now 4-2. I've realised how loud I'm actually shouting to all the people walking past it. I do apologise. I've got a microphone.
It's fine. Drama on centre court. Now, whilst we let Radzi calm down and catch his breath, we'll go over to Olivia, who's in the museum.
Now, I love fashion. You know that. I hope I've shown you that throughout the tournament. But this bit's one of my favourite in the museum, learning all about the Wimbledon whites and how the fashion has evolved on the court. Now, this blazer here, with that very recognisable, if a little bit large, crocodile, is from René Lacoste back in 1927. A player here, he had his own gorgeous white blazer with that giant, giant crocodile. And then, of course, we got the beautiful brand Lacoste from it. I didn't know that. I learnt that here today, this very morn. Now, there's those kind of famous looking cricket jumpers, which obviously aren't cricket cricket jumpers, they're tennis jumpers. Do you know what? I think I need an expert to tell me about how Wimbledon fashion evolved and came to be and where the Wimbledon whites came from. You know who I should get in touch with? Oh, Emma. Hi, Emma. Lovely seeing you here back in the museum. All right, this bit I love. Tell me everything about fashion, on court, and where Wimbledon whites came from and how it's all evolved.
Yes, we're really lucky here. We've got a huge costume collection, that's what we call it, so fashion collection. Obviously, in the beginning of tennis, in the Victorian era, ladies would wear their coloured dresses, but they soon found out that actually, if they got a bit sort of too energetic on court, the sweat would show. So hence wearing white would mean that wouldn't show up so much. So that's where the kind of the tradition of white came from. And lots of people think that we've always had a rule, you have to wear white, but that's not the case. So it's actually in 1962 that Morena Bueno wore a shocking pink lining to her dress, and it was actually that's quite recent, really.
Yeah, given how long it's been going, absolutely. Yeah, I love this vintage retro look. It's so cool.
Yeah, so we've got Borg's outfit here for these, and we've got Navratilova as well. So this was under the ruling of the predominantly white rule, but actually when you come along and you see some of the more modern stuff, this falls under the 1995 rule of almost entirely white. So these ones probably wouldn't be allowed now because actually they have too much colour. You can see here this is Steffi Graf as well.
Too much colour.
So that's 1988. So very 80s. You can see with the zigzag and the stars and the very 80s colours. You can see that neon green in there.
And look at the amazing trainers as well.
Yeah, so a lot more colour on the trainers as well. Lots of the players were kind of endorsing various brands at the time, as they do now as well. So we've got Chris Everett's trainers there, the Converse.
I love them. Can I have them? Can you
They're really nice. They're really lovely.
Cool.
I do like them. And then we move on to kind of this current era where it is almost entirely white, and we've got new rulings that cover things like headbands, so pat cashes, checkerboard, headband. That probably wouldn't be allowed now. But yes, so we have these lovely.
What an elegant Roger Federer pose that is.
Yes, so the one-handed backhand pose. Yes, so yes, he was interesting to arrange like this, but we think that he's really impactful. Lots of people have been taking pictures of him, and we love having him next to Rafa Nadal here, his 2008 outfit, which there was a lot in the press about the difference between Roger and Nadal at that time. Nadal having this kind of pirate look of the baggy shorts, the long baggy shorts, no sleeves.
That's allowed then, that's okay?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah, that's absolutely fine. But it was such a contrast to Federer, who had this very tailored look. When you look at the shorts, it's all beautifully stitched, and it's all very kind of like almost men's tailoring fashion compared to Nadal's. It's quite interesting comparison.
Love that.
Yeah.
And an iconic one for us, of course, Andy Murray.
Yeah, so this is the actual outfit that he wore when he won.
Dried sweat and all?
Yes, pretty much.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so actually the shorts are a little bit dirty because he kind of like fell down on the ground with kind of like in his moment of success. So yes, this is the actual outfit that he wore in 2013 as well.
Wow, brilliant. And we all know this sponsor and for who that is.
Yeah, so Djokovic's outfit, Uniqlo, but you can see often that the players do try to make the outfit a little bit Wimbledon, so even on him you can see he's got our purple and green colouring there as a piping, which is quite a nice little nod. So yeah.
Do you have any of Serena or Venus's outfits?
Yes, they feature at the end here.
You do? Great.
We've got Venus is fairly famous for having her own brand of clothing now. She's a great entrepreneur, great lover of fashion. So 11 is her brand clothing there that she often wears. And then Serena, this is actually her outfit that she wore when she first won in 2002. So actually 20 years ago now.
And even behind on the screen, you can see like these amazing outfits. It is part of the spectacle, what they're going to wear, especially Serena and Venus. They used to be so impactful with their fashion choices. So it's so lovely to see it all displayed. And obviously emotion there. All right, well, this one was a good one for me. I loved this, Emma. Thanks so much.
All right.
But what happens if she doesn't do it?
Elena Rybakina has 2 challenges remaining.
OK, so this is the scene on the hill at the moment. Everyone there crowding around, watching the ladies' singles final on the big screen as Elena Rybakina and Ons Jabeur battle it out on centre court. It is, as we've been saying, 1 set all. Ons Jabeur taking the first set fairly comfortably in the end, 6-3, and Rybakina took the second. She fought back to win it 6-2, and she is potentially points away from lifting the Wimbledon title at 5-2 in the third set. And it is very, very busy on the hill. Well, we can discuss with Anne Keothavong, who's joined us here on Wimbledon Uncovered, what we've seen so far. In terms of this third set, Rybakina has really, well, ran away with it, hasn't she? Taken a 5-2 lead.
Yeah, she sure has. She was able to get it together at the start of the second set and has really carried the momentum into this final set. And it's the calmer, has been the calmer of the two out here. Ons Jabeur just a set away from really making history and winning the biggest title of her career. But it just all looked too much for her in the second set. And I went onto centre court to watch this match, and I was taken back by a little bit by how much Ons was just shouting towards her box, just full of frustration, not quite knowing how to break her opponent down.
Interesting to see her doing that, what you were discussing there, that, shouting at her box, letting their frustration be known. But obviously there is some discussion about this at the moment, whether coaching during a match should be allowed, but they aren't really allowed to talk back to her. So it is just used as an opportunity for the player to just vent their frustrations, but it's a kind of a one-sided thing.
It is, it's... yeah, you can understand all sorts of emotions going through her mind, all sorts of thoughts on the bigger stage, wanting it so badly, but sometimes you can want it too much.
Yeah. And also the fact that Rybakina, she raced away with the second set and then the third set. She really got the momentum, and Jabeur wasn't able to get it back.
No, she got the early break at the start of the third set, and yeah, she has just managed to hold her nerve.
Okay, and let's go live to centre court. Well, these aren't live pictures. Let's go to centre court and see what's happened. It's match point to Elena Rybakina. And there she is, she's won it 6-2 in the final set. A fairly muted celebration for the fact she just won her first Grand Slam title. Can she believe it?
She's just won Wimbledon, and barely a flicker of any kind of emotion there from Elena Rybakina as her team there all celebrate with one another. Yaroslava Shvedova, all in white in the middle with her shades on, former player and the Billie Jean King Cup captain. Shares the coaching duties, but oh.
For every winner, there's a loser, and that shot there of Ons Jabeur tells it all.
Yeah, it's hard not to feel for her. She got off to such a fantastic start in today's final, but just wasn't able to keep the momentum. Took her eye off the ball, allowed Rybakina into the match, and yeah, coach of Ons Jabeur there. Just, yeah, well, all the time and effort that they've put into this for this moment. Of course, they're disappointed, they're upset, understandably so.
Do you think that the weight of expectation that we were discussing and all of what this title would have meant for Ons Jabeur was weighing perhaps on her mind in that final set?
Yeah, quite possibly. It'd be interesting to hear what she says in her press conference after this match, or even on the on-court interview, whether it was nerves or whether she did just think too far ahead and just lost her way there. But for Rybakina, I think she's in a state of shock. Here she is running up to a box. Of course she's going to run up to a box. That's the thing to do now if you win Wimbledon.
And I think that is almost testament to how she was able to stay in the moment. She almost didn't realise she'd won the title.
Yeah, well, she's someone who doesn't give too much away. Quietly just gets on with her tennis. Doesn't have to climb over anything. See, there's a little door there.
It's a lot easier to get up there than it used to be, where it required some clambering. But also, this is clearly a momentous win for her, but also for the team that we're seeing here and her coaches. This is the product of years and years of hard work.
It sure is. A wonderful moment to celebrate together. I mean, she's still not really, I don't know, she's in a state of shock, I think she is.
She is, yeah. High fives from some of her team there in the box as she heads back down for the trophy presentation. But I think as well, it was interesting to see how she figured the match out, because the tactics that she used, the variety that we knew was coming from Ons Jabeur worked so well in the first set, but Rybakina was able to modify her game just that little bit to, in the end, win those second and third sets relatively comfortably.
Yeah, once she settled, she just never looked back, and that serve continued to motor. She dealt with those short slice shots, drop shots from Ons Jabeur really well. Didn't give Jabeur too many angles to play with when she came forwards, and remained calm, which was, I think, the biggest key.
And also what we saw in the statistics at the end of the first set, we were discussing it, weren't we, that one of the things that Ons Jabeur was doing very well was making a lot of first serves, so Rybakina wasn't getting too much of a look at second serves. We can listen into the trophy presentation here with Sue Barker.
Please welcome onto centre court Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Cambridge, patron of the All England Lawn Tennis Club. Her Royal Highness is accompanied by Ian Hewitt, chairman of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, and David Rawlinson, president of the LTA. First, please show your appreciation for the chair umpire, Aurélie Tort. Now, to the runner-up, Ons Jabeur. And the ladies' singles champion for 2022, Elena Rybakina. That's how much they've appreciated your tennis and your attitude to the game. Tell us how you're feeling right now.
Thank you guys for your support. Really appreciate it. First of all, I want to congratulate Elena. I mean, she played amazing. Her and her team, great job. I mean, she deserved this. And hopefully next time will be mine.
But Ons, you've been an inspiration as well, the first Arab woman in a Grand Slam final. You are setting... There are so many young girls whose lives you are changing.
I won't do this without my team there. They always believed in me and pushed me to do more. So thank you for your support. Thank you for believing in me.
And I hope you know that you'll be back here winning the title one year. You know that.
Yeah, I mean, Elena stole my title, but it's okay. I love this tournament so much, and I feel really sad, but I mean, it's tennis. There is only one winner. I'm really happy that I'm trying to inspire, you know, many generations from my country. I hope they're listening. And I also want to thank this beautiful crowd for their support during the 2 weeks. It's been amazing. Thank you very much. And I just want to wish Eid Mubarak to all Muslims around the world. It's very important.
Excellent. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ons Jabeur. Elena, holding that trophy, Wimbledon champion, how does that feel?
Thank you so much. I'm actually speechless because I was super nervous before the match, during the match, and I'm honestly happy that it finished, to be honest, because really, I never felt something like this. And I just want to say big thanks to the crowd for the support. It was unbelievable all these 2 weeks. But also, of course, I want to congratulate Ons for the great match and everything you achieved. It's amazing, and I think you're inspiration not only for the young juniors, but for everybody. Really, you have an amazing game, and I don't think that we have someone like this on tour, and it's just a joy to play against you. And I ran today so much, so I don't think that I need to do fitness anymore, honestly. And also I want to say thank you for the Royal Box. I mean, I'm playing first time, and it's an honor to be here to play in front of you. Thank you so much, and it's just unbelievable atmosphere. Thank you.
You've done amazingly well, because when you came to the tournament, you said, oh, I'll be happy if I make the second week. And now, here you are with the trophy. You've exceeded even your own expectations.
Yeah, it's true. I didn't expect that I'm going to be, honestly, in the second week of Grand Slam at Wimbledon. And to be a winner, I mean, it's just amazing. And I honestly don't have words to say how happy I am. But I won't be here without my team, of course. So I want to say big thanks to my team.
Elena, can I just say the president of the Kazakhstan Tennis Federation was the most excited spectator in centre court today.
I'm really, I appreciate, because you came to support me in the semi-final, and now in the final, it's unbelievable support. So I want to say big thanks to Mr. Bulajaritovic, and of course to the rest of my team, to my coach, he is here, and my sponsors, everyone, and of course to the rest of my team. They're at home, and actually the most important is my parents, of course. They're not here, so I'm very sorry.
sister.
My sister is here, and I think it's just third time she's coming to me on the tournament, so it's I think unbelievable for her also what's happening now. But of course, first to my parents. Without them, I won't be here for sure. And yeah, just thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, well done, ladies and gentlemen, the Wimbledon champion, Elena Rybakina.
So there they are. First Grand Slam title, first Wimbledon title for Elena Rybakina. She opened up a little bit in that interview,
Yes.
and I think finally realised that she had done it.
Yeah, she has won Wimbledon. Elena Rybakina, you have won Wimbledon, the biggest title of your career. You can crack a smile there for the photos. But she, yeah, there was hardly any kind of celebration. It was as if she'd just won her first round match. I'm not sure, yeah, it's really sunk in there.
It was lucky Sue Barker was there as well, interviewing her to almost remind her who to thank.
Yes, yeah. I'm sure it's all very overwhelming. But even here in the photos, come on, smile. This is cracking me up a little bit.
But I think that sense of the poise and the calm is what served her well, so well here at Wimbledon this year. She has just seemed very difficult to unsteady and focused on the prize really at the end, and that is the Venus Rosewater dish that she now probably can't quite believe that she's won it.
Yeah, no, she can't. Ons Jabeur, they're very gracious though in defeat. Lovely speeches actually from both women. Sally Bolton, chief exec.
I was going to say
Hero.
actually about Ons's speech, as we knew she would be, so gracious in defeat, paying tribute to her opponent. And saying that she hopes to be back, and I think as fans of tennis and the sport, we hope she is back in a Grand Slam final, especially here at Wimbledon.
She will be back. She's 27 years of age. She's got plenty more tennis in her. She is an awkward opponent for anyone. She was a set away from lifting that Venus Rosewater dish, but it wasn't to be for her. Despite the fantastic start from Ons Jabeur, the errors started creeping in that second set, and she never quite regained her composure.
Well, that is the photo that's going to be on the back pages of all of the sports newspapers all around the world, especially back home in Kazakhstan, for her. A brilliant performance in the end on centre court for Rybakina, who can finally crack a smile now as she holds that famous trophy aloft for the cameras. In terms of where we go from here, we were discussing with Reem before the match whether or not Ons had a chance to potentially, if she won the title, then go on and win quite a few Grand Slams. Was she a player that Reem was thinking would do so? On Rybakina's side, is this the floodgates opening, do you think, for her?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on tour prior to COVID, she was one of the most informed players on tour. She had really started motoring, made her breakthrough, and then I think COVID, well, it scuppered a lot of players' development, but her in particular just seemed to lose her way. But she's found it again. We've always known she's got this dangerous game. She has weapons. She's got the right mindset to be a champion, and here she is. And yeah, I think this is just a start.
And those hot, fast conditions on centre court today, in the end, I think played into her favour with the serve and the big ground strokes.
Yeah, they sure did. She was helped along the way. I don't think Ons Jabeur in that second and third set was anywhere near her best. But, you know, we discussed before the match who was going to handle the occasion better. And in the end, it was Rybakina.
Yeah, interesting as well that the fact that she, having lost that first set, we were saying she just changed a few things in her game and focused on some of the things that hadn't worked particularly well for her in the first set, and they worked much better in the second and third.
Yeah, her first serve percentage increase, did a much better job of winning points behind first and second serve in the second and third sets. Rybakina finished up with 29 winners to just 17 from Ons Jabeur, and there is her name on the honours board.
They don't hang around
They
here
sure
at the All
don't.
England Club.
She'll walk off this court and she'll see her name right there.
Immortalised in history and in the future for finals here at Wimbledon when the players walk into centre court in hundreds of years to come.
First person from Kazakhstan to win a Grand Slam singles title.
Yeah, so impressive from her. We'll watch her as she heads back out of, well, away from the actual court itself and out to the balcony to celebrate with the fans there and show off the rosewater dish. But a few more words on Ons Jabeur. Do you think we will be seeing her back in another Grand Slam final and potentially lifting one of these titles soon?
For sure, and I think, you know, whether it's here at Wimbledon or the French Open, you know, she's been a junior Grand Slam champion at the French Open. This year, during the clay court season, she was one of the most informed players and one of the favourites for the French Open title, but went out in the first round. Regrouped really well after that loss to come back strong on the grass. And we know her game is highly effective, whether it's grass, clay, hard courts, suits all surfaces, and she's got the game when she is fully dialed in to really upset the rhythm of opponents and make life difficult for them.
And that's the thing with Ons Jabeur, particularly, as you said there, she has a very versatile game that could work at any of the Grand Slams, whereas you would say with Rybakina, I mean, she is an accomplished player on all surfaces too, but her game suits more the faster surfaces like Wimbledon.
Yeah, the hard courts, the grass courts, that is where she's going to pick up her wins, that's where she's going to be dangerous, and I do believe this is just the start of perhaps many more Grand Slams. She's a dangerous player, always has been, and now it's all come together for her.
And it shows just how open the ladies' game has been for a while now on tour, that we've had so many different Grand Slam champions. What do you think the key is from now for Rybakina if she does want to go on and lift many of them? What are the kind of things that she's got to get right that other players perhaps haven't, who've only managed to get one and then slip down the rankings?
I think it's just a matter of focus, which I think she has. You know, she's very single-minded, very understated. There aren't too many distractions at the moment, but who's to say there won't be now that she's a Grand Slam champion? I'm sure there'll be more commercial interest in her. But you know, she is, given her personality, she's very much an introvert. We saw this. I mean, just looking at her reaction here, she's just won Wimbledon, but she looks like she's just won a first-round match. Just a little grin over to her team and little fist pump, and that was it.
Yeah, it was a definition of cool, calm and collected. This was the reaction from her box. Slightly less muted, shall we say, from them in there.
That's her sister jumping up and down in the back there. I think she'll be attending more tournaments. That's her lucky charm.
And I think we have to pay tribute to her, because we've seen players who lift Grand Slam titles but aren't able to do it the first time they reach a final. Simona Halep's the one that immediately springs to mind to her. I think all of us knew that eventually she would win a Grand Slam, but she wasn't able to bring her best to the first one. So to manage to win a Grand Slam in your first time in the final is a seriously difficult thing to do.
It sure is, but yeah, she did it. She was able to manage those emotions, despite admitting in that on-court interview with Sue Barker how nervous she was throughout, but somehow found a way through. And yeah, I'm sure once things have settled this evening, I'm sure there'll be a bigger celebration to follow.
Yes, and these will be the pictures and the shots that she will look back on in many years with so much pride of her lifting the Venus Rosewater dish alongside all of those great champions down the years. We were saying beforehand, 100 years of centre court here at Church Road. Suzanne Lenglen lifting the trophy 100 years ago, and she has done it today. Here is the tale of the tape, the numbers. Amazing how much those changed after that first set that Ons Jabeur had won. And Rybakina, 4 aces, 60% of first serves in, and 57% of those second serve points won. She upped those numbers significantly from the first set, and in the end, over the course of the whole match, it was a good serving performance which helped her through.
It was, and she may have hit more unforced errors than her opponent, but she also hit more winners than Ons Jabeur. And it was interesting also just to see the number of points won, total number of points won. Despite that being a 3-6, 6-2, 6-2 match, there was only 6 points between them overall. And here is Elena Rybakina with the club chairman, Ian Hewitt.
And it is really hard to put into words and imagine what she must be feeling now.
And she's just about to be handed the members badge, that purple badge that so many champions take a huge amount of pride in. I mean, she, in the royal box, I mean, how many champions were there sat watching her? You had Martina Navratilova, Billie Jean King, Marion Bartoli, Martina Hingis.
Yeah, and that is the rite of passage, isn't it? That once you win Wimbledon, men's or ladies, you become a member of the All England club.
You become an honorary member, and Conchita Martinez was also there. So, yeah, fantastic. Look at that roll of honour. She is now part of history.
Yeah, so many great names on that honours board. And I'm sure when she sees her name alongside those champions, you mentioned Martina Navratilova, just seeing Navratilova, how many times she was able to win it. She'll hope to go on to win it even a fraction of the number of times that Martina did. But also, I'm sure the realisation inside, even if she's not able to perhaps express herself as well as other people might think she should, on the outside, inside she will be feeling this is the culmination of so much hard work, travelling to far-flung places, learning the game, to get to this point.
Yes. Another little chat with the Duchess of Cambridge.
Lovely to see the Duchess of Cambridge here again. I think it's the second time in the tournament that she's been here. I mean, we all know that she absolutely loves tennis, loves Wimbledon.
Billie Jean King hovering in the background there.
Yeah, she's waiting to get her word. But a true supporter of the championships throughout the last few years. You've been lucky enough to meet her on a few occasions, haven't you?
Yes, yeah. Well, she loves her tennis. And it was a thoroughly enjoyable final to watch.
Yeah, that was what we were saying beforehand when we were hoping that it wasn't going to be one of those one-sided finals that we have occasionally seen in the last few years, that it was going to be a match between two relatively evenly matched players. Hope that it potentially went to 3 sets, seesawed back and forth, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, there it is. Sally Bolton leading Elena Rybakina onto the balcony, where she'll be able to lift it again and celebrate it with all the fans who came to support her here today.
Yes, here she comes out. This is what Olivia showed us earlier on, the walk that she would make, and rapturous applause and cheers from the fans down there, crowding around to just get a look at her on that balcony above the Southwest Hall on the side of centre court. And I'm sure now it's finally sinking in what she's achieved. Her first Grand Slam title, her first Wimbledon title, the first Kazakh to win a Grand Slam. And these will be moments she'll remember for the rest of her life.
Yeah. Just 23 years of age. How many more times will she be lifting that Venus Rosewater dish here at Wimbledon in the years to come?
And as you say, at 23, you know, she's got a long, if she can stay fit, and she hasn't, I don't think, had too many injury problems in her career so far, she will have a long career at the highest level left to come.
Yeah, just giggling because she had to hand back that dish to Sally Bolton. She won't be able to take that home.
They get a replica, don't
She
they?
gets a replica, which is a fraction the size of that one.
A little bit easier to get into the hand luggage.
Yes. But now making her way past the members.
And I love this moment. We saw it with Ash Barty last year when she won the title. After all of what we've just seen, eventually they get to meet back up with their family and friends and coach who were in the box. And that always makes for a special moment as well, a realisation that collectively they've done it.
They've done it, yes. There will be champagne waiting on the players' lawn, should she wish to have a sip of that with her team and celebrate. But here she is, walking down the corridor back just outside the ladies' locker room here. Where's her team?
Where are they?
Where are they? Oh, no, she's going back into the locker room.
Yeah, because that was where we saw last year, there was that lovely conversation between Ash Barty and her coach, And we couldn't overhear exactly what they were saying, but you could sort of sense it was right, you've done it.
Yeah.
What a brilliant day for all of us, what a brilliant performance. So that's the scene here at the All England Club. We have a new Wimbledon champion. Elena Rybakina has won Wimbledon, winning the final in 1 hour and 48 minutes. Lost the first set 6-3, but then it was a pretty much flawless performance after that. 6-2, 6-2. And whilst we were watching that, we can head over to Olivia, who's down at the balcony.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Elena Rybakina, the 23-year-old from Kazakhstan, a first ever Grand Slam champion for Kazakhstan, just 23 years old, beating Ons Jabeur 3-6, 6-2, 6-2 in 1 hour and 47 minutes. The crowd here have gathered, hundreds and hundreds of people come out to see the women's singles champion. What an honor, overwhelming I'm sure, but look at, she looks cool as they come in this blistering heat. It's a brilliant tradition that we get to see the winner showing off that incredible trophy, the Venus Rosewater dish. She looks really, really happy, very calm, not too excitable, but that is a true champ. 23 years old, the first of many, I'm sure, but what an amazing thing to do for her country, for Kazakhstan. The first ever Grand Slam champion from there. Well done to her, well done to Ons. A brilliant day for all here at Wimbledon.
Well, I've just bumped into these two lovely ladies who have come off centre court after that ladies' final. I want you guys to describe what it was like in there. Watching out here, like I unfortunately have to do, is not the same thing. Describe how it went. 3 sets. Was it quite dramatic?
Well, we were lucky to have 3 sets. I think, you know, it went a long way, and we enjoyed it very much. I mean, we thought at one point it's going to be a walkover with Ons taking it, you know. But it was great, absolutely fabulous.
Who do you think the fans were particularly rooting for in there?
Oh, definitely Ons. It sounded like that everyone was rooting for her, but they both played really, really well, and we were just really pleased to have such an exciting match in the end. So yeah.
How do you think Elena kind of, I guess, responded to that if it wasn't really going her way? Do you think that seemed to affect her possibly in that first set?
Yeah, definitely in the first set. But as she said, she was like nervous all the way through, bless her. But she just kind of, pulled through to the end. And she played some great shots, especially at the net.
Yeah, what was it like to see her lift that Venus Rosewater dish at the end there for Elena?
I was wanting her to win anyway, because I've been watching her right through the championships. And it was great. I mean, she's fabulous. And what she's been through, I mean, she's Russian, then took out, you know, Kazakhstan has taken over her to help her. And she's done well, I think, you know, very well. I think she deserves every bit of it.
We were talking about her style. She's a big girl out there. She's 6 foot. She's got some great serves on her. How was that to watch her in all her glory? From on the TV, it looked beautiful.
It did. It was very elegant at times. Okay, there were a few clumsy shots, but then that's tennis. If you don't have that, then I suppose, you know, but it was great.
That's very interesting. Yeah, no, it was really interesting, and it was, I mean, she's so tall. When she came to the net and missed the shots, we were like, how does that happen? But it's just the nerves and things, so yeah, but it looked great. She did really well.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us, and go and enjoy the rest of your day here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks
very
a
much.
Bye.
Well, they were just two people who enjoyed the final there on centre court and said they were hoping that Ons Jabeur would be able to manage to win it. Ons Jabeur, let's discuss her a little bit, because she is, I think, what they were saying there is a great example. She is such a fan's favourite. So many people love her. A ball of sunshine, as Reem described her earlier, and that really is a great way to describe her. We saw it in the speech that she gave afterwards, very gracious in defeat to Rybakina. And if she didn't have enough fans already all around the world, she's probably picked up even more today.
Yeah, I mean, she was the one who had the crowd support. It was really noticeable out there on centre court how many people were willing her on and cheering her on. She was the favourite of the two out there on centre court. But she's just got a wonderful personality. She's very open. It's not just her style of tennis that draws people in, because she's been voted fan favourite goodness knows how many times because of her skill and her ability to entertain and be creative out there on the tennis court, but she's not afraid to show a bit of emotion as well, whether it's positive or negative. You tend to know how she feels, and she's just so warm away from the court, just happy to have a chat. An hour before her match today, I mean, I was chatting to her in the locker room, and she just seemed so relaxed. I was taken by surprise, but just happy, smiling, and seemed ready to go.
I'd asked Reen this question. She said she didn't think this was the case, but is there an argument that Ons is a bit too relaxed, a bit too nice, that you need I know she clearly wouldn't have got anywhere near #2 in the world if you didn't have grit and determination, but does she need to learn to, at those moments, in these moments where it can be quite cutthroat, to be a little bit more in that manner?
I don't think so, because when you see her out there on the match court, you can see how much it means to her and how much she cares. Yes, she's very respectful of her opponent on the other side of the court. But, you know, you can see how much she wants it, because whether it's her unable to deal with her frustration, venting to her box, or getting really fired up, you know, I think that's her personality, and it's worked for her. She came up short today, but perhaps next time she'll be better prepared for it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think also you have to be careful as a tennis player and athlete to not deviate away too much from your own personality, what's got you there. And, you know, we've been discussing that a lot to do with Kyrgios, haven't we? That actually if you tried too much to pull him down, you know, stop...
He loses his edge.
You lose your edge.
Yeah.
And we've seen that. So many great champions, both on the men's and the women's side, players who play with their heart on their sleeve. You have to leave them almost to do that within reason, because otherwise they aren't the player that they were before.
Well, I think today's final also reflects that the contrast, not just in game styles, but personalities, and there's no right or wrong. I mean, we look at the champions in recent years here on the women's side. Elena Rybakina this year couldn't be any more different to someone like Ash Barty. Ash Barty, personality-wise, probably nearer to someone like Ons Jabeur, Simona Halep, Serena Williams, all very different people, but all with the same goal. They want to be Grand Slam champions, and how they go about it is very different. So I do think, you know, there is no right or wrong in that sense, as long as you are able to remain single-minded, be open to help when it's needed, but figure things out yourself as well. Because ultimately, when you're out there on the tennis court, as much as your team are trying to encourage you and help calm you down, they have no control of your racket. You have to figure it out, and you've got to figure out ways that help you.
What do you think Ons will, once this is over in a few days and she's had time to calm down, look back on this final and say, right, OK, if I'm going to win one of these Grand Slams, which everyone expects me to do, I hope I do, I need to get this right next time?
I think it was a case of nerves and just handling the occasion. She was noticeably more erratic in the second and third sets. Her level did drop after a fantastic start, and it's I guess finding ways to be tougher on yourself, so you're way more disciplined. You don't make those errors like she did in the second and third sets, and you are able to remain well, fresh and focused in the heat of the battle.
OK, Elena Rybakina is a new Grand Slam champion, having won Wimbledon, but that's not the end of the day's play on centre court, because the men's doubles final is about to begin and the players are now out on the grass on centre. It is Matt Ebden and Max Purcell, the Aussies, there in your picture, the number 14 seeds who beat Rajiv Ram and Joe Salisbury, the top seeds in the competition a couple of days ago, in an absolutely fabulous match. Having saved 5 match points in the third set, they went on to come back from 2 sets to love down and win it in 5 sets to make it through to the final against the number 2 seeds, but arguably the best team in the world at the moment, former world number 1s Nikola Mektic and Mate Pavic of Croatia, who have been on an absolutely unbelievable winning run. 12 matches as a pair they are on a winning run, but Pavic himself, having won the title with Hubert Hurkacz the week before they rejoined each other as a partnership, he also won those matches as well. So Pavic, the big lefty from Croatia, is on a 16-match winning streak. So it is going to take some serious tennis from Ebden and Purcell if they are to win this gentlemen's doubles final. The players just getting ready. Mektic and Pavic slightly quicker up from the chair for the coin toss. And we will listen in to see which way it goes.
Gentlemen, welcome and congratulations for being here in the final. Just a few reminders once again. If you want a challenge, as always, please let me know immediately and make it clear. Best is just to call. Challenge, we have the towels that use green and purple. Green for you today, purple for you. If you need more towels, just let me know. And 25 seconds as before, they're just displayed on the two scoreboards at the bottom. And last but not least, it's still best of 5, and in case there's a tiebreak in the final set, it's 10 points, first 4 sets, normal tiebreaks. Do you have any questions? Gentlemen, you want heads or tails? Heads. Tails for you. And it's tails. Receive. Okay, have a good one.
So Mektic and Pavic choosing to receive, and then also the Aussies deciding to go down the other end to serve, because the sun, as we've seen, is a factor today.
It is, and depending which person on the team wants to serve first, generally they have a preference. Someone generally is better at serving into the sun than the other, but this is a first meeting between these two teams, which surprises me somewhat. Matthew Ebden, there in your picture, was also in the final of the mixed doubles, partnered Sam Stosur, but unfortunately for him, lost in the mixed doubles final to Neil Skupski and Desiree Kravchuk. He's played a lot of tennis.
Yes, exactly. And Ebden, I suppose, unusual compared to the other three. But I know Purcell plays a little bit of singles, but Ebden himself had an accomplished singles career. We saw his career high doubles ranking there was 24, but he was also a top 50 player in the world in singles too. How much does that help? Perhaps a partnership. One player is more of a double specialist, but then having one player who was also accomplished in the singles game.
I mean, the focus for these two obviously has been on doubles court as a team together. But generally, if you have been a top singles player, I guess those pressure moments you've had more experience in those situations. But generally, on the doubles court, you've got to work together as a team, and these two have a fantastic relationship. They did reach the final of the Australian Open. On that occasion, they lost to Nick Kyrgios and Thanasi Kokkinakis, but they've certainly earned it there.
Four out of their 5 matches have been 5 sets, and 16 hours and 48 minutes on court. They must be exhausted.
They must be. But also coming back from 2 sets to love down in that semi-final against Joe Salisbury and Rajiv Ram. They actually saved 5 match points in that match. I think Joe Salisbury and Rajiv Ram are still kicking themselves that they weren't able to get over the line. But Mektic and Pavic had their fair share of battles as well, and they too had to save a match point in their semi-final when they came back twice from sets down against Robert Farah and Kabul. They saved a match point on the Mektic serve at 4-5 in the deciding set. They won they won in a match tiebreak in their semi-final, 10-4.
There is a question mark over this man here, Mate Pavic. As talented as he is, Mark Woodford was saying yesterday he has been carrying an injury. It wasn't so much of an issue in the first few matches. Mark was discussing with him, hadn't felt any pain, but then in the semi-final had felt some significant pain during that match. And as you can see there, as you said, it was a really long one, 7-6 in the 5th set against Kabul and Farah. What's the psychology when you're playing against a team where you've got one player that perhaps might be slightly injured?
Make sure you go and see the doctor and get the right type of shot.
And I suppose from the opponent's perspective, hit it to them as much as you can.
Yeah, look, it's a final, and I'm sure he would have done whatever was needed to be in tip-top shape for this match, whether it's physio, whether it's cortisone injection, whatever it is, he would have, taken whatever anti-inflammatories, would have done everything he could possibly have done to make sure he's fit and healthy for this, so he could give himself the best shot to win here again.
And it's two very strong service teams. You can see service games won over the course of the tournament so far. 92% for Mektic and Pavic and 94% for Ebden and Purcell. So this is going to be a match where serve and those few breaks of serves over the course of it is going to be critical.
Yes, it sure is. But given both had 5-set epics in the semi-finals, I reckon this might be another 5-setter.
Yes, it could be, and I think the thing with Mektic and Pavic, you know, as I said, they've been on a fabulous run on grass, and they have been the dominant team on tour for the last few years in terms of the men's doubles. They won 9 titles last year over the course of the year, and something Mark was saying was that no one really, although they started the year a little bit slowly, there's no other team that has consistently managed to beat them. Occasionally, you know, Ram and Salisbury, who are the top seeds here, have won some matches against them, but no consistent team has managed to find the game plan in order to knock them off. Will Ebden and Purcell be able to do it today? Well, we're going to have to leave that one on centre court. The men's doubles final between Matt Ebden, Max Purcell from Australia, the 14 seeds, against Nikola Mektic and Mate Pavic, the number 2 seeds. You can watch it on Wimbledon's major broadcasters all around the world. But due to our rights restrictions, we are unable to show you that. So just a reminder, if you have joined us, the ladies singles final has been completed about half an hour ago. Elena Rybakina of Kazakhstan winning her first Grand Slam title, her first Wimbledon title as well. An absolutely brilliant performance in the end. Having dropped the first set 6-3, it was 6-2, 6-2 after that for the Kazakh over Ons Jabeur, the number 3 seed from Tunisia. And it's time for us to catch up with Rachel again, who's with some fans.
Well, I've just found a couple who have come off centre court after that ladies' final matchup. I'd love you both to describe what it was like on centre court for that moment.
Yeah, it was an overwhelming experience for us. We are from the US, and it's the first time we were here in London to attend the tournament. And I thought the quality of play was superb. And the shot making on both sides was very, very impressive. So it's probably one of the best finals I ever witnessed.
Wow, that's a strong statement there. Obviously, it's your first time here as well. Yeah. Has it lived up to all the expectations I'm sure you put on it?
Yes, everything. We love London. The people are great. They're so friendly, and they do such a fabulous job here. I mean, answering all our questions, and it's very organized. So we've been to a lot of places in the world, but this is the top of the list.
And it was obviously between Ons and Elena. Who were you rooting for going into that final, and who were you rooting for coming out of it? Did it change as you kind of sat and watched?
Well, first of all, we were hoping to have a very well-balanced match, because it would not be enjoyable to see some blowout. But both were living up to all the expectations. My favorite was Elena, but I do appreciate the shot-making talents of the Tunisian woman. But as I said before, it was just a fantastic match, and it was a wonderful experience.
I mean, it was history, wasn't it, in the making for both ladies out there today. Do you feel, from watching firsthand, that maybe that just got the better of Ons Jabeur out there, the pressure that she puts and her country puts on her shoulders?
Yes, I think it was very good for both of them, you know, and he can answer that question.
No, I think the favorite was Ons, but the more powerful player, especially in the second and third set, was definitely Elena. She found her range. In the first set, I think she used too much power and missed too many shots, and had definite trouble handling Ons drop shots. But overall, she was the better player, and you know, it's a fantastic outcome.
Well, thank you so much, both of you, for your insight from centre court there, and you know, what a wonderful first-time experience, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. Intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sipsmith Swansea service at Wimbledon. Your Swansea at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sipsmith Gin. Swansea, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up. Yeah, bounce. Yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go. Woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me want to ride with the window down all night.
You all certainly look the part, dressed in your strawberry shirts, but have you tried a Wimbledon strawberry?
We haven't yet, no.
Would you like to?
I'll have one yet, why not?
Hello, welcome to Around the Grounds with Amex. Now, two things synonymous with Wimbledon is, of course, the horticulture and strawberries and cream, but don't take my word for it. What was your initial reaction when you saw everything in the floral displays?
Happiness, really. I think it's just so nice to be back. The summer experience of being in Britain and in London, the flowers are in bloom, all these great sporting events.
It's so beautiful. Honestly, it's breathtaking. What makes the Wimbledon strawberries so good?
Well, I think it's a really nice mix of cream and strawberries. It's sweet and has some creamy texture in it. It blends really well.
Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Strawberries and cream always, and champagne.
You cannot compare the strawberry to anything else.
It is really great. It's part of the traditions.
Absolutely delicious. Best strawberries in the world are in England, and the nicest people.
I've come along to the American Express card member lounge. So let's see what all the fuss is about.
Greatness. It takes time to evolve and to grow, to strive for relevance in a world that changes fast, to learn how to adapt when the conditions work against us. It's an endeavor to be sharper and smarter, a labor of excellence as old as time itself. A century of relentlessly pushing the boundaries further and further, again and again and again.
You have to develop an edge to be great at something. I got that. And then, boom, there's something clearly wrong.
You doing your job, umpire?
You're pathetic! How much bigger a point can you screw it up with? Couldn't you see anything?
From New York, John McEnroe.
You either loved him or hated him.
but you could not be aware of John McEnroe.
I didn't want to be booed. I wanted everyone to clap for me. But if I wanted to be like my idols,
Foot over the line.
I did learn you gotta be a bit of a lunatic out there.
You cannot be serious.
Who doesn't mind yelling at an umpire, man?
Go around the world, meet girls, and party. I was in such an unbelievable high. #1 in the world. I'm the greatest player that's ever played. Why does it not feel that amazing? You always worry. You're too much like your dad. He was a perfectionist. That's my biggest flaw. I was melting down. 37 psychologists and psychiatrists didn't help. It felt like there was no way that it could get worse, but it proved to be incorrect.
John's a perfectionist. In his head, it's never good enough.
I would dwell on tennis matches when I could have been a better dad. That's the worst feeling. You always hear, do whatever it takes to win, at any cost. Is it all worth it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching that McEnroe documentary. Plenty of material for them to go through, that's for sure. Really interesting character. Let's go back and see some action that's taking place right now on court 18, so a short distance away from where we're sat right now. You've probably been hearing the clapping and cheering for this match in the ladies' invitational doubles. Jelena Jankovic, Agnieszka Radwanska, who are serving against our very own Daniela Hantuchova there, and Laura Robson as well, who have put in a pretty good performance so far. Took the first set 6-4 and 5-2 in the second, and Danny and Laura have made for a pretty good pairing this year, haven't they?
They have. Well, they've had plenty of practice together, and they're probably the most well-prepped of the invitational players. They competed together in a number of exhibitions leading up to Wimbledon this year, and put me to shame because they were practicing every day last week.
I was about to say, I do love to see the approach from various
well, I think the ladies'
some taking
doubles,
it seriously than others.
Yes, the ladies' doubles is taken way more seriously than the invitational mixed doubles, I think.
I see many well-known former tennis players walking around, some in tennis whites because they come from the practice courts, and others definitely not in tennis whites, and I don't know if they've done any practice whatsoever. I think it was, what was it Greg was saying earlier on when we had him on? He said, well, if you don't practice, then you've got no expectations.
Yeah, well, the less I practice, the better I am in my head.
But you have had some entertaining matches, didn't you? You had a wonderful one. I watched a little bit of it where Goran Ivanisevic was playing the fool, I think is probably the best way to describe it. But the crowds here do love it.
They do. And, you know, I was fortunate enough to be partnered up with Greg Rosetsky, who is more than happy to play the clown in these kind of events. But yeah, it has been a lot of fun. It's played in good spirit, and yeah, my invitational event though is over for this year.
As they move to match point, Daniela Hantuchova and Laura Robson, and it's great to see the crowd get involved as well. Occasionally we see the players handing their racket over to a ball boy or someone in the crowd to come on and play, and we get some brilliant rallies at the net as we're seeing here, showcasing the wonderful volleys from both sets of players. And it is amazing as well that they weren't quite able to win that point, and it goes to deuce. The level that a lot of the players are still bringing. Obviously, prior to coming here to Wimbledon, they've been maybe not doing so much practice on the courts once they get here, but beforehand playing a lot of tennis and keeping a really high level at the net.
Yeah, it's good to see so many former champions involved and happy to take part, and I think just happy to be back at Wimbledon in an event like this where it is a lot more relaxed to the playing days, and yeah, you can have some fun with it, as much or as little as you like. But I think Laura and Danny are ready to wrap this up. I think JJ and Aga, they're ready to go for a drink somewhere else, aren't they?
You mentioned fun and smiles from the crowd, and the crowds do get involved and love to make their presence felt. sometimes more than others.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the mixed doubles event, we had line judges taking part, kids, random kids, ball kids, all having a go and playing their part in the matches I was part of anyway.
And they've done it 6-4, 6-2. Daniela Hanzikova and Laura Robson have taken the match on court 18 in just over an hour and 17 minutes. Yeah, there was a funny moment. I think it was yesterday. Tommy Haas and Mark Philippoussis were playing. And there was someone sat in the crowd that kept saying, "I love you, Mark. I love you, Tommy." It was a lot of laughter after that.
Yeah, no, I think the players also are happy to join in on the banter, and it is good fun.
And also important for the tournament organisers. We saw a good example of it yesterday, where invitational doubles matches can be put on a court to slow the order of play down if someone is an important function to keep everything flowing smoothly.
It does, especially on the show courts. Towards the back end of the tournament, they want to have continuous play on the show courts, and that's where players in the invitational events step in. And also, you got to remember there are a lot of people who purchase ground passes just to come and soak up the atmosphere and I guess have a look around the grounds. There's good tennis to be played and to be watched as well.
Obviously, as a British player, you know Laura Robson really, really well. It was a difficult, choice that she had to make to step away from. Tried hard, didn't she, to try to come back. Maybe a difficult decision for her to possibly get back to the level that I did if I didn't have those injuries, but she's someone who's going to have a bright future in her.
Still loves the sport and wants to stay involved in it in a different capacity, and I think she's finding her way and relaxed environment, and it's not as strenuous in the invitational event as it would be in the pro event, and she's a lot younger than a lot of the other players in the draw, but it just wasn't to be. Her body wasn't able to hold up and do what was required to play at the highest level. But, to still remain involved is, I guess, the next best thing for her.
Absolutely, and I'm sure she's got plenty to tell the young players coming through in terms of British tennis as well. Well, it was absolutely packed out on the hill earlier for the ladies' singles final. Everyone there enjoying watching the match on the big screen. But it isn't the only hill in the world where they were watching tennis. Over in New York, there was a hill there as well, celebrating the tennis and watching the match on a big screen that was put there for the spectators to enjoy. And our reporter Jamie was soaking up the atmosphere.
Still so many activities, so much tennis to have. And wait, let me take that again. Sorry. Ready? 3, 2. Back here in New York, Brooklyn Bridge Park, the Hill in New York, and still so many activities on tap for the day. This is Logan West here on behalf of Babolat. He is going to be doing a trick shot demonstration a little bit later today for the folks out here in New York. So, Logan, what can we expect from your performance a little bit later?
Well, just a little bit of fun with the racket and the ball, juggling, some hits off the frame, maybe a couple cool catches, and maybe even get it into my pocket if I'm lucky.
What about the fans? You're going to get them involved at all?
Absolutely. We're going to pull some fans out of the crowd and see if we can get some of them to replicate what I'm doing here.
Okay. Well, how did you get into this? Because I feel like this is just like an interesting thing to be doing as a job or a hobby.
Yeah, the pandemic is what started it.
So many stories like that, right?
Yes. No, they took the nets off the courts where I live in D.C. and chained everything shut, so I started juggling in my living room, even used a frying pan, and it kind of sprung out of that and turned into a fun side hobby.
And then did you grow up playing tennis, I imagine, as well?
I did, yeah. I played since I was 3 and played USTA circuit, played Division I college tennis for Dartmouth College, and I've been coaching for over a decade in the Washington, D.C. area.
Amazing. So for anybody that maybe is looking to kind of get into this line of work, what would your suggestion be?
Just pick up the racket and the ball, and don't be afraid to fail and fall on your face a few times, and the more you practice it, the better it gets.
All right, well, let's see some of your best tricks that you can do in a short area here.
So we'll just start juggling the ball off the side of the frame and see where we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What's your record? Oh, wow, we got a flip in there. All right, that was great. And by the way, if people want to can't make it out today, or they're watching back in London, can they check you out?
I'm at Wolverine West on Instagram. Post pretty regularly there, and you can check out some on-court and some off-court freestyle.
All right, now you said you're a coach. Could you coach me into maybe doing one of these trick shots?
Absolutely. I think we got a racket here for you.
Okay, let's do it. All right, I might hand you the microphone.
Absolutely.
All right, so
I'll take the ball. All right, so you want to aim for the balance of weight on the racket right here, where the throat meets the frame.
Do I like move this too much, or just like kind
Just
of
relax your wrist a little bit.
Okay.
Aim right in there and just focus on the ball.
Okay.
3, 4. Oh, we got 4. That's a good start.
One more. Give me one more.
All right, here we go.
Ready?
1, 2.
Okay.
Oh.
You know what? I think I'm gonna give myself a little bit more of an advantage, so to speak. All right.
Oh, we're bringing in the big guns.
We're bringing in the big guns. This might be more difficult. We're gonna see, but I have
take a little more grip strength.
I have more surface area to work with. So. Okay, ready?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, taking out the shrubbery.
I know. Some casualties there. Well, thank you so much. We're looking forward to seeing the full performance a little bit later, but we appreciate you giving us a little preview on behalf of Babolat.
Oh, thanks for having me. This is awesome.
Back to you guys.
You'd have had a really nice day there watching on the hill in New York, the ladies' singles final. Anne, it's time for us to say goodbye. I'm still here. I've got a few more hours to go, but you'll be heading off. Just a final thought on the ladies' singles final, what we saw today. What did you enjoy most about the match?
Well, it was an amazing achievement from both women, first of all, just to be in the final. I thought both played some fantastic tennis throughout the championships to reach today's final. But Elena Rybakina, just too good, handled the occasion better than Ons Jabeur. Both women have won themselves a lot of fans, but I think this is just the start for Elena Rybakina, the start of many more slams to come her way. She's an exciting prospect, still only 23 years of age. And I hope she smiles more later today as she celebrates with the rest of her team.
Yeah, when it finally sinks in,
Yeah.
I think that she's lifted that famous Venus rosewater dish on centre court. Well, that wasn't the only final today. We watched the girls' singles final earlier. Liv Hovde, the top seed from the USA, winning 6-3, 6-4, and she's been catching up with Rachel.
Well, I'm very pleased to say I've got Liv Hovde next to me right now. She's the girls' singles champion here at Wimbledon for 2020. I mean, Liv, hearing me say that, I'm sure many other people have already said that to you. How is it settling in? How is that sinking in?
It's still unbelievable. I can't even believe it, and it's just crazy, to be honest.
And you've had quite the season as well. Roehampton, a title a couple of weeks back. Did you believe that these things would be possible early on in your career?
I just was excited to see where I was leading with my career, and Wimbledon champion was a great start.
Tell me about Wimbledon then, the fortnight that you've had, and as you kind of grew into this, you obviously came here as a #1 ranked player, and you delivered on that pressure.
Yeah, it's just crazy, to be honest. Like, I can't even believe it, and it's just a great tournament. I love it.
In terms of, I guess, people who've come before you, do you look at that honours board down there in centre court and look at a couple of the names like Ashley Barty, Iga Swiatek, you've got Eugenie Bouchard, you've got Radwanska, you've got Hingis. I can list so many names there. Do you look at them and go, now my name is there and I can possibly go on to replicate what they have done as well?
Yeah, I hope to just get to the pros and do as best as I can, and it's just crazy that now I'll be as long as with them as well.
Tell us a little bit about your style as well, Liv, like what you offer and what you hope to kind of continue in your career.
I'm just a very aggressive player, and I just hope to continue being aggressive and just getting better every day.
And have you seen your phone recently? Have you looked at any of the social media messages that people have been shouting out to you?
It's just blowing up right now, so I've decided that I'll do it all later tonight, and it's just crazy, all my supporters and everything.
Can I read just one to you here? I'm going to show you this one from Billie Jean King. She had a bright future ahead for Liv. Congratulations on winning the Wimbledon girls singles title. I mean, that's quite a tweet from a very special individual, isn't it?
I haven't seen that one yet, so that's crazy to even see. I mean, I look up to her as a player and a person, so it's great.
Do you know her personally? Have you ever spoken to her before? Is this something that now you'll build a relationship off the back of this?
My coach actually has played mixed doubles with her, so it's really cool to even have her say something about me.
Yeah, I can see the reaction on your face there. Liv, what's next for you after winning the title here?
Just to go home and rest and plan for US Open. So,
will you have a little bit of a celebration at home? Will your parents put on any little show for you?
I mean, it's just crazy. I haven't been home in like 3 weeks, so it's just good to go home and see everyone.
Well, Liv, what a tournament for you.
Thank
what a
you.
title. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Getting to them, and she's putting them away.
That was extraordinary. Ball was moving towards the ground, just 3 feet off the grass. Great racket work.
Some welcome shade on a very warm afternoon here in London. Sweltering day.
Fans with fans. And a Federer fan.
With a fan.
Federer fan with a fan. On the left-hand side is the men's changing room. On the right-hand side, on the other side of the flowers, is the women's changing room. And I've never been in there.
15 all.
Good fielding.
Yeah.
There's a present.
That'll go on the mantle at home.
Well, I don't know about you at home. I'm dizzy. It's just the ball that matters. How do you score that?
Oh, now we've got challenges in.
Yeah, all guys confused as we all were.
Ready, my sport? I'm ready. Come on, big boy. Hey. Can you do another ace like that? Maybe. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so much going on around the grounds here at the All England Club. Delighted to say Claire Curran has joined us once again here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Claire, we've seen that ladies' singles final. It toed and froed back and forth, didn't it? Great first set from Ons Jabeur. It looked like she was going to be heading towards lifting the title on centre court, but you have to pay tribute, really, to the way Elena Rybakina was able to modify her tactics a little bit after it didn't work in the first set, and then, after that, raced away with it, 6-2, 6-2, a really good win from her.
Well, it was, and I think that the fact that she stayed so calm throughout these championships, it paid off in that final today. I mean, there's been no reaction when she's won her quarter-final match, when she got through in the semi-final, when she beat Halep, and it was an amazing performance to beat Halep. There was very, very little reaction, and I think the fact that she is such a neutral competitor in terms of her mentality, I think that really stood for her when she played in the final. I felt Ons Jabeur had a little bit of a wobble at the start of that second set. She had 4 breakpoint opportunities. There was 3 in one game. But ultimately, on all of those breakpoint opportunities, Rybakina was so aggressive, and that's what she's done throughout the championships. And at the end of the day, it paid off, and fortune favoured the brave in that match. Rybakina took the racket out of Ons Jabeur's hand. She didn't allow her to play the magical brand of tennis that we know and we love so much from her, so much credit. But, you know, Ons Jabeur is going to be back. It won't be long. This is her first Grand Slam final, and she's 27 years of age. It's taken her a long time just to get to this point in her career. She had to get into the top 50 in the world first. She did that. That took a little bit of time. She broke into the top 20. She then set the goal of winning a couple of tournaments, and she won, obviously, a few weeks ago in Berlin. but she won the big tournament in Madrid in May on the clay, the 1000 WTA event. She's going to be back in Grand Slam finals for sure, and it won't be long before she's winning one.
I think many of her fans all around the world will be hoping that. I agree with you that there was that key moment at the start of the second set where you felt that if Ons was able to get the break, that she would keep it going. And tennis, as we know, both on the men's side and the ladies' side, is a game of momentum. And that was the moment where the momentum that had all been with Ons after a great first set started to slip back a bit more to the middle and then to Rybakina. And after that, really, Ons struggled to get it back.
You could see the shoulders were starting to feel heavier for Jabeur when she wasn't able to take those opportunities. And I would only describe it as saying that she was being a little bit unkind to herself. And I guess you can look at it two ways. You can say to yourself, when you're in those moments as a tennis player, OK, I've had opportunities, I'll take the next one. I'm doing all the right things, the next one will come. Or you can look at it in the way that, oh no, why didn't I take those opportunities?
Yeah, I'm missing my chances here.
I'm missing it. And I think for Jabeur, the moment got to her, and I think she felt at that moment that that's when she had to punch, she had to take the opportunity. And then from that moment on, it felt like she was playing really to stay in it, as opposed to Rybakina, who was playing to win. And even in the third set, when Rybakina was love 40 down in one of her service games, she made 4 from 5 first serves at that moment to go and win the game, to win the next 5 points. And, you know, it was an incredible show of showing that on this court at Wimbledon, on the grass, being aggressive under pressure really pays off.
And credit to Rybakina for sticking to her guns. I mean, we were saying, you know, before the match that she doesn't really have a B plan.
No.
You know, she has an A game that works really well, big serves, power from the baseline, and she's just going to keep doing that until the cows come home. And but also, she didn't worry too much about the fact that she'd lost the opening set. It wasn't quite working against Ons. She stuck to her guns.
Yes, and she was also able to play against the great skills of Jabeur as well today. I mean, the drop shot for Jabeur is her favourite shot, and today when she was playing those drop shots, she wasn't winning the points, the majority of points against them. So although she may not have a B game or a C game, she was able to feel comfortable with the variations that Jabeur was throwing at her today. And, you know, she goes around the court, she's so unassuming, but yet there's so much to her game, and she had Jabeur back off that baseline the entire match. And when you're close to the match, when you're courtside, you also see the different trajectories that she plays her ground stroke. She doesn't just play with flat power, she plays with the top spin, and then she injects a little bit of flat pace into it. And she actually almost pushed Jabeur back with the different varieties that she had on her own ground strokes. It was incredible, but I think for anybody watching her, Rybakina, the mentality that she has, the fact that she is so neutral, that she's not getting so high when she's winning points, and equally, she showed no emotion when she lost that first set. That's what took her to the championships today, and she still hasn't reacted. At some point today, I hope she just bursts with excitement about what she has achieved, because it is an extraordinary achievement, and she's only 23 years of age.
And I think that's what you were saying there is so true, that it is easy to panic in your first Grand Slam final, particularly at her age. It's an experience that you don't know. Naturally, you don't know it. You don't know where you need to focus. Is it any different to the matches that I've played before? It feels different because it is the final, all of the pomp and circumstance that goes into it. And so it is easy to panic. And when you've lost the first set, to just say, oh, I need to change something. This isn't working. I need to try anything to get back into this match. And that was the thing for her, was that she was able to maintain that level of calm. And in the end, maybe it's through Ons, her level dipping slightly, but it started to work for her.
It did, and when she got it, she didn't let go either. There was no momentum drop. She wasn't letting Jabeur back into the match at any point. And the game in the third set at love 40 on her serve, was it 2-love? It wasn't 2-love because she was ahead, but she had a break of serve already, and she was love 40 in that game. And that's a moment where maybe an inexperienced player would have given that game up, but she made her first serve, she hit her spots, and she got through the game. And again, Jabeur had the pressure on her, and you didn't really feel in that third set, you didn't really feel that Rybakina was going to lose that match.
I asked Dan this question, I'll ask you too. Do you think that Rybakina, now that she's experienced this, she's clearly comfortable playing on these big occasions, she's proven to herself that she can win a Grand Slam title, and a Grand Slam title in the first final, because we've seen other players, Simona Halep, you remember, when she played her first Grand Slam final, she wasn't able to bring the tennis that we were expecting from her, and it took her a little while to get used to that stage and then finally lift a Grand Slam title. Because of how she's handled it the first time, do you think this will now be the floodgates opening and she's going to go on and win 2, 3, 4 more?
It's different now for her because she's the player who's got the target on her back, in the same way we've seen with Emma Raducanu when she won the US Open. Everybody wants to go out and play against her, and everybody's a little bit more aware now of the strength that she brings to the court. So she's got to expect opponents are going to play at a higher level. But with Rybakina, I see so much improvement still to come in her game. I see that she can move better, and that's a little bit something that she'll work very, very hard on. She can come to the net more often. I think she's got decent enough hands at the net, and you can see that with the numbers today. She's winning a lot of points behind the net, so she can work on her variety. So it's all about now how she approaches things and whether she gets so excited because she's just won her first Grand Slam, but you don't get the impression that that's going to happen with her at all. You get the impression very much that next week she'll just go back to work, keep improving her game, keep quite a level-headed head on her. And I think there's every possibility that she can win many more. But at the moment, what we see in the tour is we see that on the women's tour, there's so many players on any given day that can go out there and beat the very best players, because there's an awful lot of depth. And there's now an awful lot of even hungrier tennis players out there because they're seeing what Rybakina is doing and they think, well, I can have a bit of that as well.
Yeah, I think the approaches to net you mentioned there was a key point in that match, that there were quite a few that went begging in the first set, where Jabeur went to the slice, which she often does, and the ball was floating back over the net. And you're just thinking, well, if Rybakina could follow some of these big forehands and sometimes off the serve in, maybe not a serve and volley every time, but sometimes just to make Jabeur think twice about always hitting the slice, that would serve her well. And you could see that was something she figured out at the end of the first set and at the early stages of the second set, and choosing wisely when to come in was one of the reasons I think the match turned around.
And I think when you look at the way in which Jabeur played the shots whenever she did come to the net, it shows that the quality of the ground stroke from Rybakina is so strong. She comes in on deep approach shots, and Jabeur was not able to hit the majority of those passing shots with topspin. She was playing the slice, and that was really costly for her because Rybakina was just squeezing the net, coming forward and knocking off those volleys, which had to rise over the net as opposed to a topspin, which would dip. A slice will always rise. So she was coming in and she was just knocking those off very, very comfortably. But I think she's probably got one of the best approach shots that I've seen in the game. So I think this is an element of her game that she can continue to improve. And, coming back to these championships next year, I hope we'll see more net play from Rybakina, because it's a big strength that she has, and it backs up the other strengths that she has in her game. In
terms of strengths for Jabeur, that slice, we always say, is a huge strength, the variety. Does she go to it a bit too much? And was that something that cost her on centre court? She went to it a little bit too often and became predictable?
Well, it was so difficult for her to be able to play with the topspin because she was under so much pressure in that match. And I don't think her game plan originally would have been to be playing so often with the slice. I think she would have been wanting to have that first hit on it, but she just wasn't able to today. I think this match is going to hurt Jabeur. I mean, you could see already in her reaction afterwards, she was very, very upset. It's going to take her a little bit of time to process, because she's the one who's outwardly said, I'm going to win Wimbledon this year. She's put that marker on 12 months ago. She's won the warm-up event in Berlin. She had a couple of great days with Serena Williams in Eastbourne, playing those doubles matches. The way in which she got to her first Grand Slam final, she was walking, she was talking, everything was about becoming a champion. And look, she gave it her best shot, and she was so close to it. She was one set away from walking away from becoming the Wimbledon champion here, and it's definitely going to hurt her. But I think she'll probably use it in the same way as, you mentioned, earlier about Simona Halep. How many times did she lose Grand Slams? How much did she have to learn before she could step in and finally win at the French Open for the first time?
Yeah, and her fans all around the world, not just here at Wimbledon, will be hoping to see her back in a Grand Slam final very, very soon. OK, Claire, let's turn our attentions to what we're about to see tomorrow, a mouth-watering clash in the men's singles final between Novak Djokovic and Nick Kyrgios. And we can head over to Arangi and catch up with Rachel, who's watching one of them practice.
Well, down at Arangi once again, where we now know our men's finalists for that matchup on Sunday on centre court. And one of them is behind me with his team, Novak Djokovic, of course, down there on court number 2 here at Arangi, just practicing with his team. Nenad Zimonjić is down there, and you've got Goran Ivanisevic as well over there, 2 just behind him, just watching what he's doing here this morning. We spoke to Nenad a couple of days ago now, I think it was, and he kind of gave an insight into what this team is like. Looks serious now, but don't be fooled, it's not always that serious. They like to have a bit of fun, a bit of joking out there between the team, and that's what makes it work, really. Obviously, Nenad has been a champion here in the doubles, and Goran a singles champion himself, so Novak is in pretty good company. Not that he particularly needs it. He's going for his 21st Grand Slam title, looking just to catch up with Rafa Nadal, who's on 22 now, and he'll face the Australian Nick Kyrgios into his first ever Grand Slam final. It's great, isn't it, to be up this close and personal, just watch how he's conducting himself out there, having a little bit of a sit down before he came onto court. There's a little warm-up area down here, and they go through a bit of physio and a bit of stretching before some kind of activation drills before they come out and hit on the court. Centre court tomorrow for the final, of course. Novak knows that court really well. He's played all of his matches on centre court this tournament. So 6 matches, he'll be his 7th when he faces Nick Kyrgios on Sunday. Nick, though, quite the opposite. Only played his match with Brandon Nikishima on centre court. So he's been around on court 1, 2, and possibly even 3. He loves to draw the crowds to the outside courts. But I guess the question is what Novak will turn up and what gear he'll be able to play in. A lot of people have been saying that as the tournament has progressed. He hasn't really got to that top gear yet. And is he able to get to that top gear this championship? Or is this the level he's capable at this fortnight? We know what he did in his semi-final against Cam Norrie. He made that look pretty easy in the end. Cam took that first set, and then Novak came back pretty dominantly in the 2nd, 3rd and 4th to make it through to another final. He's looking for his 7th title here, his 4 consecutive titles in a row, and he hasn't lost here, has he, at the All England Club since 2017, which is quite the achievement. But it's going to be a great matchup regardless. He's had some great matchups already. He's physically drained, I'm sure, after this fortnight, compared to Nick Kyrgios, who hasn't played since Wednesday. But Nick said he's nervous. He's been open and saying Novak's been here before. He hasn't into his first Grand Slam. So Novak will be aware of that. He'll be aware that his opponent is already worried without even setting foot on the court. So it comes down, doesn't it, to mind games and who wants it the most, who believes they can win when it gets to this level of the competition, the final. But I'm just going to let you just watch the interactions between Nenad, Goran and Novak there, and you can just get a little bit of an insight into the team and the dynamics, because it's a beautiful afternoon down here, 25 degrees in southwest London, just say perfect conditions for a bit of practice, and who knows what the weather's going to be like come Sunday's final on centre court. It's even hotter in there because of the seating. It feels probably a couple of degrees warmer, but I'm sure the Serbian will not be fazed by that, and neither will the Australian. But it's just great to see Novak and his team down here on the eve of yet another final for Novak Djokovic. He's into his 32nd Grand Slam final, bidding to reach his 8th Wimbledon he's in his 8th Wimbledon final, on Sunday, which is very exciting for that man behind us. And his kids were here earlier as well. Stefan was down here hitting with Goran, which is great, and we've spoken, haven't we, about how that must be helping him feel a little bit more comfortable and at ease having his family around him. And if he plays anything like he has done this fortnight, he is going to be in fine form. And what can Nick Kyrgios do when he faces up against him in his first ever Grand Slam final on Sunday? You cannot wait. It's going to be a box office matchup.
Rachel, Djokovic there with his army of coaches and people with him. I saw his agent standing off the court as well. It really is a team effort, isn't it, to get Djokovic to this stage. How do you think he's feeling ahead of this Grand Slam final? I think so many people, fans, were looking forward potentially to seeing a Djokovic against Rafa Nadal final. We've got a Djokovic-Nick Kyrgios final and all the storylines that go with that. But I suppose if you remove Kyrgios from the situation, Djokovic stands on the tree and he'll want to continue to win another Grand Slam title.
Yes, he will. I think Djokovic has been particularly quiet through these championships. I mean, obviously the Australian Open, so much happened there. The French Open he lost in the quarterfinals. And there's been a lot surrounding Novak Djokovic really throughout the year. Obviously, Rafael Nadal has done so much and he's won those 2 Grand Slams this year. So Djokovic has returned to that position of chasing the numbers. I think he's going to be feeling really good going into the final tomorrow against Nick Kyrgios. He hasn't had to face Rafael Nadal. He hasn't had to face Berrettini either in these championships. And he's looked good. He's built performances. Maybe in his first round match, that was the first match that he didn't have a great performance in his first round match, but then he just kept building throughout the championships. And he's been here so often, hasn't he? And he's so comfortable in these surroundings that I think he'll look forward actually to this new challenge. Although he does have some challenges because he's never broken the serve of Nick Kyrgios and he hasn't actually beaten him going into the match. So it'll be something that he'll be concerned about, but he's going to be thinking that he's been here, he's done it before, he's on the cusp of winning his 4th consecutive Wimbledon title. I think he'll just be feeling very good.
Because also, I think it is important that he hasn't, as you say, cruised through. Just having won those opening 2 sets, it looked like he might be heading out, and he has been able to overcome adversity to get to this point. So even if Nick is able to get off to a good start, whatever antics he might perhaps try, Djokovic has been tested so far here at Wimbledon, and he can use that memory bank to help him through.
And I'm not sure what antics Nick Kyrgios is going to be able to play against Novak Djokovic. I mean, there's nothing so far between the two. So, Nick Kyrgios has been particularly quiet over the last couple of days. And obviously, he'll be so proud and super pleased to be playing in this final, believing that he's got the game to beat Novak Djokovic. But for Djokovic, he'll be reminding himself that Nick Kyrgios hasn't been for Djokovic. The first set is important for him. He didn't start off particularly well against Cameron Norrie in the semi-finals yesterday. He didn't start off great against Jannik Sinner, losing the first 2 sets. And I just feel that that's the one area of his game going into this match that he's going to want to rectify. He's going to want to come out and play a very good first set against Kyrgios, because if he doesn't, the crowd could start to get involved. Kyrgios could get them, starting to get them very, very excited. And things might become a little bit out of Novak Djokovic's control. So first set for me for Djokovic, I expect to see him raring to go.
You mentioned the poor record that he's got against Kyrgios, very unusual compared to pretty much everyone else in the game, that he's obviously got a winning record, a significant winning record against. What do you think the keys in the match are for him if he's to have a better time of it against Kyrgios tomorrow?
Well, he's got to be able to navigate his way through his service games, and Kyrgios has dominated on his serve and his forehand against Novak Djokovic. So Djokovic, one of the greatest returners, I think probably the greatest returner that the world has ever seen. He's going to be trying to find a way to get more returns of serve onto the backhand of Nick Kyrgios, but also put more pressure onto those second serves. So just to try to accumulate pressure on the Australian, that for me is going to be quite key for Djokovic. Even if he doesn't break his serve, he has to make those service games tough for Kyrgios. And then whenever he's serving himself, he'll make those games quite quick. But also when they're in rallies, Djokovic won't be afraid to make those rallies early on as physical as possible, because he'll also be wanting to test the physicality of the Australian.
Kyrgios, no shrinking violet, and he will not, you would think, be overawed by the occasion on centre court. But I think that is the key difference for the men's final compared to what we saw in the ladies' final, where it's two players who were in an arena and an experience that they'd never had before, being in a Grand Slam final, a Wimbledon final. Whereas in this men's final, you've got someone who's done it many, many times before, and a person who's never done it before. And that's something as well that Novak can use to his advantage, the fact that he is so comfortable not just playing on centre court, but also playing on centre court in a Grand Slam final.
You're right, and we don't really know how Kyrgios is going to feel going on to the centre court. We saw him very emotional when he won his quarter-final match, and obviously he didn't get to play in that semi-final match, but he's also had an awful lot of time to think about the magnitude of what he's achieved here at Wimbledon. And I think for Kyrgios, it is going to be a big deal. Nerves are going to play a factor in it, and it's going to be a different Kyrgios, because in every opponent that Kyrgios has played up until now, he believes 100% that he can beat them. He looks across the net and he thinks, I can beat you. And when you've had the opportunity, you haven't taken it. For me, it's felt a little bit that he's lost a little bit of respect for his opponent. He respects Djokovic's game so much that's not going to be in his mind at all, and he's going to know that he's got to play at his very, very highest level, and that's tricky to do when you're playing in your first Grand Slam final.
Well, that's the Djokovic side covered. He wasn't the only one at Arangi. Nick Kyrgios was down there as well, preparing for the men's singles final tomorrow, and Rachel watched him too.
Well, Novak Djokovic is still behind me practicing on court 2, and Nick Kyrgios is on 3. There may be 20 Grand Slam titles separating these two, but at this moment in time, there's about 20 metres. That's all of concrete separating them as they practice ahead of their final encounter tomorrow on centre court. And there was something actually quite interesting which just happened as Nick Kyrgios walked out here into Arangi to start his practice ahead of the final. He saw Novak Djokovic, of course, and they kind of had a little moment after what was said in the press conference yesterday, where Nick Kyrgios said he feels there's a bit of a bromance going on between Novak and himself. Novak just said, I'm not sure if I'd call it that. And he said similar as Nick walked past him today. And then Nick responded by saying, I had your back when it really mattered, which obviously he was relating to earlier on in this year when Novak couldn't take part in the Australian Open. Nick Kyrgios defended him and his actions there, which was, you know, a lovely touch from the Aussie. But yeah, you can see Novak over that side with his team. Goran's in the background still, Ivanisevic. And then Nick Kyrgios and his team on court 3, just the other side. Massive moment for the Australian. These guys have met twice before, and Novak also cited that in his press conference, saying they haven't played or practiced with each other in about 5 years. And the last time they played each other was back in 2017. They played each other twice then. And Nick actually got the better of Novak on both occasions. It was on the hard court, so how much can you read into that? I'm not quite sure. But Nick is going for his first title, and it'd actually be the anniversary, 20 years, that Leighton Hewitt took the title here at the All England Club back in 2002. So it'd be quite the fitting occasion, wouldn't it? But we know the run that Nick Kyrgios has had. I mentioned that he's only played on centre court once this campaign, and that was to Brandon Nakashima in the round of 16. He's been playing on the outside courts, which attracts a lot of attention. You can always hear when Nick Kyrgios is on court because everybody is cheering and having a lot of fun, and Nick does bring that, because he was talking about his run in the Australian Open in doubles with Thanasi Kokkinakis, and they won that, and he said he actually realised for the first time what it was like to go through a fortnight at a Grand Slam. And that's given him a taste for it, hasn't it, really? But he has admitted to being nervous. He's had a lot of time to think about it, which he didn't expect. He said he was ready to play Rafa Nadal in that semi-final, which never came to fruition. And we know that Rafa had that abdominal tear and has pulled out on the last minute before that semi-final. So Nick hasn't played since Wednesday. So when it comes to the final on Sunday, that'll be 3 days off. And it's difficult to get your head around, possibly, when you are expecting this hectic schedule. But he's out here hitting and just trying to get into the swing of things with his team. His sister's out here on court as well. He's brought a sister, his mum can't make it. She's watching at home in Australia. He's a tight family. He likes having his family, and his girlfriend, she's been around. She's not actually on court today. But Novak's been in this situation a number of times before. Nick has not. Will that be the defining factor on centre court on Sunday afternoon? We'll have to wait and see if Nick Kyrgios can settle his nerves, calm his emotions, and go head-to-head, toe-to-toe, racket-to-racket with Novak Djokovic, who's looking for his 21st Grand Slam title and his 7th here at the All England Club.
Pretty rigorous practice session compared to what we've seen sometimes from Nick Kyrgios at the championships before. I remember a couple of days ago, he basically spent most of the time lying down on his phone. Because those ground strokes that we saw there, I think we can see this was a this was a slightly different scene at Irangi for Nick. Actually watching someone else hit and just lying down on the grass. But those ground strokes are going to be key against Djokovic. He's going to have to back up what we know he can do, the big serve coming into the net as well, with big ground strokes, and try and go toe-to-toe with Djokovic.
He's going to try to dominate, and he's not going to want Djokovic to be the one bossing him around the court, and Nick Kyrgios has the ability to be able to do that. I mean, the way that he hits his backhand, he flattens that backhand out, he takes it early with it, but then also he's got the capability of just throwing in the little slices and disrupting the rhythm of Djokovic. But ultimately for Kyrgios, he's got to think a little bit, and I'm sure he will be. There's no question he will be. He won't be thinking any other way. The way that Sinner played him in those first 2 sets, which is to get the first strike, to get him out of position and dominate those rallies. And Nick Kyrgios has the ability to be able to do that, and that's what he's going to say to himself. He looks very, very comfortable in that practice that he had today. Obviously, Novak Djokovic was on the court beside with his humongous team, whereas Nick Kyrgios, he's talked quite openly about the fact that he doesn't have a coach, but he just looks so happy at this stage, and he should, because it's an amazing moment. But I think conditions are going to play a role in this as well, and Kyrgios is going to be very, very pleased that conditions in London have really heated up this weekend. I mean, could be up to the late 20 degrees, certainly it is today. So the conditions will help Kyrgios, because the hotter it is, the faster the court is going to play. And that's only going to mean bigger serves, bigger forehands, and he can dominate those ground strokes much more often.
We've seen him enjoy success in the doubles, winning the Australian Open with his friend and his countryman Thanasi Kokkinakis. We know he's great from the net. Do you expect him to utilise that as a tactic, almost to neutralise Djokovic, to try to come in behind maybe some serve and volley, and if he hits a big forehand or a backhand, to get in behind it to try to close the point out?
He's certainly going to have to play serve and volley variety against Djokovic. He's got to break this return of serve down somehow, and that's one of the plays. But on the fact that he's played that Australian Open Grand Slam final, how important is that to him, to Nick Kyrgios? I think it is hugely important, because it was a big deal when he won the Australian Open with his great friend Kokkinakis. Really, really big deal for him. But it's also a Grand Slam final, so he will be drawing on the fact that he has been to a Grand Slam final. He has experienced it. It was in Australia, which was an even more momentous occasion for him. And he'll be trying to bring all of that experience in to play this match against Djokovic. Because of some of the other stuff, the antics, he is a Marmite character. Some people love him, some people don't love him. How much will the crowd play into this? Do you think the crowd there on centre court will be behind one or the other? That's a great question, and look, I think that he is a Marmite character, and I think that when he has the support of the crowd or people in the crowd, they are more excited than the normal, general people who are excited and for a player that they're watching play. So if he can engage the crowd, if he can get them going, make them feel that this is really exciting entertainment, we know that that can disrupt Djokovic. And for Djokovic, who, he is a big favourite here with the crowd. He's won this title 6 times. He's going for his 7th title, his 4th consecutive, his 28th consecutive match tomorrow. I mean, they do love him here. And I think for Novak Djokovic, if there was a moment in this match that suddenly the crowd turned on him, that would be very, very difficult for him to take. So I think that that's something Kyrgios will think about, and we know that he uses so many different tactics. There's a lot of gamesmanship going on, so he'll be thinking, how can he get them involved? Could they be a part of the match as well?
Just a final question on Kyrgios, because we have seen a level of maturity from him, something different at Wimbledon this year, because he's had matches where he has used various different antics and tactics, and the crowd have been involved. Tsitsipas, I suppose, is the most obvious of those, but he's also had to play against opponents who gave him absolutely nothing. Nakashima comes out to me. Nakashima was like the Iceman down the other end of the court, was not celebrating points or frustrated when he lost. Similar story against Christian Garin, and Nick was able to find a way through it. So he is also learning how to deal with opponents who are much more level-headed down the other end of the court.
Because those are the opponents that I think that he could have struggled the most against. Certainly Garin, who was giving him nothing, and he's looking for something, isn't he, Nick Kyrgios, to get excited about, to get, maybe even just to take his attention away from the tennis and put it on something else. And Novak Djokovic has the experience. He knows that he can't get involved in that type of behaviour because Kyrgios feeds off that. But it's a different Nick Kyrgios now. It's somebody who has been through a lot in terms of, he talks a lot about the mental health of aspects of things in his life. And I think he is playing tennis because he loves to play tennis. He's enjoying his tennis. And there was years gone by that he wasn't enjoying his tennis. He was questioning whether he wanted to go out there and to play. So he felt that as well, that he had lost his moment. This opportunity had sailed right past him. So there's an awful lot for him to think about. There's an awful lot that he can bring to this match. It's just whether or not the occasion gets to him.
He's enjoying his tennis here at Wimbledon. They've been enjoying the tennis throughout the day at the Hill in New York. And we can cross back to Jamie, who's there for us.
Well, it is afternoon now in New York City here at the Hill in New York. So I figured it's time to get some finger sandwiches because we are here for a quintessential British day. And we've been talking to some of the British fans, but I found an American fan.
Yeah.
Brian?
Yeah, but I'm still a big fan of British stuff.
Okay, well, This is perfect then. Okay, so there are 3 different types of finger sandwiches that we have. Felipe has laid them all out for us.
Wow.
Felipe, what's your favorite?
Well, I really like the salmon.
The salmon, okay.
Yes, and we also have the traditional cucumber sandwich, but I see a lot of people going for the chicken today. So we have
the coronation chicken, right?
Chicken, correct, yes.
Okay. All right, well, which one would you like to start with, Brian?
I mean, being traditional, I think I'm going to go with the cucumber. That's all right.
All right, let's go cucumber. We'll start with the veggie.
Yeah.
Now, I did do tea in London on a previous trip there, and so I've had a cucumber sandwich before. So let's see how this compares.
Here. All right.
All right.
There we go.
I guess I'll take a napkin. I'll be proper.
I don't need a napkin.
we are celebrating, English traditions here.
Okay.
Do we cheers?
Cheers? Sure.
Okay, sure.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I mean,
listen.
This is like really tying together this whole experience. It's outstanding. I mean, this is really great. It's a nice treat. Watching tennis on the Hill, great drinks, great atmosphere. I mean, this is almost like being there.
Yeah, I mean, I find this actually very refreshing. It's very light.
Yeah.
All right.
It goes well with a cocktail.
It goes well with a cocktail. Which cocktail would you pair with this?
Well, Sip Smith, we have 3 different cocktails here, so either one, but...
Any of them?
Any of them.
Okay, what do we have up next?
So
Salmon.
This is the salmon.
Okay. Oh, you're eating your whole one.
Okay, well, I am.
Still eating.
I know.
You gotta,
oh, good. Okay.
You gotta pace yourself.
All right, okay.
All right, we're going salmon.
Salmon.
I mean, we love smoked salmon in New York.
It's like brunch.
We're just like progressing through the day, right?
Really good.
All right.
This is definitely a New York favorite.
I could see this being a New York favorite, as Felipe just told us. All right. So that's the salmon.
Yeah.
And we're going for the coronation chicken.
Okay.
I'm starting to rethink doing interviews with my mouth full, but.
Coronation chicken, it takes a little bit more finesse.
Okay. Oh, it's a little. Okay.
It's
A little bit more finesse.
Finesse. That's something my mother told me I always needed more of. All right, here we go.
All right. So what is this curry?
Yes, but it's rich and creamy, and it's coronation chicken. It has a little bit of chicken. It's like a chicken salad, closer.
All right. All right. I'm in. I'm in. All right.
Finesse.
All right.
But the taste.
Oh, okay.
Is the important.
Felipe told me I needed finesse, and I proceeded to spill all over myself.
Right.
So.
I mean, that's delicious, but I think this is the pro move, is you get all three of them together.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and that.
Wow. That's an American move right there. That is not a British move.
I'm good. Bye.
All right. What was your favorite though?
The chicken by far.
Or the triple stack?
Yeah, triple stack just knocked it out of the park.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was a pro move for sure. A pro. Oh. I see what you did there. Well, Brian, thank you so much for participating in this taste test with me.
This is awesome. I love being here. This is a lot of fun.
All right, now your daughter is here too. She's being a little camera shy. Do you want to get in on the last shot? You want to try one? No. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. That is also, very typical. So thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and I'm gonna keep eating these sandwiches. So we'll see you guys later.
Thanks, Jamie. Well, the daughter didn't want to get in there, probably because she didn't want to be forced to eat a sandwich. But great to see, Claire, the atmosphere that we always see at the Hill every single year at Wimbledon transported over there to Brooklyn and New York.
It is. I'm not sure that they can eat an egg sandwich the way we can here, but it looks like he's eating a hot dog. It doesn't look like a sandwich in his mouth. But
work on the technique, maybe.
Work on the technique, because it was. But isn't it? It is wonderful, and it's wonderful to see Wimbledon going around the world and just recreating those moments. But it is difficult to create what we have here in Wimbledon itself. I mean, today especially, what a magnificent day here. And when you look at the club itself and you look at all the flowers out and the people, and I mean, it's just there's no better place to be.
Yeah, it's a truly special place. Well, we've previewed the men's singles final, which we've got to look forward to tomorrow, Novak Djokovic against Nick Kyrgios. But the men's doubles final is taking place right now on centre court, and the first set is complete. And there is perhaps a little bit of an upset on the cards, still a long way to go. The Aussies, the number 14 seeds, Matt Ebden and Max Purcell, have taken the first set against Nikola Mektic and Mate Pavic. Many people believe, although they're the 2 seeds here at the championships, many people believe they are the best team in the world at the moment. The Aussies have squeaked it on a tie-break. And what do you see with your doubles hat on? We know you're a doubles expert, Claire, in these numbers.
Well, I think for Ebden and Purcell there, those numbers are brilliant. I mean, the first serve percentage is very high, and look at the amount of points, 82% of points that they're winning behind that first serve. But it's the returns that are being made in the court from Ebden and Purcell at 79%, and that's very, very high. That's keeping the pressure on their opponents. And this is a really tricky match. Obviously, Mektic and Pavic have come into this match carrying that huge injury that Pavic has got on his right hand, and I was over watching him warm up there, and he's not able at all to hold his racket with his right hand. So when he's returning serve, and he's a two-handed backhand player, he's got a brilliant two-handed backhand. He's a left-hander, but he cannot hold the racket, the right part of his hand on his racket. So he's playing it very much just one-handed. He's also playing one-handed volley. So it's incredible that he's actually even on the court in the first place. What I'm hearing is that he's got a couple of broken bones in that wrist that he sustained in his semi-finals. So very, very difficult for them. But for Ebden and Purcell, who have saved, I think, 8 match points on the way to the final, 5 of them in the semi-finals and 3 in another match. It's been an incredible journey for them. They lost the US Open final, having had match points, so they've suffered an awful lot on their route to the Wimbledon final today. And I just feel for them that the stars are aligning, and the way in which they've played. Obviously, Ebden's played the mixed doubles final as well. They've just been so solid throughout. But if they keep the numbers high in terms of the returns they're making, they're going to be really tricky to beat in that match.
Yeah, so first set to the Aussies, but it is, as we know, a best-of-5 set match, so a long, long way to go in that one. Let's remind ourselves what happened on centre court a little bit earlier. It was a brilliant ladies' singles final here at Wimbledon between Elena Rybakina and Ons Jabeur, and we can join it for the final set of this one, perfectly poised at 1-set-all.
One set for the Wimbledon title.
Love 15. Jabeur training the call on the left center service line. The ball was called false.
It's going to be wide. I haven't seen it inside the court yet, but
Second service.
wide.
She's got it. Great ball striking.
15-all.
Good defense by
Jabeur
Jabeur.
has 2 challenges remaining.
Well, she's got to challenge this one, surely.
Let's see.
Elena Rybakina is training the call on the right forehand line. The ball was
It
called
looked
out.
good when she hit it, I thought, but
They've got to challenge in a timely fashion, but she said that she did. It just wasn't hard. Oh, and it's good. And orally to it, I think, just explaining.
love 30.
She said you were too far away.
Yeah.
Did not have a play on it on Jabeur.
Hot tension at the start of this deciding set.
Rybakina has done a nice job of pulling back a little.
15-40.
Being more controlled with her strikes off the ground.
She's got, good looks at this game off the serve, only 1 or 4. That's allows her to tee off on the second serve. That's what you want. Take a little off it, get it in.
30-40.
Just asking for another one. 1 break point saved. That was in as well, and she's not challenged. And now Rybakina takes it. My goodness, Hawkeye's playing its part here or not.
First game, final set.
Well, we've had it a few times where the players have looked to the umpire. Norley Tuart is a fantastic umpire, but she is seeing it as a human being as well. So You might as well
Not
challenge.
having a very good day up
Yeah,
there.
but the players don't know that. 3 times she's gotten it wrong.
They know it later.
Oh, what a moment that was.
Especially the way this young lady's serving. Now Ons Jabeur will have to break to get back to even ground.
Well, she didn't have an ace until a game or so ago in the serve. Now got 3.
Becomes a very difficult shot because it's sinking right at the level of the net.
15-all.
You've got to calibrate that as
You
Rybakina.
got to call that a gimme, though.
Yeah, you do, but you've got to get a little topspin on that. You can't hit that so flat because the net's in the way. Got to manipulate the ball up and over.
Doesn't matter how you get them back, just get them back.
Tried to go for the slice that time.
15-30.
See how it affects her. She should be up 40 love.
Again, she's been given chances here in this game, Jabeur.
I don't know if she deserved that point, too.
That would have been pretty amazing. 3 in a row short. And most of the players on the WTA, they like moving left and right, not being drawn forward.
Led for service.
Taste of her own medicine.
But she read it right. She knows that Jabeur has been doing that same play.
And look at Jabeur now.
She became predictable.
40-30.
Well, she entertains and she shows her emotions, but those emotions now are a sucker for Rybakina.
Let second service.
Steadies things, Rybakina.
Rybakina leads 2-0 final set.
What a turnaround. Jabeur winning that first set in just 33 minutes.
And the crowd trying to lift Jabeur. Again, they were mostly with her in that first set, but now as well she's chasing it. She's the underdog. They want her to come back into this. It's beautiful when it comes off.
Love 15.
And then when it doesn't, you're like, why does she keep trying? And then she starts thinking that.
Tough shot to try it on. So much pace.
Exactly.
It's long from Rybakina.
Better shot to try it on there. Not coming at her quite so quickly.
That's C15.
And it's working now for her, Jabeur.
Incredible. Queen of the drop shot. 3 points, 3 drop shots.
She's not going to give that one up. Keep going to the well.
Jabeur. And listen to centre court. Willing her to turn it around.
Rybakina leads 2-1. Final set.
And you know, the break would have been painful for her, but keeping just a single breakdown, then you better believe as the finish line gets closer for Rybakina, she'll feel that pressure on herself. That's what she has to do, Jabeur. Stay in touch. Rather cool and damp start to the championships, but it's only got warmer and sunnier as we have gone on. I think very, very warm tomorrow for the men's singles final, among other matches.
Nerves cause fatigue, heat cause fatigue. When you have both, it can be a pretty lethal combination.
Oh, to be as happy as those people in the hill. That's the way to live life.
Time.
They're pretty happy in here, pumped up. This is in a third set. See what these two young ladies are made of.
Well, it's what you want from a final, everything you wanted it into a deciding set. It's had some brilliant shot making, some loose play, some tension. You can see the desire that both these players have, a first Grand Slam title, a Wimbledon title. Rybakina with a slight advantage in this deciding set.
These two ladies have played 2 completed matches. The third one, Rybakina had to retire due to illness, but those 2 completed their 1-1 in both in 3 sets.
Jabeur can't afford to miss those. Just a very gentle second serve.
Thank you.
She just missed 2 in a row. It's not going to feel too good.
That's C15.
Raised eyebrows. What can I do? Misfiring just now.
C15.
How long ago that first set seems.
Rybakina's serve has really helped her get back into this match. Didn't do enough for that first volley. Gave Jabeur another shot at it.
Didn't do enough with the approach. You should have put that away.
That's good. Right on the line, but just a vicious backhand.
That's where she's reading the slice much better this set as opposed to the first set. Because the soft slices like that just completely stop.
So the camp of Jabeur tried to lift her, just getting away from her now. And centre court in her corner as well.
Was in.
That's another one that could have been challenged. And Rybakina goes on to win the point.
I will say, so many of these calls, John, they've been in by millimeters. So we've got to give these lines people right?
Don't look at me. I'm trying to keep quiet.
A little
leeway. A lot of missed calls.
Out. 15-0.
Just don't tell me that was in too, okay?
It wasn't, John. I can
Thank you.
C15.
Everything about that point was so well constructed until the final shot.
Rybakina not comfortable up there. She only went 13 of 30 up there. It's less than half.
Give Billie Jean or Martina a call. You know, about
Shvedova,
how to
her
volley.
mentor.
Yeah. Well, that's true too.
Mentor won the Wimbledon doubles.
Game 7.
So the hold for Jabeur. Now we're seeing nerves on both sides. Of course we are.
Rybakina leads 3 games to 2 final sets.
Even Rybakina with that break, you still don't feel entirely confident, but it's there we are, the ice under the towels, and it is hot work out there.
I haven't seen the ice towels at Wimbledon too often. More umbrellas. It's been fantastic.
It happened once in 2007, I think, but it is pretty warm out there today, no doubt about it. But a bit of a heat haze looking across to the city. And think of all eyes on this final, and think of 11 million in Tunisia who are willing on Jabeur to become the first from that country, the first Arab woman, the first African woman to win. It's well, she can't stop to think about all that responsibility. She has enough pressure. But it's a good final so far, no doubt about it. Because you can feel how much both these players, it goes without saying, but when you're in your first final, you can become a Grand Slam champion, all that at stake. Now will the mighty serve of Rybakina hold up?
It's a heck of a shot.
I mean, the power again coming down from Rybakina, and then Jabeur dealing with it with a drop shot. Yes, a bit of fortune, but what a touch.
Love 15.
Perfectly measured.
Just a clip on the net.
And the serve 119, and Jabeur getting it back deep.
Slightest
grimace on the face of Rybakina.
Yep, that's going to work.
Well, there's slice, there's lob, there's a wave of the racket, and there are 3 break points for Ons Jabeur.
Love 40.
So many ways to open the court up and to win points. Terrific variation.
It's wide, or is it?
Well, we're going to find out, because they're both challenging.
On the right, inside line, the ball was called out.
Well, she does again with the slice and the drop. No, wide this time. One more chance to come.
With the creativity in her game, the flair.
Jabeur has one challenge remaining.
What a match, what a noise inside centre court. What a game here. Rybakina just cranking it up 119 miles an hour, and that number in total throughout the match, 9 break points saved by Rybakina.
I don't know what was bigger, the serve or the backhand. Late out call. Another challenge. This will be it for her. It won't have any challenges.
Yeah, chair umpire said she thought it was out and Jabeur's going to go for it.
Don't go by her.
It is long, just.
Advantage, Rybakina. Jabeur has no more challenges.
No more challenges early in this deciding set.
Oh, that's tough.
And if that happens at 5-all perhaps, but 3-2. He's enough put away. And again, the apology, but what a hold for Rybakina. 3 break points saved. And that will be a body blow for Jabeur.
That was an absolutely incredible effort by her to get the hold there.
It wasn't even 3 break points, 1 at a time. It was a love 40 deficit.
Now this is where you have to be mentally strong. Go again on your own serve.
Rybakina's done a good job when she gets to the net. And Jabeur goes to pass her. She's closing the net, expecting Jabeur to go for that little touch shot.
Has a good record in going the distance in 3 setters.
Let's second service.
That's right, too. Moving forward more and more effectively, more and more comfortably.
15-30.
And that puts pressure on Jabeur to come up precise passing shots.
Flipping the tape again and the drop shot.
Well,
30-40.
She couldn't convert 3 break points in the previous game. She has to hold here, has to save this break point. For fear of going a double breakdown. Just a step away, just a service game away from this title.
Rybakina leads 5 games to 2 final sets.
You wonder about the game before that, though, and what it did to both players. And yes, it must have been a body blow for Jabeur, but in terms of saving those break points, Rybakina, then you could see the confidence in her in that game.
Absolutely, and really attacking the second serves of Jabeur. Jabeur disheartened in not being able to get the break the game before, but really measured forehands from Rybakina. They were spraying at the beginning of this match, and there she was hitting so close to the sidelines, a little topspin, not quite so hard.
It freed her up. Can you imagine the difference in tension had she lost her serve? Well, I'll never know. She bore a picture of frustration now, running out of time.
And the applause will lift inside centre court. 2 in here who know what it feels like to win a Grand Slam, know what it takes to get there, and just a few feet away from us in the commentary box, we'll see a young woman in Elena Rybakina, who is desperate to know that feeling herself. Just takes one more good service game. To serve now for the title.
Love.
What a serve she's got.
And Rybakina is turning the call right near sideline. The ball was called false.
We've seen some non-challenges in this match, and I think this is a very wrong challenge.
Second service. And now Rybakina has 2 challenges remaining.
Puts it away. And Jabeur still lives.
Like the intensity from Jabeur indicating, I'm not going anywhere. I want this.
And, close to another double fault as well from Rybakina. So close to lifting that famous trophy and so weighed down by that thought, Jabeur. Is there still a way back?
I don't know about that shot. I think I keep a lot of balls in right now and make Rybakina feel the moment. It's hard to close it out.
mistake from Ons Jabeur.
40-30.
And here we are.
Let for service.
And again, but there she is, a new name, a new champion.
62-60.
Oh, what a turnaround in this final. No dream realised for Ons Jabeur and for all those who follow her, but Elena Rybakina, she's done it the hard way, coming from behind, but doing it in style as well. Again, the moments you dream of.
And that was the moment she did it. Elena Rybakina winning her first Grand Slam title here at Wimbledon on centre court in 3 sets over Ons Jabeur. Daniela Hantakova has joined me here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Danny, what did you make of the final? We got a 3-setter. It toed and froed back and forth between the two players. Ons Jabeur started the faster, but then Rybakina was able to fight back. And in the end, it was a good final, wasn't it?
Well, first of all, I find amazing once again the reaction of Rybakina after that match point. It seems like if she just won a first or second round match, that's how she was able to keep her nerves and composure together. Very impressive mentally, how she managed to deal with the occasion. And I think maybe around by now, she starts to realize what she has actually achieved. And I thought it was a brilliant match, given the occasion and given that both players were in this situation for the first time and how much there was on the line. I think they both started off really well. Obviously, Ons was the one making sure that she doesn't make as many unforced errors. Rybakina was forcing it a little bit too much. And honestly, after the first set, I thought, right, this is Ons' time. But then, you know, beginning of the second set, she just got so tired because she felt like she was so close to the title. But overall, it was great quality, some fantastic rallies. And yeah, it was because of that contrast of play that we discussed before the match that it was so entertaining. And yeah, I just find it really amazing, the reactions that it almost looked like her team was more pumped after the match than herself. But I think just because she was in such a shock and not able to realize what just happened.
Yeah, she was just so much in the zone, wasn't she? And I think that in the end is what managed to get her back into the match and ultimately win it, that she just didn't freak out. She didn't worry too much about the fact she'd lost the first set. She stuck to her game plan, what had worked for her here at Wimbledon in the previous matches, and was able to keep pretty level psychologically, and in the end it did turn around.
And if anything, like we were saying, that after the first set she thought, okay, you know, I'm so close to lose, I might as well just relax and go for it. And she started to be much more consistent. Obviously, Ons, as we saw in the semi-finals, started to use the drop shot a little bit too much, and Rybakina was ready to move forward. She showed some incredible variety herself, which was very impressive. And what I love about Rybakina, she really has it all. So she can be so powerful from the baseline, but we saw today some beautiful volleys and not afraid of the net neither. So it just shows what a full package as a player she is, and that's why she's holding the trophy.
When we were previewing the match last night, we were saying how important the serve would be for her, and we looked at the stats. Anne and I were here, and we looked at the stats after the first set, and the service numbers were way down. She wasn't getting enough first serves in. It was giving Ons Jabeur an opportunity to see a lot of those second serves, and she changed that in the second and third sets. It was a very comfortable serving performance from then on, and that proved to be the key.
Yeah, I think it showed also her intelligence, because in the first set, not only that maybe her serve was not as effective, she was going for it though. There were some big serves right from the word go, but I thought Ons did really well, her coach obviously, her homework for this match, and she was reading the serve really well, because, you know, at the end of a tournament like this for 2 weeks, you are going to create certain patterns, and Rybakina was serving almost identical today as she was throughout the last 6 matches before that. So by today's final, her coach and Ons herself would realize exactly what to expect. But Rybakina was so good at realizing that herself as well, that Ons is reading my serve good, and she changed that and started to mix it up big time. So at the end, Ons couldn't really tell where the serve was going.
She also did something that I'm actually surprised that other players didn't, but with Ons, as we know, hitting a lot of backhand slices, the drop shots, she came in behind it. She wasn't afraid to. There was a couple of serve and volleys in there, and also if she saw she'd hit a deep one to Ons's backhand and the slice was coming, because that's what Ons always does, she came in behind it to finish it off at the net. Are you surprised that other players don't use that tactic as much? Is it just because they're not confident in the net?
Yeah, I think it's a combination, and like I said, that's why I love her game style, because she is a full package and she's not afraid of the net, and especially to do it behind On's backhand slice, you have to really go down, which is so impressive with her long legs. It's so hard to move that low on the court, and that's what was one of her strengths today, and I think she should believe in that more and come to the net even more often, because she's got wonderful touch, and some of the drop shots she was able to do herself just shows that she's got the variety as well as the power from the back of the court.
We'll focus more on Rybakina in just a moment, but for every winner, there is unfortunately a loser. Let's hear from Ons Jabeur in her press conference after the match.
Ons, tough day out there. Just give us your thoughts on.
That's tennis. There's only one winner, but it's a great first experience for me, and I'm looking forward for my next finals. I'm sure I will learn a lot from this one, but positive 2 weeks for me, and I'm just gonna keep my head high.
Hex Nuns, the sportsman. Tough luck today, Ons. It was a great match to watch. Do you feel that it was sort of you let the chance go, or that Elena played incredibly well to snatch the win herself?
I didn't play my best tennis, let's say, second and third set, and she started being more aggressive. I think she stepped in the court much more and put a lot of pressure on me. That I didn't find a solution for, unfortunately, today. But I think she played really well, and she really deserved to win today.
Matt Futterman from the New York Times. What did you tell yourself as you went onto the court for the second set, and then what was going through your head as that first service game sort of unfolded, and then the second one, and you had that nice header on the ball to the ball boy?
I told myself, don't lose the second set. That's the thing I told myself, and I know I've been winning like the first set, and for some reason like dropping the second set, and I was trying like really to win my serve at the beginning, but then I felt like I was going really fast, even making like some mistakes. I felt like she was playing better in the second and third set because she made less mistakes. I was expecting myself maybe to return better and especially take the opportunity that I have to break her so many times. But it is frustrating to play someone that serves really big and doesn't give you the chance sometimes to take that break. But, just telling myself, like, this is not over. I trust you. I even said I love you to myself during the match. But, it wasn't meant to be.
Just curious, you have that plate for Wimbledon as a finalist. What does that mean to you? Is that something you're proud of? Does it show something you wish you didn't have? I mean, how do you feel about this, just holding that object? No, definitely positive about it. I'm very glad with my results. I don't regret anything. I gave it all today. A final. I lose so many in the beginning, and then step back and win one more. But that's definitely I don't disbelieve in myself, and I know that I'm gonna come back and win a Grand Slam for sure. This is tennis, and it's part of it. I have to learn from it definitely, but I'm very, very positive about it.
Bill Simons, Inside Tennis. Congratulations on the performance during the fortnight. So many fans around the world were pulling for you, rooting for you. What would you say to them?
I would love to thank them, and I really cannot wait to play my next tournament, especially that I'm going to the States, and I know there is a lot of crazy fans there. This is just the beginning of so many things, and I'm very positive about it. I wanted really bad that title, maybe because I wanted too much, I didn't have it, but you know, just the beginning of great things for me, and I'm really trying to stay positive for to really continue and get the more titles that I want.
Congratulations on.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you about playing a person who, you know, who barely reacts during the match, after the match. Is it harder to play someone like that than to have someone, or does it not register what the other person is doing across the net?
Well, I think she does react a little bit, you know, just you have to see it sometimes. I'm usually someone that doesn't focus on my opponent, but it could be disturbing if the other person is talking or shouting all the time. But it's nice to play Elena, to be honest with you. She doesn't make your, even when you lose against her, she didn't do any big celebration or anything. I need to teach her how to celebrate really good. Huh? But you know, she's the player that she is, and maybe that suits her, and it's very comforting for her. So it's working. So maybe she needs to do that.
Yeah, it was a lovely interview there. She said she's going to teach Rybakina how to celebrate after she wins. And here she is walking away from that press conference on Jabeur with so many fans who came here to the All England Club, hoping for her to win today, to watch her in the final. You can see the Tunisian flags from the crowd at the front as she hoisted off the trophy that she picked up for. Unfortunately for her, finishing second, not able to win the title today, but she is still, Danny, a huge fans' favourite, and someone that many Tunisian and tennis fans in general will hope to see back in a Wimbledon final soon.
Oh, absolutely, and the impact she's going to have off the court after this tournament and in the future once she retires, even more so. It's just unreal, and it's just so cool to see how she doesn't shy away from it, that she's willing to do anything she can to promote women's tennis around her part of the world. And yeah, it's just so wonderful to have such a personality and such a fantastic player in the women's field at the moment. And you know, I think just from, you know, what happened yesterday, Melinda Gates agreeing that she's going to be a huge part of WTA charities and focusing on Africa, that's where ONS is going to have a big impact, as well as in the Middle East. So this is so much more than just about this tournament, and that's why I'm super excited.
It seemed to be a fairly one-sided crowd, actually, on centre court. I mean, a lot of people were supporting Ons Jabeur. So almost for Rybakina to be able to block that out and do what she did was impressive as well.
Yeah, I thought in the second set they kind of started to be more behind Rybakina because they just wanted to see a longer match. And sometimes as a player you feel like, okay, you start to be the favorite before the match and during the first set, then suddenly you win the first set and everyone starts to cheer your opponent just because they want to see a deciding one. And you go like, well, hold on a second, this is not really fair. But I think both players managed so well, the crowd, the occasion and everything else that was on the line for them. And yeah, these are just wonderful scenes because Ons is one of those players that never says no to an interview. If she can, she agrees to do every single thing, almost like a Roger Federer kind of a type personality as far as, you know, the commitment to the media and what she is willing to do to promote women's tennis.
On the flip side, is there a danger that perhaps that weight of expectation of all the people all around the world that see her as a poster girl for what she means and what she's achieving in women's tennis might have played on her mind, that it was too big an occasion?
I don't think in Ons' case, because she's, you know, so humbled and she's got such a wonderful perspective on life and on tennis. So with her, I would never worry that it gets to her or she gets overwhelmed. If anything, I think she uses this to be even more motivated, to work even harder, to achieve even greater things, even though she already has done so much. So I think in her case that attention and the expectations are helping her to become a better athlete in general.
Do you think now, moving into the future for Ons Jabeur, we will see a similar thing to what we saw with Simona Halep, who wasn't able to win her first Grand Slam final, but then went on to lift one? Do you think that's what you'll see from Ons? She'll learn from this experience. Okay, I got a lot of things right, started it well, won the first set, but I need to, perhaps do slightly better when the going gets tough, and then go on and win a Grand Slam?
Yeah, definitely. That experience and how much it obviously hurts after the final. She will not want to go through that feeling again, and that's what helps you then to turn it into winning multiple slams, just like in Simona's case, as you say. So definitely I feel Ons got the potential to win couple, not only one. And today she was very close, and she's a very, very smart girl and a great student of the game. So she learns quickly, and I wouldn't be surprised if it happens to her in a very near future.
Well, after Ons Jabeur's press conference and she was outside signing all those autographs and taking selfies, it was time to hear from the champion. Here's Elena Rybakina in her press conference now.
Please raise your hand and state your name and organisation when asking your question. Elena, you are the Wimbledon champion. How does that sound?
I can't believe still, and maybe one day, in few days, I sit down and I realize what I did, but for now I'm super proud of myself and of course of my team and everybody who worked with me. It's been tough, but I think we made it all together.
Hi Elena, you said on the call that you were nervous before the match and during it. So how did you kind of just manage your nerves, and what were you telling yourself to get through this?
Yes, I was super nervous. Yesterday I had a good practice, but in the evening I already started to feel like I'm too nervous, and in the morning also, but I was just trying to tell myself that it's a match, and I already had experience where, I mean, for me the worst thing, and of course if you are up and then you lose the match, and unfortunately I had many matches like this, so maybe it helped me a bit, and I was trying to convince myself that it might happen again, and hopefully it's not the last time I'm in the final, not the first and not the last, and I already did a great job with my team, so with this kind of words I was trying to calm myself down.
Were you saying that during the match to yourself?
Yes, during the match, of course, because I didn't start well, and after I was just trying to tell these things to myself, and then I just focused completely on the match and what I had to do, because Ons, she played really, I mean, she played unbelievable, and she's very tough opponent with all the drop shots and everything. So after I just moved completely to the match and was focused point by point.
Hi Elena, congratulations. You mentioned your parents before and you mentioned them on the court. I just wonder if you've had a chance to speak to them yet, because I can imagine they would have loved to have been there to see it in person.
No, not yet.
Okay. And I just wonder what you think their reaction will be, I guess, to this moment. Like you say, it's come out of, it's come quite a surprise to you, I guess.
Probably they're going to be super proud. Oh.
Should we wrap up there?
You wanted to see emotion? Kept it too long.
You okay?
Yeah.
Carry on, or we take
one
or
or
two more
okay.
questions and then we're finished?
Sorry, Tom Alison from ESPN. How life is going to change for you now, like Wimbledon champion?
I have no idea. I just know that now for life I'm a membership here at Wimbledon, and it sounds amazing. So I have no idea.
Okay, we'll just take one more here.
Yes, when will you next get a chance to see your parents, and what did the Duchess of Cambridge say to you?
What do you think they're going to say to me?
I was saying first, when will you see your parents next? And what did the Duchess of Cambridge, what did she say to you after you won?
She congratulated me, and she said that I played really well, and I mean, I was in shock, so maybe half I didn't hear. I'm very sorry, but for sure she was super nice, and it was amazing to get the trophy from her. And what was the second question?
And when will you next see your parents?
This I don't know. We just have to decide what I'm gonna do now. So a few more days we're gonna stay here.
Yeah, it was a lovely interview there, and at the end, obviously visibly emotional when she was asked about her parents who were unable to be here to watch her win the title. And as we were suggesting and perhaps wondering when would it hit her, that I think was the moment that she realised what she'd achieved.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it will now start to be even more emotional as the evening goes by, and I think by tomorrow morning, you know, when you win a tournament, I can't even imagine what it must be like winning Wimbledon, but it's that feeling, it's like, wow, am I the only one that hasn't lost a match? And it's like you literally don't want to believe what just happened. And, you know, we always wondered with Rybakina whether she's not too nice for the sport, because just looking at that interview there, she's just so cute. So sometimes it feels like she's still 14, just so innocent. But then when she gets on the court, you know, she's ruthless, but you can't help yourself but be super happy for her, because it just seems like she's such a wonderful person of the court.
And she did say in there in one of the earlier answers that she was very, very nervous. She admitted that, you know, the day before yesterday, she was so nervous, worrying about how she would perform in the final. And she was clearly, in the end, and credit has to be paid to her coach and the rest of her team, she was able to overcome that.
Yeah, I think the team did such a good job to kind of convincing her that she actually can do this, and sometimes you kind of have to fake it before you make it. And I think after the first set, she must have been boiling inside and being super tight, but she didn't show anything, didn't show any frustration. Also, when Ons was hitting a lot of the let calls, hitting drop shots, so I thought she kept her nerves really well, and it's lovely to see that she does have emotions and in the press conference, but yeah, she didn't show any of that on the court, and that's why she managed to get the trophy.
And for a winner, so much focus is on the match, but also there are so many wonderful memories that are created afterwards. She was asked there in the interview about getting to speak to the Duchess, walking around centre court, going out onto the balcony, presenting the dish. She's also got the Champions Dinner to look forward to as well. Special memories that have been gained, not just from what she did on court, but afterwards too.
I think that's why this is the most special trophy to win, because of, like you say, exactly, not only what happens on the court, but then everything that comes after that. It's like an entire ceremony, and you are going to remember every single moment from it, and there is nothing like it. You don't have this anywhere else, that you actually go to celebrate your trophy, you holding it, talking to a royal family, and I'm sure she must be thinking, is this really happening? And then obviously greeting the fans at the balcony, and it's so emotional because this tradition has been here for such a long time that even us players, say yesterday we had the WTA meeting in the morning, and you go through those gates and you just remember everything that happens there after the finals, and we get emotional. So I can't even imagine what it must be when you're actually holding the trophy, and you know, all of that is happening to you. So I'm sure tomorrow morning she will wake up and thinking, okay, was that just a dream, or this actually really happened?
And also tomorrow, I'm sure she'll be heading into London to go pick out a nice dress for the Champions Dinner afterwards. There are spots at that Champions Dinner to be handed out, because the men's doubles final is still continuing on centre court, and it looks like they're going to be out there for quite some time yet. They've been on for over 2 hours already. Ebden and Purcell, the Aussies, took the first set 7-6. It's gone to another tiebreak in the second, this time the way of Mektic and Pavic, winning it 7-6, 7-3 in that breaker. Claire Curran was telling us that Pavic has got a really bad injury to his hand. I think he's broken a couple of his bones. So miraculous that he's still able to be out there and winning the second set.
Wow, I didn't know that. So that is unbelievable. They managed to win the second set, especially on grass where you need your wrist more than anywhere else.
Yeah, she said he's basically hitting a one-handed backhand, and he has a double-handed backhand.
That takes some talent to quickly adjust to something like this. And yeah, like you said, it's still a long way to go in this match. So let's hope he will be able at least to finish it.
Yeah, and we will keep you up to date with that one. Just to check in on the score, Mektic and Pavic, obviously the injured hand isn't causing them too much problems now, because they've taken a break as well. They've got a break early in the third set, leading 3-1 now against Max Purcell and Matt Ebden. OK, time to catch up with Olivia again, who she enjoyed it so much in the museum yesterday. She's gone back there today.
Emma and I are now in a very, very exciting room. Now, this is a top secret room. Absolutely no one is allowed in here. We have had to come through many security. No, we haven't. But it is. But the general public absolutely don't come in here. So this is really special. Where are we exactly?
So we're in the racket store, as you can see.
But not for purchase.
Not for purchase, no, just for the museum. So yes, this is the museum racket store. So we have over 1,000 rackets in our collection, which is very exciting. And we do the whole history of racket sports almost. So obviously we focus on the lawn tennis, but we'll also collect from other sports as well, just to kind of like support the collection, collect things which show interesting technologies and rackets that are linked to particular players.
So rackets here date back to 1870 and beyond. This is really special. It's quite cold in here. You've got it set to a nice cool temperature. Why?
So any kind of materials in our stores, we don't want them expanding and contracting with temperature going up and down. So we try and keep it as stable as possible. So that's the temperature, but also these machines that you might hear buzzing, they're also keeping the humidity at the right level as well. So it's not too damp, it's not too dry. So again, trying to keep everything as stable as possible. So
now you are in gloves,
yeah,
which means I will not be touching anything in here, but you can. Could you pick out some beauties for us? Let's pick a selection maybe from different decades and eras.
Yeah, so I just thought I'd pull out to start with, as you say, like we collect from even before lawn tennis. So we've got here a real tennis racket. So this was a sport that was in place hundreds of years before lawn tennis was invented, but obviously fed into it. So it's a sport that's played a little bit like tennis with a net, and you can play doubles, but you can bounce the ball off lots of different surfaces. So it's played kind of in a room, and there's a little roof. The ball's very hard. It's not made of rubber because real tennis sort of happened before rubber was invented, basically.
And who would have played real tennis? What type of person in society?
Yeah, so building a real tennis court was quite expensive. So yes, it was really for the higher echelons of society. So Henry VIII was a big fan of the real tennis.
You don't look like the kind of guy that And would women be allowed to play?
Probably not in Henry VIII's time, no. So, but there's some very
Off with their head.
but there's some very good real tennis players now in existence.
Oh, really?
So, yes.
And so it's a sport that is still played.
It's still played, yes. So there's a court at Hampton Court, and yes, a couple of other places. Not so many courts as there used to be. I think there's about 20 left in the UK now. Used to be very popular in France actually, but now very few courts remain. But it is still going strong. Yes.
Okay, so that's a beauty. A relic, a real relic. What else you got for me?
Yeah, so as you say, like covers the whole history of tennis. We've got a lot of our wooden rackets over here.
And now some of the rackets, the strings are kind of disintegrating or popped out. Can you explain why that is?
Yes, so just over time the materials will break down. So the older ones are just made of natural gut. So the guts from pigs or sheep are used to string the rackets. And then the modern ones, they might be a mixture, so they might have some plastics in there and the natural gut. And over time they will break down and break. But we don't tend to replace the strings because we feel that's part of the history of the racket.
Absolutely.
Particularly if it's linked to a particular player, we want to say that those strings are the actual strings that hit the ball. So
That's it. What is this?
Yeah, so the younger people may not be familiar with a racket press, although maybe the older viewers will. So when you had a wooden racket before the modern materials that I'm talking about, like the carbon fibre and the plastics, the wooden rackets, if they were kept maybe under the stairs and it's a little bit damp, they would warp. So if you put them in a press like this, it would keep them straight. So
I'm so sorry, it's chill.
My store has given you a cold.
Okay, so that's amazing. So that you kind of like store it rather than in a cover, you store it in your press.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. And then as you say, we've got some broken strings on this one, but particularly these types of ones we would never replace. So this is Chris Evert's racket from 1989.
Wow.
So a great player from the 80s.
And what she would literally win a match and then you just
yes, pretty much. Yeah. So yes, we write to the players and we do say, we've got a lovely museum here. We want you to become part of our story. We want to tell your story in the displays to the 100,000 people who come through our doors. And many players are generous enough to donate. Yes.
They got spares. They've
got some spares.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And pick out someone I'd really like.
So I've got one here from Roger Federer.
Ooh.
Yes. So
and signed no less.
Signed by Roger. Wimbledon 2009. round 7. So yes, a very nice example there from him. And yes, as I say, many of the modern players are very, very generous, donating items to the museum. Yeah.
This is an amazing room. Will the public ever be allowed in here, or will you ever display all of these that they can see them, or is it just too important?
We might do, yes. So lots of museums, they do kind of big mass displays of objects. So yeah, it is something that we're looking into. Is like, is there a space on site where we can put 1,000 rackets on display? It would be quite exciting, yeah. So maybe we can
watch
see.
this space.
Yeah, watch this space.
Thank you, Emma. This was such a treat
That's
to bring us in
all right.
here. Thanks so much.
Well, isn't Olivia lucky getting to go in there, closed to the public, the special racket room? It was great to see. I loved seeing the old rackets and see how far the technology's moved on. Yeah.
No, and like we were saying yesterday, it's crazy to think how fast and how much it changed over the, let's say, last 10 years, I would say. And yeah, that's really cool, and especially to see the rackets of the champions and. Yeah, even those, like even the Roger racket there, which is a couple of years ago, it seems like really old style compared to the.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. With Pete Sampras's era and Roger Federer, the start of his career, how different the rackets are from that moment to what Roger is using on court now.
And honestly, in a way, it just shows how technically astute they had to be. Because to play with those rackets, you had to really hit it in the middle of the court. So your timing had to be perfect. And in a way, with today's technology, I feel like, you know, you don't have to have as much talent as far as your touch and feeling goes to be a great player, because the strings and the frame is going to do a lot of the time the work for you.
Day 13 here at the Championships is nearly over. We've got day 14, men's singles finals day, to look forward to tomorrow. Here is the order of play on centre court. First up, that men's singles final. Which way will it go? Novak Djokovic, the top seed, chasing history once more, hoping to add another Grand Slam to his impressive collection, up against a man in his first Grand Slam final, the unseeded Aussie Nick Kyrgios. Then after that, we have got the ladies' doubles final as well. Mertens and Zhang versus Krejcikova and Siniakova. Before we go, Danny, we've not got too long left, but let's have a little preview of that men's singles final. Will the fact that it is Kyrgios's first Grand Slam final have any effect on it, do you think?
I don't think so. I think everything he has to deal with on and off the court throughout the tournament, he's ready for it. And also the biggest trend of him is that unpredictability. And Novak, it's all about numbers. He needs to know statistics. He needs to know exact tactical plan. And that's why he struggled against Nick in the past, because Nick, with his pure talent and you know, the spontaneous way of play, sometimes he doesn't know what he's going to do with his next shot. So it's hard for Novak to kind of know what to expect. The biggest question mark for me is Nick able to keep up with that level of tennis he's shown us for best of 5 sets in the Wimbledon final. I think that's where he's going to show us whether he's mentally prepared for it or not. We know what to expect from Novak. He's going to be there right from the start till the end. Maybe his game will fluctuate, and there will be maybe glimpses like there were in his previous matches where he wasn't playing his best tennis, but yet he always finds a way. So fascinating, and I did well, I think, to not give you a favorite in this one, because I did pick Novak at the beginning of the tournament, but having seen Nick, how well he's played so far, it's a 50-50.
But is this, if Djokovic is going to lose a Grand Slam final here on grass, is Nick Kyrgios almost the perfect opponent? Because he's not got a great record against him. He might be feeling a bit nervous tonight, although he's so comfortable on this big stage and playing Grand Slam finals, and he's won so many in the past. He's not got a good record against Kyrgios.
Yeah, well, that's why, because he just doesn't know what to expect. No one knows what to expect from Nick. It's really going to be on his racket, because when he goes for his shots and makes all those wonderful winners out of places and positions you wouldn't be normally able to do so, but because of all the talent he's got in his hand, he's able to do that. So yeah, definitely it's not going to be comfortable for Novak. He knows that, and he's very well aware of the fact how much pain Nick caused him in the matches before. So awkward final, but mentally we know what a warrior Novak is. So like I said, it is literally a 50-50 match, this one.
OK, Danny, we've got that one to look forward to tomorrow. Time for us to say bye and see you tomorrow here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Day 1 of finals weekend is over, and what a day it's been.
Places everyone. Time for our final performances. The stage awaits, and the world is watching. This is Center Court, Theatre of Champions. Here, dreams become reality. Stars shine at their brightest. Heroes prove their mettle. And the script of history is written and rewritten again and again and again. This is the home of disaster and triumph, the scene of a century of showstoppers, where achievements resonate across the globe. And now, the spotlight is yours. One final act. Immortality beckons on the grandest stage.